So hello and warm greetings, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible, guys? If I'm audible, please give me a thumbs up. Anyone, please give me a thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. All right. Hello, 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 Kunal. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this session. All right, okay, all right. So, let's begin the session. My name is Aditya, and today we are here for the mock test discussion. Now, see, first of all, I would like to tell you that we witnessed massive turnout for the mock test, and there was huge participation. Yeah, hello, everyone, and that's the reason I would like to first appreciate all of your efforts. Good that so many of you were there. We conducted tests both in the online and the offline format, and we saw huge participation. Next aspect which I would like to emphasize here is that the type of tests, the type of questions which we had in the Vajiram and Ravi's test, again, that is more in line. That is in line with the demand of the exam, right? So what we are trying to say is that we are going to have the next mock test on 4th of May, right? The third mock test. So please do attend. Now, one more thing which many of the students are coming and asking me, that what should be the last minute strategy, because we just have 60 days left. So what I would like to say is that, look, what is really important now is that you focus upon the revision aspect. What all things you have studied, be it the NCRTs or the standard books or the other sources, please try to focus upon the revision. That is going to be the most important aspect. Next is, please do try to solve the quality mock test, which we at Vajiram and Ravi are providing. So please do not fail to attend the mock test, which we'll be having on 4th of May, and do register for that. Again, last but not the least, I understand that at this moment, time is really crucial for you. So without a further ado, let's begin the discussion. Now, coming to the very first question, the question says, all right, good score. I mean, as much as you can. The more you can is the less, because see, there's no upper limit. You have to go, you have to do with the best of your ability, right? All right. So let's begin with the very first question. Now, the first question says, the parliament in India is not a sovereign body. The authority and the jurisdiction of the parliament are limited by dash and by the incorporation of a code of justiciable dash in the constitution. There is also a provision for dash, which means that all the laws passed by the parliament must conform with the provisions of the constitution and are liable to be tested for constitutionality by an independent judiciary. Now, see, please understand, whenever we talk about the parliamentary sovereignty, can any one of you tell me to which political system we associate the parliamentary sovereignty? Which country? See, I want to keep this session more interactive, right? Which is the political system where we see where we see that there's an aspect of parliamentary sovereignty? Look, that is the British Parliament, right? But yeah, absolutely, sure, very good. UK, very good. But what we see in India is that we do not have parliamentary sovereignty. Over here, the constitution is supreme, right? And again, as the preamble says, that we the people of India, right? So ultimately, the power lies with the people as whole. When we talk about the very first blank, it says that the authority and the jurisdiction of parliament are limited by. Now we have different options over here, right? So we really cannot go for 10th schedule, right? But if you look at this option, 7th schedule, the authority of the parliament is restricted, be it with respect to the written nature of the constitution, or be it with respect to the division of powers between the center and the states, right? What we call as the 7th schedule. So we have Article 246, which talks about 7th schedule, which basically says that we have the division with respect to the jurisdiction of the lawmaking power, right? So 7th schedule. Now, next aspect is and a code of justiciable. We have part 3rd, fundamental rights. Now, you tell me, we have part 4 also, DPSPs, which is justiciable. It is the, tell me, guys, please, it is the fundamental rights which are justiciable in nature. If anybody's fundamental rights are infringed, that person can seek a recourse to the judiciary. And the judiciary, what it can do? We have the Supreme Court under Article 32. It can issue writs, habeas corpus, mandamus. Even we have the writs which are available, which the high courts can issue under Article 226, right? Absolutely, fundamental rights. Now, next aspect is that we also have this. There is also a provision for dash, which means that all the laws passed by the parliament must conform with the provision of the constitution. We have the aspect of judicial review. Now, the word judicial review is not explicitly mentioned in the constitution. We all know that. We have different articles, be it Article 13, right? So if you have, the courts have the power. What is judicial review, first of all? It is the authority of the courts to basically declare a particular act of the legislature, a particular action of the legislature or the executive as unconstitutional, right? So over here, DPSP would not be there, right? They are not justiciable in nature. So over here, the answer would be 7th schedule, fundamental rights and judicial review. Are we clear on this, everyone? Are we clear on this? Is it clear? Because see, we will not have directive principles of state policy. They are not justiciable in nature. All right. So without further ado, let's go to the next question. Now, in the next question, it says that we have consider the following. It says judicial review, basic structure, federal, domicile, religious denomination, right? How many of the above terms are not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution of India? Now, let's first talk about judicial review. Is judicial review mentioned in the very Constitution? No, it is not mentioned. We have the implicit aspects of judicial review, be it Article 13, right? So if, let's say, if there's a particular act of the parliament, if it breaches the boundaries, constitutional boundaries, definitely, then it can be declared as null and void by the judiciary. So it is not mentioned. Again, the next aspect is basic structure. Is basic structure mentioned? So basic structure is the word basic structure mentioned in the Constitution? No, right? So we have basic structure. Now, this is of judicial innovation. This is something which judiciary has innovated, right? Now, again, understand, we have had many of the case. The very first case was that of Kesavananda Bharati, in which the basic structure doctrine, we had the inception of the basic structure doctrine. Next aspect is federal. Now, you tell me, do we have a true federal structure in India? No. Article 1, what it says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. What we see is a centralizing tendency, right? As said by many political commentators. We had K.C. Vere, who said that India is a system which resembles quasi-federal. We had Ever Jennings, who said that in India, what we see is a federation with strong centralizing tendency, right? Exactly. So we have Article 1, which says union of states. So the word federal is nowhere mentioned. Domicile. Now, what do we mean by domicile? The first thing. Domicile is basically a legal concept, right? It tells us about the law which applies to a particular person in a particular territory. That is what domicile is all about, right? Now, is the word domicile mentioned in the Constitution? The answer is yes. If you just give a mere reading of Article 5, so it clearly says that we have citizenship at the commencement of the Constitution. It mentions the very word domicile in the territory of India. So we have the mention of the word domicile in Article 5 of the Indian Constitution. Let's talk about the next word, which is religious denomination. Is the word religious denomination mentioned in the Constitution? Yes. So when we talk about Article 26, freedom to manage religious affairs, over there, we have the word every religious denomination mentioned in the Constitution, Article 26. Now, see, is the word domicile defined in the Constitution? The answer is no. The word domicile is nowhere defined in the Constitution. Is the word religious denomination defined? See, that was defined by the Supreme Court in the year 1982. And it said that religious denomination means religious sect or body having a common faith and organization and is designated by a common name. That is what the definition which Supreme Court gave. I hope this is clear. So over here, not explicitly, the answer would be we have judicial review, basic structure, and federal. So we have only 3. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear? Should we proceed to the next question? Guys, tell me, please. All right. So let's go to the next question. Now, the next question says, which one of the following has been vested with the authority to determine the number of judges to be appointed in the state high court, right? If you just give a mere reading of article 216, which talks about the constitution of high courts, what it says, every high court shall consist of a chief justice and such other judges as the president may from time to time deem necessary to appoint. So the very power, the final authority with respect to the numbers in the high court judge is with the president of India. Now, what is the procedure? See, what happens is that you have the state high court, right? It basically analyzes whether we really need more judges or not. Then the proposal is given to the state government, which forwards it to the central government. And then the central government, the law ministry, then basically seeks the consultation of the Supreme Court. And ultimately, we have the presidential notification which is issued. So over here, it's a very simple to the point question. The answer is the president. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next question. See, the very objective would be to deliberate more upon those questions which have a conceptual background. Because in UPSC, what is really important is to have a knack, to have an understanding of the concept, right? Now, let's have this question. Consider the following pairs. Situation. Now, these are different situations. Whether these situations violate these fundamental rights or not. Banning of a book, Article 19. Severely polluted environment, Article 21. Unequal wages for male and females. Defamation, Article 18. Right. So what we have seen is, we always say that the Constitution of India is a living document, right? And for that, especially we have the Supreme Court, which has spearheaded in that direction, which has basically evolved and broadened the aspects of human living, right? Now, when we talk about the banning of book, now we have Article 19, right? We have Article 19, which talks about freedom of speech and expression, right? Freedom of speech and expression, as said by Supreme Court in the very Indian Express case of 1986, it said that it also includes the freedom of press, right? So the press can basically has all the right or the freedom to express oneself through a book. So if you have the banning of a book, it violates what? Article 19. Understood? Let's talk about the next aspect, severely polluted environment. Now, again, what we have been seeing is that the ambit of Article 21, right to life and personal liberty, has time and again been broadened by the Supreme Court, right? Now, when we talk about Article 21, the right to life and personal liberty, it was a very famous MC Mehta case of 1986, where right to live in a healthy environment was made a part and parcel of, an integral part of Article 21, right? Also, recently, if you are aware, we had the MK Ranjit Singh case versus Union of India, where what was told was that there is a right against the ill effects of the climate change, right? So this becomes really important, and this forms a part of Article 21. Next is unequal wages for male and female. Now, we have a directive. Right? What the directive says, Article 39 subclause D, which basically says that the state shall secure an order where it shall promote to have the equal wages for men and women, right? So that is a very objective which is enshrined in Article 39 subclause D. But again, being a directive principle, it is not justiciable, and it is a directive principle and not enshrined in Article 23. Article 23 talks about, it basically prohibits traffic in human beings, right, or forced labor. So this is incorrect. Next aspect is defamation. Now, again, understand that we had a particular case, which is the Subramaniam Swamy case of 2019. In this, what the Supreme Court said, that there is the right to reputation, right? So if a person is defamed, it is something which goes against the very right to reputation of that person, of that particular individual. Now, to which article I can correlate the right to reputation? It is Article 21, because reputation is something which is related to the dignity of the individual, and dignity is something which is implicit in the right to life and personal liberty, which is Article 21. So this is incorrect, right? So how many options would be correct? So we have the first option and the second option. So over here, the answer would be only 2. Is it clear, guys? No, freedom of speech and expression. No, it is about what the person can express. It is not about defamation. Definitely, see, if you are given a right, if you are given right to speak anything, but it doesn't mean that you can basically defame someone. But if you ask that whether, when we are talking about a person having the right to reputation, to which article we link it to the dignity aspect, right? And that is sourced from Article 21. All right. So let's go to the next question. I hope this is clear. right? Now the next question says, consider the following statements regarding the whip system in India. Now see, we all know that we have Article 102 subclause 2, which talks about the anti-defection. Now when we are talking about the anti-defection, what it means is, good afternoon Chandan, what it means is that there can be, see, we have primarily three ways in which a person can be disqualified. We have some of the provisions in Article 102 subclause 1, right? For example, office of profit or unsound mind, undischarged insolvent. And we have Article 102 subclause 1 subclause E, which says that the parliament can also come up with a particular law. So we have the Representation of People's Act 1951, which lists out certain practices, right, on the basis of which a person can be liable for disqualification. Now, when we talk about anti-defection, it is a part and parcel of Article 102 subclause 2. One of the condition is that if a person is not abiding by the party directive, right, so that person can be liable for disqualification. Now, see, what is a whip? First of all, whip is a kind of a written order. Let's say I am from political party A. I'm a member of political party A. Now, I have a person, right, of my party who is giving a written direction that please vote like this or do in this particular manner. If I fail to do so, what it means is that I am not abiding by the whip, right? So if I'm not abiding by the whip, I am liable for disqualification. Now, let's go through the statements. The Constitution of India explicitly allows political parties to issue whips to their legislatures. Now, again, understand that definitely there can be the whip. But again, over here, what we are trying to say is that whenever you have the disqualification proceedings with respect to anti-defection, it cannot be on a suo motu basis. There has to be a petition which is given by the particular party to the presiding officer, be it the chairman in the Rajya Sabha or be the speaker in case of Lok Sabha, right? So that is where it cannot be suo motu. Defying a party whip automatically results in the disqualification. No, it does not result in automatic disqualification. What is really needed is that a petition has to be given. Next is, only recognized political parties in the legislature can issue a whip. Is it so? Are these recognized parties allowed to issue whip? No. Any party, whether it is recognized or unrecognized, can issue whip. If that party has a presence in the house, definitely it can issue whip, right? So all these three statements are incorrect. I hope this is clear. Did you understand the office of the whip? The importance of whip? All right. So let's go to the next question. Now, look at this. Consider the following, right? All right. Conviction for demand of dowry for self or any of his relative, offering money to the electors in lieu of voting in favor of the candidature, furnishing false information about his educational qualifications to the Election Commission, convincing voters to vote according to the divine will, promising direct benefit transfers to electors on winning. How many of the above actions could be taken as corrupt practices? Corrupt practices for the purpose of disqualification of a candidate under the Representation of People's Act 1951. We have section 123 of the Representation of People's Act, which talks about the corrupt practices, right? What can be the corrupt practices? For example, we have bribery, right? Then we can have undue influence, or there can be false information, or there can be promotion or attempted promotion of feelings of enmity or hatred between different classes of citizens, right? Now, again, understand, when we are talking about the very first statement, it says conviction for a demand of dowry for self or any of his relative. This is not a part of corrupt practice. Okay? We have section 8 of Representations of People Act, right, which clearly says that if a person is convicted for this offense of dowry for a period of more than 6 months, right, the sentence is of more than 6 months, that person would be automatically disqualified. So this doesn't form a part of corrupt practice. Next is offering money to electors in lieu of voting. If a particular candidate is offering money, what it amounts to? It amounts to bribery. Definitely it is a part of it. Next is furnishing false information about his educational qualifications to the Election Commission. Now, see, over here we have one of the reasons as false information. But what you must understand is that Supreme Court very categorically said that when we are talking about information, furnishing of the information with respect to false educational standards, that does not amount to false information according to section 123, right? So over here, this would not be counted. Next is convincing voters to vote according to the divine will. When we are talking about divine will, what it means, that you are saying that please vote for us, because that is what the divine will says. That is what the spiritual aspect says. So this is something which is again a corrupt practice, right? Next is promising direct benefit schemes to the electors. Now in India, we have so many manifestos being given by different political parties. Recently, we saw in the Delhi Assembly elections, different political parties were, in a race to come up with new policies, to come up, they included so many things in their manifestos. We had a very important case, Subramaniam Balaji versus State of Tamil Nadu, 2013, in which Supreme Court very clearly said that if a political party during elections is promising something to the electors, it does not amount to corrupt practice. Because in a democracy, every political party has a right to say what it can deliver to the citizens, right? So this is incorrect. Over here, how many of the above actions could be taken as corrupt practice? Only two. Only two. We have offering money to the electors in lieu of voting, and then convincing voters to vote according to divine will. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next question. All right. Consider the following. We have Prime Minister, Union Home Minister. Why isn't the statement 3? Okay. Statement 3. Because again, if a person has submitted, there was a petition in the Supreme Court, and someone submitted, the petition said that I have had filled the wrong information with respect to my educational qualification, right? And that cannot be deemed as corrupt practice. In that very particular case, Supreme Court said that if someone is giving the information with respect to his educational qualification, and if that information is incorrect, that you cannot deem as false information. This is what the wordings of Supreme Court are. All right. Hello everyone. So let's again talk about the other question. Right. So we have consider the following: Prime Minister, Union Home Minister. All right. Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Chief Justice of India, or any Supreme Court judge, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. Right. Now, when we are talking about how many of the above are common members in the selection committee for the director of the CBI, the Chief Vigilance Commissioner, and the Lokpal in India. Right. Now, when we are talking about, all right. So when we are talking about the director of the Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, see, we had an amendment in the year 2014, right? In the Lokpal and Lokayuk's case, where we had a particular panel, the selection committee, which consists of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, or any judge nominated by him. And then we had the leader of opposition, right? So over here, the CBI selection committee, it consists of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, or any Supreme Court judge nominated by him, or the leader of opposition. Yes, correct. Next aspect is Chief Vigilance Commissioner. Now, we had the Central Vigilance Commission Act of 2003, which said that the committee, the selection committee, should consist of the Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister, and the leader of opposition. Then we had the Lokpal and Lokayuk's Act of 2013, which said that the selection committee should consist of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, the leader of opposition, the Speaker, and an eminent jurist, right? So it is basically a 5-membered committee. If you just analyze, if you segregate, Prime Minister is common in all these 3 committees. And then we have the leader of the opposition, which is common. So over here, the answer would be how many? The Prime Minister, and then we have the leader of opposition. The answer would be, we have only 2, right? I hope this is clear. Correct? Guys, please respond. Should we proceed to the next question? All right. Now, the next question says, recently, the President of India advocated for the institution of All India Judicial Services. In this context, consider the following statements. All right. Statement 1 says, a constitutional amendment requiring ratification from half of the states is needed to institute All India Judicial Service. See, Article 312 talks about All India Service. We all know that. We had the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976, which inserted the provision of All India Judicial Service. And it explicitly said that if you are making any change with respect to Part 6, which deals with the states, right, for the incorporation of All India Judicial Service, it would not be deemed as a constitutional amendment, right? So this is what the law providing for the creation of All India Judicial Service aforesaid may contain such provisions for the amendment of Chapter 6 as may be necessary for giving effect to the provisions of that law, and no such law shall be deemed to be an amendment of this constitution. I hope this is clear, right? Next aspect is the district judiciary comes under the state government as per part 6. Part 6 deals with the states, and we have the district judiciary, which comes as a part of this. So this is absolutely correct, but this is incorrect. But does it mean that a resolution by the Rajya Sabha with 2/3 of the members present and voting, would it be applicable in this case or not? Yes, it would be applicable. See, again, no, it's not unitary. Definitely, we have the system which is provincial in nature. Definitely. All right, maybe it is in that aspect where you have the appointment of the governor by the center. Maybe you look from that aspect that you have a centralizing tendency over there, even in Canada. All right. So again, the very first statement becomes incorrect, and the second statement definitely is correct. I hope this is clear. The very first statement is incorrect because the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976 clearly put it that we will not deem any change with respect to Part 6 if you are incorporating All India Judicial Service as an amendment to the Constitution. I hope this is clear, right? All right, let's have the next question. Now, the next question says, consider the following statements with reference to the United Nations. Now, United Nations is one of the aspects which is very important for the UPSC. So do read about it. There are no explicit provisions for the permanent observer status in the UN Charter. A permanent observer has free access to most of the UN meetings and relevant documentation. Intergovernmental organizations can be granted permanent observers. See, let's say we have a particular country which is not a member of the United Nations, right? Can it be granted the status of permanent observers? Yeah, good evening, Sushma. Right. See, again, what we are trying to say is that there is no explicit provision in the UN Charter which talks about the permanent observer status, right? What you need to understand is that this is based on practice. It's based on conventions. And as back as 1946, what actually happened, that in 1946, we had the Secretary General of the United Nations who basically said that the Swiss government would be now deemed as permanent observer, right? So this is not a part of UN Charter, and this is just on the basis of practice. And again, we had many countries. For example, we had Austria, Finland. Initially, they were basically the permanent observers, but then they became the permanent members, right? Now, there are no explicit provisions. Absolutely correct. A permanent observer has free access to most of the UN meetings. Yeah, correct. So we have different, permanent observers. Take the case of intergovernmental organizations. Take the case of European Union or African Union. All these are entitled to have their offices, or they can interact with the UN, right, in their headquarters. So this is absolutely correct. Intergovernmental organizations, again, we have the examples as African Union and EU. Quite a direct question. So over here, the answer would be all three. Is it clear, guys? All right, let's go to the next question. Now, quite an interesting question. It says that if a bill other than a money bill originates in the Lok Sabha and passed by it, the Rajya Sabha is informed about it through a message along with a copy of the bill passed, right? This copy also carries an endorsement signature, certifying that the bill has been passed by the Lok Sabha. Now, see, we have always studied this, that whenever you have a money bill, right? Money bill requires an endorsement, a certificate by the speaker. The speaker certifies that this is a money bill, right? Over here, we are talking about an ordinary bill. Who would have the sign over that? If you just glance through the rules of procedure and the conduct of business in the Lok Sabha, right? So just look at the rule 96. It clearly says, when a bill is passed by the House, it shall be transmitted to the Council for the concurrence with a message to that effect. The Secretary General shall certify. So over here, which body is responsible for certification? It is constitutional amendment is not needed. Guys, that is what I'm saying. Constitutional amendment is not needed. But if there has to be an institution of All India Judicial Service, definitely the Rajya Sabha has to come up with a resolution with 2/3 of the members present and voting. Is it clear? But a constitutional amendment would not be needed to make some changes with respect to Part 6 of the Indian Constitution. I hope that is clear. Even if you will give a mere reading of Article 312, things would be quite clear. All right. So we have the speaker. We have the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha. Now, let's say we have the bill as a money bill. All right. let's say we have the bill as money bill. So in addition to the certification done by the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, we'll have an endorsement, provided that if it is a money bill within the meaning of Article 110 of the Constitution, the certificate by the Speaker shall be endorsed at the end of the bill. This is from the very rules of procedure and conduct of business in the Lok Sabha. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next question. So the next question says, quite an interesting question. Arrange the following countries in the chronological order of joining the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Very important strategic organization. Now, again, see, initially, when this concept of SCO started, it was primarily an organization what we call as Shanghai 5. So we had Russia, we had the People's Republic of China, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and then we had Tajikistan, right? So initially we had these 5. Then what happened? We had the addition of Uzbekistan. Then in the year, Uzbekistan was added in the year 2001. And the Shanghai 5 came into prominence in the year 1996. Then what happened from 1996 to 2001? Then we saw the incorporation of India and Pakistan in the year 2017. And finally, we had the addition of Belarus in the year 2024, right? So this, I hope this is clear. Iran came in 2023, and then we had Belarus, right? So the correct thing would be, first we have Tajikistan, then we have Uzbekistan, then we have India in 2017, then we have Iran and Belarus. So the correct answer would be A. I hope this is clear. Very interesting question. Do have a reading of this information which is provided. All right, let's go to the next question. Now, the next question says, now recently we saw, and UPSC has been focusing upon such questions, where what we see is that the important bodies, the important institutions, the important offices are being quite frequently asked. For example, let's take the case of the Chief Secretary of a state has been asked in the UPSC, or take the case of Cabinet Secretary, right? Now, recently what we saw was that there was the appointment of Shaktikant Das as the Principal Secretary to, that is, he's the second Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister. Now, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister is really a very important position. And again, that's the reason we have this quality question in this mock test. Please do pay attention. And now, what it says is, see, we have the Prime Minister's office, right? The political head of Prime Minister's office is obviously the Prime Minister. But the administrative head of the Prime Minister's office is the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister. And as of now, we have two Principal Secretaries to the Prime Minister. One is Mr. P.K. Mishra, and second is Shaktikant Das. So if you just look at this, so this is from the appointment for P.K. Mishra. It says that the appointment committee of the cabinet has approved the appointment of P.K. Mishra as additional Principal Secretary. He was then promoted. Now, it was also said what is the rank, right? So it said that during the term of his office, he will be assigned the rank of Cabinet Minister. Please note that the rank of Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister is equivalent to that of Cabinet Minister, right? So the option says he or she is the administrative head of Cabinet Secretariat. Is it true? No. Who is the head of Cabinet Secretariat? Guys, let me know, please. Many of you are aspiring to be there. Who is the head of Cabinet Secretariat? So we have the Cabinet Secretary, right? Who's the head? Next, we have, currently the office has the status of a Cabinet Minister. It is correct, but he or she is not the head of Cabinet Secretariat. Principal Secretary is the head of the Prime Minister's office. Yeah, right. So over here, the answer would be only two. Only two is correct. I hope this is clear. Please do read about this position. Can be quite important. Let's go to the next question. Now, consider the following statements regarding the no confidence motion in the Parliament of India. Article 75 of the Indian Constitution. Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the lower house of the Parliament, right? Now, that is the very basis of parliamentary democracy we have in the country. Whenever the Council of Ministers are losing the confidence of the Lok Sabha, we can have the passage of the no confidence motion, primarily by the opposition. A member can basically introduce the no confidence motion, but what is really needed? Now, again, it can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. That is the one thing. What is really needed is that it needs the support of at least 50 members. If you just look at the same rules of procedure and the conduct of business of the Lok Sabha, we have the rule 198, which talks about motion of no confidence in the Council of Ministers. Is the leave of the House required? It is kind of a permission which is required. Definitely yes. So what would happen is a member would propose a motion. It would then be given to the chair, to the speaker, right? And the speaker would then basically ask that how many people support it. If you have for more than 50 people, right? So the speaker is of the opinion that the motion is in order. The speaker shall read the motion to the House and shall request those members who are in favor of the leave being granted to rise in their places. If not less than 50 members rise accordingly, the speaker shall declare that the leave is granted. So when can the leave be granted? You will have to have a minimum of 50 members for the no confidence motion. No leave of the House is required. Incorrect. Definitely the leave of the House is required. Not more than one no confidence motion can be moved in a session. Let's say we are having a session and a no confidence motion has been basically proposed. Can we have a second no confidence motion? Please understand, there is no bar on the number of no confidence motion which can be initiated. But let's say if you are introducing a no confidence motion, if a member is basically placing before the House a no confidence motion, it should not contain those reasons which were initially discussed in the very first no confidence proposal, right? So the reasons cannot be repeated. As many as no confidence motion can take place. There is no bar on the number of no confidence motions, but again, the reasons should not be repeated. Not more than one no confidence. So this is obviously, this is incorrect. Only a motion expressing the want of confidence in the Council of Ministers as a body. There have been many times a doubt that can no confidence motion be initiated against a particular minister? Definitely not. Never. It can only be initiated against the whole Council of Ministers, right? So this is absolutely correct. The correct answer would be only 3. Guys, is it clear? Is it clear? Do let me know. Should we proceed ahead? All right. Now the next question is, arrange the following events in the Indian history in chronological order, starting from the very earliest. Now, see, whenever we talk about the precedent, very good. Whenever we talk about the precedent rule in the country, it was way back in the year 1951 that it was basically enforced in the state of Punjab, and it was almost for a period of 1 year that it continued, right? So the very first, it was 1951 where the precedent rule was imposed. So over here, we had the precedent rule for the first time in Punjab. Next, what we saw that in the year 1957, we had the Communist Party of India winning an election democratically in the state of Kerala. So that was in the year 57. So this would be the second one. Then we had in the year 1966, the formation of the first Administrative Reforms Commission. What was a very objective of Administrative Reforms Commission? To basically reform and reorganize the administration in the country. That was a very objective. Initially, we had Morarji Desai as the chairman of Administrative Reforms Commission. But as Morarji Desai, he elevated to the Deputy Prime Minister, we had K. Hanumanthaya as the next chairperson. Next is establishment of the Mandal Commission, socially and educationally backward class commission, under the chairmanship of BP Mandal, right? Established in the year 1979. So over here, what would be the sequence? We'll have this first, then this, right? First this, then this, and then we had Administrative Reforms Commission. So the answer would be second, then we'll have first, right? And then we'll have the third, Constitution of the Administrative Reforms Commission, and then establishment of Mandal Commission. I hope this is clear. Quite static information, but really very important. There have been frequent questions where UPSC has focused upon the chronological order. All right. Next aspect is, so see, the question says, consider the following: Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, Iran, Qatar, and Yemen. Now, guys, see, what is really important is that one of the most important focus areas of UPSC has been the Middle East, what we call as West Asia from India's lens. There have been frequent questions with respect to the geography of West Asia, and this becomes really important. Why so is because that recently what we saw that Mr. Donald Trump, he has ordered the attacks on the Houthis of Yemen, right? So please do pay attention, and it is for that reason I have focused upon the value addition for you guys, right? So this becomes really important. Now, the question says, how many of the above countries border the Persian Gulf? If you just look at the Persian Gulf, we have first as Iran, then we have Kuwait, then there is a portion of Iraq also, then we have Saudi Arabia, we have Bahrain, we have Qatar, we have UAE, and though this is not a part of, Oman is not a part of Persian Gulf, right? So over here, we have these countries. Is Syria, does it basically has any link with Persian Gulf? Not at all. So Syria is ruled out. Next, we have Yemen. Yemen is over here. There's no linkage of Yemen with that of the Persian Gulf. So you can easily rule out Yemen and you can easily rule out Syria. So the correct answer is Iraq, Kuwait, Iran, and Qatar. 4. I hope this is clear. Right. Now, there are few additional points which I would like to mention, can be really important for your exam. So we have the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. Over here we have Yemen. Here we have the Houthis, who are basically captured the region surrounding the capital city of Sana'a. Right. Now, this is the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. It is between Yemen and that of the country of Djibouti and Eritrea. Djibouti and Eritrea. Right. So do remember, we have Djibouti and Eritrea on one side and Yemen on the other. Next, what is really important is that we have the Gulf of Aqaba. So this Red Sea then goes to the Gulf of Aqaba, and this is the Gulf of Suez. Over here we have Suez Canal. Right. Now, one important point is that we have this country of Jordan. If you can just look at the map, right? We have Jordan. Now, Jordan is a landlocked country, but there is one port. It has one port, which is the port of Aqaba. It is the port of Aqaba over here, right? The only access of Jordan to the sea, that is the Gulf of Aqaba. Also, quite an interesting information is that we have one of the port of Israel in this particular Gulf of Aqaba, and that is the port of Eilat, E-I-L-A-T, Eilat. Please pay attention to these points. Maybe a question can come in the exam, right? Then we have the Strait of Tiran. So just focus on these points, right? Bab el Mandeb. Over here we have the Strait of Hormuz, right? Strait of Hormuz is between Iran and Oman, not UAE. So over here we have Strait of Hormuz, and this is between. It cannot be zoomed. I'm really sorry. It cannot be zoomed. Just see that we have Iran, and then where we have the small part of Oman, that is the Strait of Hormuz. So what we studied, Strait of Bab el Mandeb, then we have the Strait of Tiran, then we studied Strait of Hormuz, right? So keep a track of these things. Also, we have the port of Aqaba, which is the only port of Jordan in the Gulf of Aqaba. And we have a port of Israel, that is the Eilat port. I hope this is clear. Clear, guys? Let's go to the next question. So the next question says, all right, Article 142 of the Constitution of India holds significant place because, see, whenever we talk about, let's read the statement. It reinforces the independence of judiciary. Independence of judiciary primarily comes from where? When you have separation of powers. When you have the judiciary which is capable to take actions. What we call as that it can review the actions taken by the legislature or the executive or even the lower courts. An example of this is Article 50. An example of this is Article 50, which says that the state shall take efforts to basically ensure separation of power between the judiciary and the executive. Next, it grants the Supreme Court the power to transfer cases from a high court to itself, even without the certificate of the fitness for appeal provided by the High Court. Look at this screenshot at this snippet. It talks about the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And over here, it talks about the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. So what it says, that if it is satisfied, that the case involving the same or substantially the same questions of law are pending before it, and one or more high courts or before, or two or more high courts, then that such questions are substantial questions of general importance, the Supreme Court may withdraw a case pending before the High Court, part of the original jurisdiction, right? It is nowhere linked to 142. Now, it allows the Supreme Court to review its own judgment. Article 136 very clearly says that it is upon the discretion of the Supreme Court that it can review any of its own judgment. 136. Next is it empowers the Supreme Court to deliver justice even in situations where no specific legal provisions exist. Article 142. Supreme Court can pass any order, any decree to ensure complete justice, right? So that is a very objective. It is something which gives a lot of window to the Supreme Court. And that is where what we find is the aspect of judicial activism through, yeah, absolutely correct, complete justice. Now, how it helps Supreme Court is that even when you have the absence of a legal provision, there is no legal provision which can basically sort out a particular issue, which can basically solve a particular issue, then in that particular case, Supreme Court basically takes the recourse of Article 142 for ensuring complete justice, right? So the very correct statement is D. It empowers the Supreme Court to deliver the justice even in situations where no specific legal provisions exist. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next question. All right. In India, the real executive authority rests with the Council of Ministers. parliamentary democracy, where the de facto authority lies with the Council of Ministers and the de jure executive authority lies with the President of India, right? Real executive, absolutely correct. The Constitution 44th Amendment Act of 1978 made it obligatory. What do you mean is mandatory for the President of India to act in accordance with the advice of Council of Ministers. See, we had a particular amendment, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. Absolutely, Shreya, correct. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976, which basically said that if any advice is being tendered by the Council of Ministers to the President, he shall be obligated to basically have that particular decision, right? He cannot have any of the discretion in that aspect. But then what happened? The 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978, it diluted this aspect. It said that if the Council of Ministers is asking the President of India to consider a particular thing, and if the President basically says to reconsider that aspect, and again, if the Council of Ministers pass the same thing or with some changes, so the President has to give the assent. So it basically diluted this aspect. The second statement, obligation, it was with respect to the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act and not 44th. This basically diluted this aspect. So if you just have a reading, there shall be a Council of Ministers, and look at this, provided that the President may require the Council of Ministers to reconsider such advice, either generally or otherwise, and the President shall act in accordance with the advice tendered. This was made possible with the help of 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. So the very second statement becomes incorrect. I hope this is clear, right? So the correct answer is statement 1 is correct and second is incorrect. Let's go to the next question. All right. So we have been talking about this aspect of hidden hunger. What is hidden hunger? See, it is an aspect of malnutrition, first of all. So when there is the deprivation with respect to the multivitamins, multinutrients. For example, let's say a person might be suffering with respect to the deficiency of vitamin A. That can cause low vision. Let's say a person might suffer with respect to the deficiency of iodine. That can lead to goiter, right? So the hidden hunger talks about the aspect of the deficiency with respect to the micronutrients, right? So over here, the answer, and see, look at this. I have taken this screenshot, which is given by Food and Agriculture Organization and the WHO. It says hidden hunger or the micronutrient deficiencies occurs when the quality of food that the people eat does not meet their nutritional requirements, so that they are not getting the essential vitamins, minerals they need for their growth and development. Over here, which is the correct? A person not getting the required amount of micronutrients from the diet. Quite a simple question, but interesting. Let's go to the next question. Now, which of the following has the authority to decide if a question arises about whether the governor of a state is required to act in his or her discretion? Now, see, what we have is that the president also has some discretionary powers and the governor also has. But when we talk about the discretionary powers of governor, that is quite expansive as compared to president. Now, who decides that how would the discretionary powers be applied? So if you just give a mere reading of Article 163, it says there shall be a Council of Ministers with the Chief Minister at the head to aid and advise the governor in the exercise of his functions, except in so far he is or under this constitution required to exercise functions in his discretion. Now, who determines that what is the discretion? If any question arises whether any matter is or is not a matter as respects which the governor is by under the constitution required to act in his own discretion, the decision of the governor in his discretion shall be final. So ultimately it is the governor who determines what are his discretionary powers, right? So the answer would be this. And again, one more provision is provided here. The question whether any or and if so what advice was tendered by the ministers of the governor shall not be inquired into any court. Again, what we see is the aspect of separation of power. But who determines? Who basically is in charge of determining what the discretionary powers are? It is the governor himself. I hope this is clear. Quite a static question with respect to constitutional provisions. Let's go to the next aspect. All right, quite an interesting question, and let's discuss this. Which of the following bills can be introduced by a member of parliament other than a minister in the Lok Sabha? Now, see, the very first statement says a bill regarding the appropriation of money out of the Consolidated Fund of India. Now, let's discuss this further. See, Whenever we talk about money bill, we generally have this perception that only a minister can introduce it. Now, you tell me, we have Article 110, which defines what a money bill is, right? What are the two conditions which are really important? The very first is that it needs the prior recommendation of the president. Second is that it can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. These are only the conditions. Nowhere in the constitution it has been mentioned that only a minister can introduce it. First point. Now, let's say you have a particular member of parliament. Again, I'm emphasizing, let's imagine a situation, right? You have a member of parliament, a private member, and that member seeks to bring a money bill. And then basically he forwards it to the president. President then seeks the advice of Council of Ministers. And if the Council of Ministers say yes, definitely a money bill can be introduced as through the private member. But what is really important is that the Council of Ministers should give recommendation to the president, and ultimately there has to be the final, the green signal being given by the president. Second aspect is that we have a very important article, which is Article 117, subclause 3, a type of financial bill. What it says that, again, whenever you are trying to make, let's first discuss different types of financial bill quickly. We have the first type of financial bill, which is basically a money bill. 110 gives that if any bill has any of the conditions, any of the 7 conditions, definitely it can be deemed as a money bill, right? Second, we have financial bill type 1, which is 117 subclause 1, which says that, let's say you are having a particular bill which has some aspects of these conditions, any of these 7 conditions, along with any aspect of general legislation, right? So again, what can happen is that it can only be introduced in Lok Sabha, and prior recommendation of president is needed. For other purpose, it is deemed to be an ordinary bill. Then we have 117 subclause 3. What it says, the only first of all, what it is. Let's say I want to basically take out some money from the Consolidate Fund of India, as the first statement says. A bill regarding appropriation of money. What is appropriation? You want to take out some money from the Consolidate Fund of India, but that does not relate to any of the 7 conditions in the money bill, right? So that is what 117 subclause 3. The only condition which is required is that there has to be the recommendation of the president at the consideration stage. That is what is needed. For all other aspects, it is deemed as an ordinary bill, and even a private member can come up with. So this is absolutely correct. A bill regarding the altering the boundary of the states. Article 3 talks about the internal readjustments of the state, deemed as an ordinary bill. Definitely, why not? A bill regarding the change in the structure of the 7th schedule. A bill regarding the addition of an ideal in preamble. What it means? Constitutional amendment. Can a private member come up with a bill which deals with the constitutional amendment? Definitely yes, right? So all the 4 are absolutely correct. So the correct answer would be 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope this is clear. I gave you the reasons with respect to why the first statement is correct. Let's go to the next question. The next question says, the estimates committee, one of the favorite areas. Kindly tell us where the money comes. All right, Rahul. See, primarily there are 3 sources. The very first is all the revenues which the government of India is collecting through the taxes. Second is, for example, let's say that India gave a loan to other country, right? Gave a loan to, let's say, the country of Bhutan, and the Bhutan is paying back its loan which it took. So that would go to the consolidated fund. So we have the revenues, we have the repayment by different countries that form a source. Or what can be, let's say the government of India is borrowing through treasury bills or through ways and means advances. That forms part and parcel of Consolidated Fund of India under Article 266. Rahul, is it clear? I hope this is clear, right? All right. The Estimates Committee of the Parliament of India consists of one of the most important areas where the questions come. We have the Public Accounts Committee, we have the Public Undertakings Committee, we have the Estimates Committee. Primarily, all these 3 are financial committees. Now, is there any bill? See, again, understand, we generally have this notion in the mind that a money bill can only be introduced by a minister, because what we have generally seen is that it is a prerogative of the government in power of the Lok Sabha, right? In the Lok Sabha, it can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. But just imagine a situation where you have a private member, right? And if that person is introducing a bill and the prior recommendation of the president is also given, so why not? Why not he can do? And even if you don't believe in this situation, you can go with 117 subclause 3. There can be the money taken out from the Consolidated Fund of India by a private member through 117 subclause 3. I hope this is clear. All right. So we have the estimates committee. Now, the members of the estimates committee are all sourced from the Lok Sabha. We have 30 members, all from the Lok Sabha. What is the very objective of estimates committee? It looks into the estimates of the budget, whether the estimates in the budget. Now, budget is the prerogative. That is what Vishal we discussed. That is what we have been discussing. See, a particular member, a private member can introduce a bill. If he or she receives, just imagine a condition, if he or she receives the prior recommendation of the president on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers, definitely it can be introduced as a money bill in the Lok Sabha. Why not? But this is an hypothetical situation. You have to imagine in that way, right? Let's focus on this question. So we have the estimates committee. It examines the estimates of the budget. Budget is the prerogative of which house? It is the prerogative of Lok Sabha. So all the members are from the Lok Sabha. We have the public accounts committee, 22 members, 15 from the Lok Sabha, 7 from the Raj Sabha, elected through proportional representation by means of single transferable vote, right? So the first is incorrect, right? So this is incorrect. Second is absurd. We have 30 members all from Lok Sabha. That is what the answer is with respect to estimates committee. I hope this is clear, right? Let's go to the next question. Now, in India, the form of oath or affirmation to be made under the third schedule of the Constitution of India is the same for which of the following? Now, the third schedule provides for the oaths, right? Now, again, understand, whenever we are talking about the oath of a minister, it includes two things, the oath of office and the oath of secrecy. But when we are talking about the member of parliament, it is just with respect to the oath or affirmation as the member of parliament, right? So here the difference lies. But when we see the oath with respect to the Supreme Court judge, look at this. We have form of oath or affirmation to be made by the judges of Supreme Court and the Comptroller and Auditor General. It is same for Comptroller and the judge of the Supreme Court, right? So we have this particular oath, which includes the Chief Justice or a judge of the Supreme Court and also Comptroller and Auditor General. I hope this is clear. So the correct answer is judges of Supreme Court and the Comptroller and Auditor General. So here we come at the end of the polity questions. Now we'll be having the discussions with respect to the economy. I hope you really enjoyed the session. All the very best, and make the best use of your time and come out with flying colors. Thank you so much.
Where's the pen? Hello, everyone. How was the test when it comes to economic section? Yes. So my name is Akanksha Pathak, and I'll be dealing with the economy part. Just a minute. Yes. Thank you. So let's begin the discussion when it comes to the economy. Now, coming to the first question, this is your question number 13. The question is asking that consider the following scenario. Ramu is a new applicant for the direct cash transfer under the PM Kisan program. And in order to avail the benefits of PM Kisan scheme, he was asked to obtain a mandatory Kisan Pehchan Patra or the farmer ID. So when you talk about this farmer ID or Kisan Pehchan Patra, what we are talking about this thing, okay, what this ID tells us. So when you talk about the farmer ID, this would be connected with your Aadhaar and it would be also connected with the state land records, right? So what it would tell us? It would actually give us a proof of land ownership by a particular farmer, okay? And recently, the Union Ministry of Agriculture has stated that if you want to get the benefit of PM Kisan scheme, then a particular farmer needs to have this farmer ID. And why the ministry has given this particular guideline? Obviously, in order to make sure that only the true beneficiaries should get the benefit of this PM Kisan scheme. When you talk about PM Kisan scheme, this is a centrally sponsored scheme or central sector scheme? Everybody, let me know in the chat box. When you talk about PM Kisan, is it a central sector scheme or centrally sponsored scheme? It is a center sector scheme, okay, wherein 100% of the funding is being done by the central government. Under this particular scheme, the central government would be transferring 6,000 rupees on a yearly basis, and this would be given in 3 equal installments. Okay, and this money would be given to landholding farmers, okay, irrespective of the size of their land holdings. Okay, so coming back to the question, now when you talk about a farmer's ID, it basically deals with which of the following. It is enabling us to get the proof of which of the following. So will it enable Ramu to get exemption from income tax when it comes to agriculture earnings? No. Will it give us the proof of that whether Ramu is owning agriculture land or not? The answer is yes. Okay. It would not enable Ramu to get access to government procurement when it comes to MSP. And some of you would be confused when it comes to option D. Okay. Deliberately, we have created this option. See, when it comes to farmers, there could be landless farmers also. Okay. So when you talk about the farmer ID, this is not going to give you any recognition as a verified farmer. Okay. Because when it comes to farmer's ID, it would be enabling us to know that whether Ramu actually owned a piece of land or not. Okay. Moving on to the next question. So here the answer would be B. Moving on to question number 14. This is a very interesting question. So we have been asked that the terms smurfing or mules are recently seen in news. They are related to which of the following? So with the help of farmer ID, we are able to get to know that whether Ramu is actually owning a piece of land or not. Okay, when it comes to PM Kisan scheme, irrespective of the size of your land holdings, you will be provided with this cash transfer. Coming to question number 14. So we need to first understand what is money laundering. So the way we do the laundering of our dirty clothes, so after laundering, what happens? Your dirty clothes become clean. The same thing we are doing when it comes to money laundering. So what we are trying to do with the help of money laundering? We are trying to convert the dirty money into clean money. What do I mean by dirty money? The money that I'm earning from illegal activities, maybe drug trafficking, child trafficking, okay, or through terrorism activities, whatever money I'm earning, that would be termed as dirty money. So through a complex process, that is what we call it as money laundering, we will make it appear that this money is not coming from criminal activities, rather it is coming from a clean source. Okay, so we'll make it appear to the authorities that it is a clean money, not a dirty money. So when you talk about money laundering, it has different stages. The first and the most risky stage is your placement. Okay, so wherein the large chunk of money that you have earned from illegal activities, we will be placing that into the formal financial system. How we are going to do this? We will be breaking the large chunk of money that you have earned into small amounts. Okay, and we'll be depositing these small amounts in different accounts. Okay, so that is how we'll be placing the dirty money in the formal banking or in the formal financial system. Then comes the next stage, that is layering. What do we mean by layering? Herein we'll be doing very complex financial transaction so that it would become very difficult for the tax authorities to get to know that what is the true source of this particular money. Okay, so what we'll be doing in this layering? We would be doing deposit, withdrawal multiple times. We'll be transferring the money from X account to Y account. Okay, multiple transactions would be done. And at the end, it would become very difficult for the tax authorities to get to know that what is the true origin of this particular money. Okay, so after we have done the layering, then comes the third stage, and that is the final stage, that is integration. Okay, herein we'll integrate that money which we have already done the laundering process, and now we are integrating it into the formal economy. Okay, so how we'll do the integration? We'll show that we have earned this particular money by making some financial investment, or we'll use that particular money to show that okay, we have purchased luxury assets. Okay, that is how we do the laundering of the money. So when you talk about these two terms, that is smurfing and mules, this is basically related to your money laundering. Okay, now what do we mean by smurfing? Smurfing is the thing that I told you. Herein we'll be breaking the large chunk of dirty money that we have into small amounts. Okay, and we'll be depositing that small amount in different bank accounts. So it would become very difficult for the authorities to figure out that who is the true owner of this particular money. And when you talk about mules, recently the banks have pointed out that we have witnessed an increase in mule accounts. What do you mean by mule accounts? And banks have pointed out that what we are witnessing is usually the accounts which are less than 1 year old, okay, are being used for money laundering purpose. So what we are doing in mule account, let's suppose I am holding a bank account. I am enabling these criminals to deposit their, dirty money in my account. Okay. Ultimately, it would become very difficult for the tax authority to figure out that from where this small chunk of money has come. Okay. And then this layering process would be done. From my account, it would be transferred to another account. At times, people know that, okay, they are involving in some illegal activities. At time, if I am illiterate, I might not be knowing that, okay, for what purpose this money is being deposited. And since through this process, the criminals would be able to, make sure that their money appears as clean money, they would be giving me some, money in return for using my bank account for this money laundering purpose. So when you talk about this particular question, the answer would be B, money laundering. Clear? Any doubt in this case? What is happening? Okay. Let's move forward. Now, question number 15. This is related to certificate of deposits. What do we mean by certificate of deposits? It is a money market instrument. When you talk about money market instrument, they are basically the debt instruments which have a maturity period of 1 year or less than 1 year. Okay, so they are almost, near money. Why? Because you can easily get it converted into cash. Okay, so when you talk about certificate of deposits, these are basically issued by the banks or financial institutions. Okay, and what do we mean by this certificate of deposits? In this, the bank would be giving me an interest rate premium. Why? Because the money that I have deposited in that particular bank account, I have made a promise to the bank that I would not be withdrawing that lump sum amount of money for a predetermined period. Okay, so since I have made a promise to the bank that I will not be withdrawing this particular money which I have deposited in a particular bank, for this the bank would be giving me interest rate premium, and that is what we term it as certificate of deposits. Okay, and that is how the bank would be able to get the money. So when you talk about certificate of deposits, since it is a money market instrument and it can be easily tradable, you can easily get it converted into cash, and that is what the statement is saying. And statement second is explaining statement number 1. So the question is asking which one of the following is correct in respect to the above statement. So right now I told you statement 1 is correct and statement second is the correct explanation of statement number 1. So therefore the answer would be A. Both are correct. Promissory note is something wherein if I am issuing you a promissory note, okay, this is you. On the promissory note, it would be having my name also and your name also. And promissory note could be used only once, not multiple times. Okay. That is why when you talk about the Indian or any country currency, it is not considered to be as a promissory note. Okay. Because it can be used multiple times. Okay. Coming to question number 16, this is related to priority sector lending. So this is something that you people would be reading in the banking sector, that for different banks, we have priority sector lending norms. So when you talk about small finance bank, when you talk about urban cooperative banks, when you talk about regional rural banks, they have to make sure that they give 75% of their adjusted net bank credit to the priority sectors. When it comes to the other banks, they have to make sure that they give 40% of their adjusted net bank credit to the priority sector. Priority sector as in giving, loans to agriculture, then to MSME sector, then to weaker section, etc. Now, what happens if a bank fails to meet its priority sector lending norms? So in that case, we have this mechanism of priority sector lending certificates. Let's suppose there are two banks, Bank A, Bank B. Bank A has, overachieved its targets when it comes to PSL lending norms. Okay. Bank B has not been able to meet its PSL, lending norms that it has to meet in a particular year. So what Bank B would do? It would buy this certificates, priority sector lending certificates from this Bank A. Okay. And if the bank B is not able to fulfill its PSL norms by doing this thing also, even after buying these certificates, then what option the bank B is left with? It needs to invest the money then in either rural infrastructure development fund or in urban infrastructure development fund. This is maintained by NABARD. This is maintained by National Housing Bank. Okay. Now coming to these certificates, when Bank A would be giving these certificates to Bank B, does that mean that Bank A would also be transferring its loan assets to B? The answer is no. Okay. Then the Bank A would be giving these certificates to Bank B. That does not mean the Bank A would also be transferring its loan assets to Bank B. And that is what the statement 1 is saying, that they help the bank transfer risk and loan assets. The answer is no. When you talk about the priority sector lending certificates, the GST would be applicable on them. So they are not exempted from the levy of GST. So this is also incorrect. Then the third statement is saying that regional rural banks do not participate in trading of priority sector lending certificates. This is again incorrect. Scheduled commercial banks, small finance bank, your urban cooperative banks and regional rural banks all can participate in trading of these certificates. So since the question is asking which of the following statement is correct, so answer would be D, because none of the statements are correct. When it comes to PSL norms, it is not applicable on rural cooperative banks. Okay, Prachi. Okay, moving on to question number 17. This is a very interesting question because this term was in news this year. Now, when you talk about the repo rate, what happens in repo rate? This is our RBI. And this is, let's suppose, X bank. Now, this bank needs liquidity for short-term basis. It could be for overnight basis, 7 days, 14 days. Okay. So what this bank would do, it would go to RBI. RBI would be giving short-term liquidity to this particular bank. In return, this X bank has to keep some collateral in form of government securities, which would be approved by the RBI for this particular purpose. But when this whole thing would be happening, the two RBI as well as this X bank would be signing a repurchase agreement, wherein it would be mentioned that at what date this X bank would be repurchasing these government securities again from RBI and at what price. Okay, this is the whole repo rate operation. Now, if you people have been following the news, you must have seen this thing that our rupee was depreciating as compared to dollar. So in order to stop the rupee from depreciating, what RBI has to do? Rupee was depreciating. That means the price of a particular thing is going down. How do you stop the price from going down? Either you increase the demand of a particular thing, or what you do, you reduce the supply. And RBI did this thing. So it actually reduced the supply of your rupee. So when the RBI reduced the supply of Indian rupee, this led to liquidity deficit, liquidity crunch in the banking sector as well. Now, what happens because of this liquidity crunch? The call money market rate at which the banks, take loans from each other, that became higher as compared to your repo rate. So in this backdrop, RBI came up with the variable repo rate operation. Okay. So in this, what the RBI is going to do? RBI would be looking into that different banks. What is their total net demand and time liabilities? Okay. All the banks which are there in Indian economy, they would be looking that what is their total net demand and time liabilities. It would be multiplying it with 0.75%. Okay. And whatever amount will come out, this much amount the RBI would be injecting through this variable repo rate. Now, when you talk about variable repo rate, how the interest rate would be determined? When it comes to repo rate, the repo rate is determined by your RBI or basically your MPC right now, Monetary Policy Committee. But when it comes to variable repo rate, here the interest rate would be determined based on market forces of demand and supply. Okay. Now RBI plans that, okay, I'm going to infuse this much amount of liquidity in the economy, okay, in the banking sector. Now, different banks would come, they would do the auctioning, and this auctioning would continue for nearly half an hour. Okay, to be precise, from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Okay, now different banks would be giving their demands that, okay, this much amount I need, this much amount I need. So based on the auctioning of different banks, the interest rate would be determined when it comes to variable repo rate. So when you talk about the rate at which the money would be given to the banks when it comes to variable repo rate, as the name itself suggests, it is variable. It is usually below the repo rate, but it would be higher than the reverse repo rate. Okay. Now let's have a look at the statement. Statement number 1 is saying that unlike the repo rate, VRR is predetermined by RBI. The answer is no. Right now I told you this would be based on the demand, okay, by the different banks in the banking sector. Rahul, did you got the answer? Who determines the variable repo rate? It is determined based on the demand. Okay, how much liquidity is being demanded by different banks. So if there would be higher demand, obviously the variable repo rate would be higher. But usually it is less than the repo rate, but it is higher than the reverse repo rate. Okay. Okay, coming to statement number 2, it provides long-term liquidity to the bank. The answer is no. This is something that we witness in long-term repo operations, wherein at the repo rate only, the liquidity is provided to the banks for 1 to 3 years. Okay, this is not the scenario with variable repo rate. Here the liquidity is provided only for 14 days. Okay, so it is a short-term liquidity support. It has nothing to do with long-term liquidity. Okay, that is something that we witness with long-term repo operations. So what did we discuss? This is incorrect. This is also incorrect. So we have to figure out which of the following statement is correct. So answer would be D. None of the statements are correct. Okay. Moving on to question number 18. This is a very simple question. This is asking that which of the following debt securities would be a part of the money market. When you talk about money market, so just simply remember this. Money is liquid. You can easily get anything if you have money. So when you talk about money market instruments, these are the instruments which have a maturity period of either 1 year or less than 1 year. That means you can easily convert them into liquid cash. Okay, maturity period is very less. When you talk about capital, when you hear this word capital, we connect it with something which is related to long term, and that is what is the case with capital market. I hope now you will not be forgetting what is the difference between money market and capital market. So when you talk about capital market or stock market, it basically deals with the debt securities or financial instruments which have a maturity period of more than 1 year. Okay, it can extend to 15 years, 20 years. Okay, but it would be having a maturity period of greater than 1 year. Okay. Majority of the time the money market instruments are unsecured. Okay. Coming to treasury bills. So treasury bills, yes, it is a part of the money market. It has a maturity period of less than 1 year. And when you talk about treasury bills, they are zero coupon. What do I mean by zero coupon? That means you'll not be getting any coupon payment on a regular basis. So then why I am investing in treasury bills? Because when you talk about treasury bills, they are issued at a discount. What do I mean by this? Let's suppose the face value of treasury bills is 1,000. The government would be issuing this treasury bill at a discounted rate, let's suppose of 700 rupees. And the maturity period, let's suppose, is of 91 days. After 91 days, when I take this treasury bill to the government would be giving me 1,000 rupees. So when you talk about treasury bills, they are issued at a discounted price. And after the maturity period, you will be getting the face value. Face value is the value which is written on any financial instrument when you talk about treasury bills. So treasury bills, yes, it is a part of the money market. Then when you talk about commercial papers, these are again unsecured money market instrument. Okay, this can be issued by whom? Everyone? Yes, commercial papers are basically issued by corporate houses which have a tangible net worth of greater than 4 crore. Okay, and when you talk about commercial paper, yes, they are a part of the money market. Okay, then when you talk about long term, third option, the moment you read long term, you need to understand that this is related to capital market. Long term equity financing through stock exchanges. Then notice money market. You already have the hint here. money market is already written. So this would also a part of the money market. Okay, notice money market operation. Basically, you get the money for 2 days to 14 days. Call money market is you get the loan or you do the transaction on overnight basis. Okay, so this is correct, this is correct, this is incorrect, this is correct. And again, statement number 5, maturity period of 15 years. So it would be a part of money market or capital market, everyone. So it would be a part of your capital market because maturity period is greater than 1 year. So here we have been asked that which of the following would be a part of the money market. So answer would be B, because 1, 2, and 4 are a part of money market. So only 3 would be the answer. Now, this is a very interesting question. I think recently there was an article in The Hindu which was pointing out the relation between private final consumption expenditure and your private investment. So that article also gave this particular data point that what we have witnessed is in 1950s, your private final consumption expenditure as a percentage of GDP was around 90%. And when you talk about 2010 and 11, this came down to roughly around 54 or 55%. And this was the year when we witnessed that private investment is at its peak. Okay, what we have witnessed after 2011 and 12, from this particular time, what we have witnessed is your from 2011 and 12, what we are witnessing is your private final consumption expenditure, we are witnessing an increase in this. And because of this, from this particular year, what we are witnessing is the private investment is also coming down. Why is it happening? Can anybody tell me? Why, when our private final consumption expenditure is going up, your private investment is coming down, whereas when this thing is coming down, your private investment are going up? Because when I am consuming less, okay, when my consumption is less, that means I am saving more. And when the government or the corporate houses, when they want to make the investment, they need money. From where they will be able to get this money? From the savings which you and me are going to do. So when we reduce our consumption expenditure, that means we are saving more. And that is why the corporate houses or the government can easily get the supplier saving, and this enables them to increase the investment. Okay, but is that so that if every one of us, okay, all of you, if we start increasing the saving, then will it lead to increase in total savings in the economy? Everyone? No. This is related to paradox of thrift, which is very well written in your NCRTs. This paradox of thrift concept was given by whom? It was given by Keynes. Okay, so paradox of thrift basically tells us that if every one of us starts saving, ultimately this would lead to a reduction in the total saving in the economy. Why? Because if every one of us is saving more, this implies what? That every one of us is demanding less goods and commodities. So aggregate demand would fall less as compared to the aggregate supply. Aggregate supply has not changed. So when every one of us are demanding less, that means there would be an increase in the inventory stock which is available with the producers. Okay, so inventory stock would increase. Inventory stock basically means unsold product which is there with the producers. Okay, inventory is going to increase. So being a rational producer, if whatever I have produced previous year, I'm not able to sell this year, will I increase the production in the upcoming year? The answer is obviously no. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll reduce the production. Since I'm going to reduce the production, don't you think so? I will be laying off certain workers and I might reduce the incomes of the workers also. So factor incomes would go down. Now, since factor incomes have come down, again, don't you think so? This would lead to a reduction in the aggregate demand as compared to aggregate supply. And the cycle would continue, and this would ultimately lead to what? Recessionary conditions in the economy. Okay, so don't think like this, that if everybody starts saving, this would lead to an increase in total, supply of savings in the economy. No, it would actually lead to a reduction in the savings. Okay, now let's read the question. Question number 19 is saying, consider the following statement. Statement number 1 is saying that a decline in consumption expenditure can result in higher private investment. This is something we discussed. We have a, relation between the two. Whenever the consumption expenditure is going down, that means we all are saving more. And since the private sectors have more supply of saving, this leads to increase in private investment. So first statement is correct. Statement number 2 is saying a reduction in consumption expenditure lead to increase in saving. This is what we have said right now. Third statement is saying that a rise in individual savings always leads to a rise in overall savings and investment. No. If every one of us start increasing the savings, I told you the concept of paradox of thrift, that would actually lead to reduction in the total supply of savings in the economy. Okay. So we have been asked that which of the following is correct with respect to the above statement. So statement number 1 is correct, and it is the statement number 2 which is explaining statement number 1, but statement 3 is incorrect. So correct answer here would be C. Only one of the statement 2 and statement 3 is correct. That explains statement number 1. So it is the second statement which is explaining statement number 1. So answer would be C. Let's move forward. Coming to question number 20. Which of the following is going to contribute to imported inflation or import-led inflation in the economy? What do you understand by import-led inflation in the economy? We'll be witnessing this when we are getting the, the goods that we import at a higher price. Let's suppose I used to import a chocolate from US. Its price is $1. Okay. I am assuming two scenarios. One scenario, $1 is equals to 50 rupees. Another scenario is $1 is equals to 100 rupees. Now in this scenario, I have to pay only 50 rupees. Here I have to pay 100 rupees. So whenever my rupee would be depreciating as compared to the dollar, that is the time when I will have to pay more rupees in order to get or in order to import the goods. Okay. This would lead to import-led inflation. How? Now connect this thing to raw materials. Raw materials like crude oil, which is needed for your petroleum industries. Okay, petroleum products. Then I am importing active pharmaceutical ingredients, which would be used for pharmaceuticals or to create generic medicines also. Okay, now when there would be depreciation, when my rupee would depreciate, okay, that is the time when I have to pay more rupee in order to import these goods. Now, when the price of these raw materials is going to increase, why? Because of depreciation. What would happen because of this? The cost of production would go high. And this is something that we read in the inflation chapter also, that whenever the cost of production would go up, the corporate houses are not doing any sort of charity here. So whenever the cost of production would go up, they would increase the prices. And this would lead to what? What kind of inflation in the economy? Everyone? Yes? This would lead to cost push inflation in the economy. Okay? That is why whenever our rupee depreciate as in comparison to the dollar, we witness import-led inflation in the economy. Okay? Rahul, I'll be coming to your question. Don't worry. Okay, let me just explain this question. I'll be coming to a doubt. Now, we have understood that we'll be witnessing import-led inflation when the rupee would be depreciating. So, first option becomes incorrect. Appreciation would not lead to import-led inflation. Then decrease in global crude oil prices. What did I told you? Import-led inflation we'll witness when the prices of imported goods increase. And here we are saying that there is a reduction in the price of global crude oil. So this would not lead to import-led inflation. Third statement is saying that a rise in the interest rate of the exporting nations, basically the West nations, Western countries. Now recently, the Asian Development Bank has warned that since the Western countries, basically USA, they are going to increase their interest rate. This might lead to import-led inflation in the Indian economy. How? Let's understand this. Now, what we are saying that the interest rate in US would be higher than the interest rate in India. That is what we are saying. Okay. Now, this basically points out to a situation of interest rate differentials. Now, being a rational investor, okay, I am a foreign investor, I obviously would be trying to invest in that particular economy wherein I get higher returns. Higher returns would be there in US market. So what I'll do, I'll start demanding dollars. And what I'll do with respect to Indian rupee, since I want to leave the Indian economy. So this would lead to increase in supply of Indian rupee in the international market. Okay, let's arrange the situation. Now demand for dollar have increased. I am not assuming any change in supply of dollar. This would lead to what? Whenever there is higher demand of a particular commodity, supply has not undergone any change. This leads to increase in price of that particular commodity. And that is what we are going to witness here. Appreciation of dollar. And when you talk about Indian rupee, what is happening here? All the foreign investor, they are selling Indian rupee in order to get dollars. Okay, supply of Indian rupee has increased, and with respect to demand, what has happened to the demand of Indian rupee? That has went down. So given this equation, what happens? When the supply is increasing, demand is coming down. This leads to reduction in the price of that particular commodity. So this would lead to depreciation of the Indian rupee. And depreciation, I told you, it is connected with import-led inflation. So therefore, the correct answer would be A, one only. Okay. Now coming to your question, Rahul, how reduction in labor demand reduces the aggregate demand? Now, when are you going to spend? You tell me. When you have higher incomes, yes or no? So what did I told you in paradox of thrift? If aggregate demand is falling, okay, as compared to aggregate supply, this would lead to rise in inventory stock. So the producers would not be producing further in the upcoming year. So when they don't have to produce further, they would do the layoff. So this would lead to increase in unemployment, and this would also imply that the factor incomes are going to reduce. Now, when it comes to the demand, you demand based on your income. Now, when the factor incomes are going to go down, whether you will be demanding more goods and services. Now, because of your factor income is coming down, you would reduce your consumption. And when the consumption is coming down, every one of us are reducing the consumption. In the economy, everybody is witnessing a reduction in factor income. So we'll be demanding less goods and services. So when everybody would be demanding less goods and services, don't you think so? This would again bring us to the situation. Aggregate demand would be lower than aggregate supply. Now is it clear, Rahul, how this whole mechanism is working? Because when the corporate houses would be demanding less labor, that means the factor income are going to go down. And when the factor income go down, nobody would be demanding more goods and services. Ultimately, again, we'll be coming back to this particular situation. Clear? Okay, let's move forward. Now, this is a very interesting question. This is related to inverted duty structure. The question is saying, question number 62. In the era of gated globalization, what is gated globalization? Wherein we are going to reduce our trade barriers only for selective trade partners. Okay. Now, it is saying that where trade agreements and tariffs are becoming increasingly interlinked, how does the inverted duty structure is going to impact the economy? Now, when you talk about the inverted duty structure, normally what should happen? When you talk about raw materials and when I talk about finished products, normally, normal logic is we need to have a higher tax rate, let's suppose 10% on finished products and roughly 4% on raw materials. But in inverted duty structure, the things would be different. So inverted duty structure, what is happening? When you talk about raw materials, here we are taxing them at a higher rate, maybe 10%. When you talk about finished products, we are taxing them at a lower rate, maybe 5%. Now you tell me, if I am taxing the raw materials which the corporate houses are importing, example, crude oil, active pharmaceutical ingredients, if I'm taxing them at a higher rate, okay, I'm imposing higher duties on them, this would again increase the cost of production or not? You can connect it with the import-led inflation also in the economy. Now, when the cost of production is going to increase, the corporate houses would have to increase the prices also. Now, when they would be increasing the prices, do you think that the goods that we are producing in Indian economy, they would remain price competitive? The answer is obviously no. Okay. So don't you think so in this particular scenario, being a rational producer, whether I'll prefer to do the value addition and do the domestic manufacturing here in India, or I'll prefer to, import the final or finished good? Because I have to pay less taxes on the finished products. So whenever we have inverted duty structure, what we witness a reduction in the domestic manufacturing, and we witness a reduction in the value addition. This is something that we are witnessing with the manufacturing of solar panels as well. When it comes to the raw materials that we need to, build the solar panels, we are imposing a higher, custom duties on that. And when it comes to importing the finished solar panels, okay, therein we impose less custom duties. So when you talk about inverted duty structure, how it is going to impact the economy? It would be discouraging the domestic manufacturing by making raw material costlier than the finished products. This is correct. It is going to increase the dependence on imports, leading to higher trade deficit. Instead of doing the value addition in the domestic economy, what I'll do? I'll import the finished products. And this would ultimately increase my imports as compared to the exports. So this would be leading to trade deficits in India. So this is also correct. And when it comes to third statement, it is saying that it is going to boost local employment by encouraging value addition within the domestic market. This is something I told you incorrect. This would actually discourage the value addition in the domestic economy. So correct answer here would be A, because only first and second statement are correct. How come? We don't have any question with regard to CRR. Okay. Coming to national income accounting. I didn't talk about cash reserve ratio. I talked about this interbank money transaction, okay, or call money market rate, at which the different banks get the liquidity from other banks. Okay, Sandeep, you are confusing it with the cash reserve ratio. I didn't talk about cash reserve ratio. Variable repo rate, the RBI would be using that particular tool when the call money market rate, at which the banks get liquidity support on an overnight basis from different banks, when that call money market rate is higher than the repo rate. Don't confuse it with CRR, cash reserve ratio. Clear? Okay, coming to national income accounting, we have to figure out that how many of the above are included in the calculation of GDP as well as net national income. Now, I know a lot of students would be having a confusion with regard to this particular question. We have deliberately made this particular question very difficult. Now, when I talk about GDP, it basically refers to the final value of goods and services produced in the domestic economy. Okay, basically the domestic territory. So when I say final value, I'm talking with respect to market price. And when I talk about net national income, herein we take into account the factor income earned by different factors of production in form of rent, wages, interest, etc. with respect to the, which are associated with, let's suppose, Indian economy. The factors of production are associated with the Indian economy. These are basically the income which is, let's suppose, the Indian citizen is there and he or she is working in Saudi Arabia. So whatever goods or services he or she is enabling the Saudi Arabia economy to produce, that would be taken into account in the Saudi Arabia GDP. But the income that the Indian citizen is earning there, that would be taken into account when it comes to calculating the net national income. Okay. Now, in this question, this net national income, we will be taking it as market price. Now, how do we get this net national income? Now, when you talk about GDP, we are taking it at market price. When you add net factor income from abroad, we get what? We get GNP at market price. Now, out of this GNP, when you reduce the depreciation, we get what? We get NNP at market price. And that is what is your net national income. Now, let's look into that which of the following would be included in the calculation of both of these. Okay. Coming to the first option, it is saying that the profits earned by a foreign company from its investment in India. Now, this would be taken into account in GDP because it is enabling us to produce more goods and services. But since this income is basically related to a foreign company, so this would not be taken into account when it comes to calculation of net national income. So first would be eliminated. Now, coming to option number 2. Option number 2 is saying profits earned by a Indian importer of electronic components. Electronic components basically means we are importing some raw materials through their supply in India. Now, if I would have imported, let's suppose, a headphone, okay, and I would have used it for self-consumption. Now, that would not be taken into account when it comes to GDP. If I'm using that imported goods for my self-consumption, I'm not doing any value addition. But just look at to this particular statement. An Indian importer has imported some electronic components. Components basically means it is a kind of raw material. And then he or she is earning profits. That means this importer would have done some value addition. So after the value addition, this thing would be taken into account in GDP. Since we are doing the value addition, we calculate GDP with the another method of, we have value added method also. So this would be taken into account when it comes to GDP also, and this would also be taken into account when it comes to net national income, because this income is being earned by a Indian. Okay, so second would be taken into account. Coming to statement number 3, income which you earn from illegal activities by like gambling, betting, this would not be taken into account when it comes to GDP or net national income. Okay, illegal activities we do not take into account. Okay. Then when it comes to PM Kisan transfer to the farmers, this is a kind of transfer payment. Transfer payment basically means which are unidirectional payment. In return, the government is not going to get any good or services in return. Okay, so that is not going to lead any value addition in the economy. So that is why this would not be taken into account. Coming to the last option, custom duties paid on import of capital goods into India. Now again, when it comes to capital goods, they are used for production of other goods. Okay, so and since the importer has paid custom duties, so this would actually increase the cost of production. When the cost of production would increase, this would ultimately lead to an increase in market price. Okay, so ultimately, since this capital good would be used for producing other goods and services, and since we are not taking into account the capital good, we are taking into account the custom duties. Why? Because this would ultimately lead to an increase in market price, and we are calculating this GDP as well as net national income at market price. So both second and fifth would be taken into account when it comes to calculation of GDP as well as net national income. So answer would be A, 2 only. Okay, clear to everyone? Take a screenshot of this. Okay, what all things we include and what all things we do not include when it comes to calculating the net national or national income. Okay, coming to question number 64. This is with respect to preference share. Let's just first understand what is preference share. Okay, and how it is different from ordinary shares. Now, when it comes to preference share, if I hold a preference share with respect to a company X, I would be getting dividends, okay, even before the ordinary or equity shareholders, okay, but I would not be getting any voting rights. So I would not be participating in any management related decisions. And when the company would get liquidated, I would be the first person who would be getting the money before the equity shareholders, okay. Now we have two different terms. One is non-convertible. Non-convertible basically means you cannot convert this preferential share into equity shares. Okay. If it would have been convertible, that means I can convert my preference share into equity shares. Now, another word we have is redeemable. This basically means that whether the company X, which has issued this preference share, can it repurchase this preference share or not at a fixed date and at a fixed price. If it can do so, then we say that it is redeemable, and if it cannot do so, then we will be referring it as non-redeemable. Okay. Now, since we have understood the different terms which we have asked in this particular question, let's read the question. The question is saying, which one of the following statement is not correct regarding the non-convertible redeemable preference share? First statement is saying it cannot be converted into equity shares. That is what non-convertible implies. So this is correct. Second statement is saying it provides you fixed dividends. This is the property which is there with the preference shares. Okay. with a specified redemption period. This is also correct because it is redeemable. Okay, the company can repurchase it at a fixed date at a fixed price. Then statement number C is saying that they have to be issued by the company within the timeline of T+1 working day. This is incorrect. Recently, SEBI has issued the guidelines and it has stated that the IPO listing of these preference share, non-convertible redeemable preference share, should be done in T+1 working days. Previously, it was T+6. Okay, so this is not correct and this is actually our correct answer because we have to figure out which of the following is not correct. Okay, coming to D option, it is saying that it do not provide you any voting rights. This is something I told you. This is the property of preference share and you get the voting rights if you are a equity shareholder. Okay, so the answer would be C. Now coming to question number 65, it is telling that which of the following witness a increase, okay, increasing trend as we move from NFHS 4 to NFHS 5. Okay, so when it comes to the percentage of women which are having the bank accounts, we have witnessed a 25% increase here. When it comes to women participation in family decision making, we have witnessed a 13% reduction here as we move from National Family Health Survey 4 to National Family Health Survey 5th. Okay, so this is correct, this is incorrect. Coming to third, employment rate of currently married women, yes, we have witnessed 1% increase in this. And when it comes to fourth option, the overall society rejection of domestic violence, we have a mixed progress here, because when you talk about the men who think that, you know, beating wives is normal, we have witnessed a 2% increase in such men. But when you talk about women, we have witnessed a 7% reduction. Okay, 7% less women has said that, okay, beating wife is not normal. Okay, we should reject this particular practice. So since we have a mixed progress, we cannot say that we have witnessed an increasing trend here. So therefore, the correct answer would be your A. 1 and 3 only are correct answers. Moving forward. Now, this is a term which was there in news, principal purpose test. For this, we need to first understand what is base erosion and profit shifting. One simple thing that we need to understand is what is round tripping. Now, let's suppose the two countries, India and Mauritius, they have signed a double taxation avoidance agreement. So what happened because of this? This is Indian authorities, this is Mauritius authority. If the Indian businessman is bringing the investment in Mauritius, okay, then who would be having the power to tax that particular income? It would be the Indian authorities, okay, because we go by the resident rule, okay. So no matter from which jurisdiction you are earning the income, the taxation power would be with respect to that particular country wherein you are residing, okay. So that is the resident rule. Since the Indian businessman is bringing the investment in Mauritius, so Indian businessman is a resident of India, so Indian authorities would be taxing this. Mauritius authorities would not be taxing it. Now, when you talk about Mauritius businessman bringing the investment in India, who would be having the taxation power? It would be the Mauritius government and not the Indian government. So when you talk about Mauritius, therein the capital gains tax is very negligible, okay. So because of this, what the Indian businessman do? So they would open a shell company in Mauritius, and with the help of this shell company, okay, they would be bringing the FDI in India. Why? Because in this case, the taxation power would be with the Mauritius government, okay, wherein the capital gains tax is very negligible, okay. So when the businesses, they are, you know, engaging in this base erosion and profit shifting practices, wherein they are trying to reduce their tax, you know, obligations. In this backdrop, we have come up with this principal purpose test, wherein the government would be looking into that whatever investment which is being coming in Indian economy, okay, whether the businesses are coming here with a genuine purpose to do the business in India, or they are just bringing the investment to, you know, do the tax avoidance or tax evasion. That is what this statement is saying. The statement is saying. to ensure that a business is not primarily created to avoid taxes by taking advantage of bilateral tax treaties, what we were witnessing previously with respect to round tripping. Okay, so if the businessman is coming with a genuine purpose, only then they would be getting the benefit of double taxation avoidance agreement. If they are bringing the investment just to avoid the taxes, then they would not be eligible to get this particular benefit of double taxation avoidance agreement. So their answer would be D. Moving on to question number 67. This is a very straightforward question. Please do let me know what other queries you people are having with respect to whatever we have discussed. Now, in this question, there is a mistake in the answer key. We are asking that which of the following commodities, you have to arrange it in the ascending order when it comes to the import value in India, when it comes to financial year 2023-24. So this we are talking about. Okay, in answer key, I think we have given A. The answer would be B. Because if you look at the numbers, so it is raw cotton, which is having the least import value. Then we have the natural rubber, that is fourth. Okay, and then we have your pulses, and then we have your then we have your vegetable oils. So therefore, the answer would be B and not A. Do make this correction in your answer key. Coming to another interesting concept, that is question number 68. Which of the following statement best describe the concept of parallel imports? Why we are reading this particular concept? Because previously, brands like Apple and Zara, they have stated that they would not be selling their products in Russia in the backdrop of Russia-Ukraine war. So what the sellers did, they bought the Apple products or Zara products from nearby market, that is of Kazakhstan. Okay, and then they sold that in the Russian markets without the approval of the Apple company. So parallel imports basically refers to we are importing a genuine good. Okay, that product would be of Apple only. But what is the difference here? Here the company which is the true owner of that particular brand, that has not given you the consent to sell that particular product in another market. Okay, the example that I discussed, Apple did not wanted its product to be sold in Russian market. So parallel imports is when we are selling the genuine imported goods without the permission of intellectual property rights holder, but they are legally purchased in another country. Okay, so parallel imports you can understand in this way that when you are selling the good outside the authorized distribution channels. Okay, this is also referred to be as gray market also. So it has nothing to do with counterfeit goods. Okay, it has nothing to do with trade restriction within the countries, and it has nothing to do with dumping practice. So answer would be B, wherein we are selling the genuine goods but without the approval of the true brand owner. Can anybody tell me what do you understand by dumping? Dumping is when a particular country is exporting a particular good in another country at a price which is lower than the domestic price, okay, or it is lower than the cost of production in this country X. So here the answer would be B. Coming to the last question, question number 69. It is asking that which of the following taxes form a part of state-owned tax revenue? That means by levying which of the following taxes the state is able to earn the revenue. Okay. So when you talk about security transaction tax and corporation tax, these two are actually levied by the central government and not by the state government. Rest of the three are actually a part of the state-owned tax revenue. So answer would be B, only 3. When you talk about security transaction tax, can anybody tell me what do you mean by security transaction tax? Recently, the central government has increased the security transaction tax. So this is a tax, direct tax, which is levied by the central government and it is collected by the central government only. This tax is levied basically on the purchase and sale of securities which are listed on the recognized stock market in India. Okay, so that's all. Now, Richa ma'am would be taking forward the discussion with regard to geography. Okay, all the best to all of you. Keep learning, keep smiling.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Richa, and I'll be taking up two sessions here. First would be of geography, followed up by history section, right? So let's first quickly talk about the high yielding topics of geography area. So, as I have discussed in multiple webinars before, also, it all starts with the basics of Earth and universe, and this is going to help you. Now, this is one chapter. Either you do it from a very basic GC Leong or you do it from NCRT. It doesn't matter. You don't have to go for advanced books or advanced theories over here. This is a very plain topic. They'll be just asking about the equinoxes, solstices, etc. But the basics should be very clear. What is the significance of 21st of June date? That is very important, right? Then places in news, of course, and this is where current affair plays a very good role in geography. So you have to learn both places in news belonging to India and belonging to geography. Okay, then the important water resources. So in the section of water resources, you must have seen the percentage distribution, which one has the most amount of fresh water resources. And for example, in 2021 as well as in 2024, similar question was asked that all the groundwater in the world has more water, has more fresh water as compared to all the lakes and rivers combined. That statement was correct as it is given in NCRT. So NCRT would be a good resource, but at the same time also prefer choosing the current affairs over here. Then if anything is in news, for example, Afghanistan was there. So Afghanistan and its bordering countries were asked. Black Sea and the bordering countries could be asked. Ukraine, Sea of Azov, Kerch Strait, and the bordering areas would be asked. Right now when is in news again, we can expect a question regarding bordering nations, right? So those, along with important physiographic areas, including a very important factor which we generally tend to ignore, but this is seeing a rising impetus in exam, which is the types of forests and the types of trees. This is something which is very low hanging fruit, so try to grab it to your best. Now we will begin with our first question, and this question is on the Kumbh Mela. So this question is highly is going to maybe come in this examination. And why do we say this? Because this was the 144th Kumbh, which is also known as Mahakumbh. So which means it happens every 144th year. Now this is a Mahakumbh, but a typical cycle or the synchronity of a kumbh is of 12 years with 4 iterations at 4 different places belonging to 3 rivers. And this is what we have to cover from geography point of view, that where exactly these kumbh places are located. Now when a 12-year kumbh happens, this is known as a purna kumbh. When a half or a 6-year kumbh happens, this is known as an ardh kumbh, right? This is known as an ardh kumbh. Now to memorize the places, because this is one of the mythological story where the Samudra Manthan, Amrit Manthan was going on, and this was done by the Vasuki Nag in the taking as the shaft of a particular parvat. So, and which parvat was that? That was a Mandar parvat. So this mythological story tells that some of the parts, the Garud lifted some of the parts of this pot of Amrit and dropped it in 4 particular places. So you can learn it with the help of this acronym, which is the FUN acronym. So one is Prayagraj, where the recent Mahakumbh was held. Then we have got Haridwar, Ujjain, and Nasik. Now, which are the rivers on banks of which it is located? Because Kumbh is celebrated over rivers, right? So Prayagraj is Ganga, Haridwar is Ganga, Ujjain is the river Shipra. Now, this question could be asked, and Nasik is river Godavari. Right, so these are the 4 places where the Kumbh Mela takes place. So here this was asked that you have to identify the 4 cities where the Kumbh Mela is held. So we could very easily identify these are the areas, right? We don't have to go to this section. Okay, so the answer is B, C, D, and F. Next is about the meridional circulation. Now students, I have a lot many times signified the importance of understanding the word meaning in geography. So this is something which you probably wouldn't have read in the books as such, but what do we mean by meridian? What do we mean by prime meridian? It means something which is having longitudinal expanse. So a meridional circulation would be moving in the or along the longitudinal side, that is probably from north to south or south to north, and not in the east-west or west-east direction. Getting it? When the east-west and the west-east, vice versa direction of flow of wind happens. What is this called? This is called zonal circulation. Can you name some of them? We have got jet streams, we have got easterlies, we have got westerlies, then we have got certain equatorial currents, right? The north equatorial current, the anti equatorial currents, right? So along with the equatorial currents and along with these easterly, westerly, trade winds, etc., we have this zonal circulations. And what are meridional circulation? Something moving in north-south or south-north direction. So this generally happens in the case of Hadley cell, Ferrel cell, polar cells, even in the case of some of the currents, Peruvian current, Venezuela current, etc. So here the answer would be to distribute the heat and moisture between the equator and the poles, which means distribution is happening vertically or meridionally, and this is what it is signifying. Got it? So this was a very easy question had you thought it very simply and thought about the wordplay. Okay, now moving to next question. How many of the above soil properties typically decrease in concentration as the depth increases in a soil profile? Talking about a soil profile, it primarily comprises of 5 layers. The ozone, right? Then we have A, we have E, we have B, we have C, and finally we have the parent layer. We have the parent horizon, which is followed up by the bedrock horizon. So what are the features which are decreasing? So here, I will try to solve this question with the help of certain techniques. Okay. So as you can see that the air would be prevalent in the topmost layer of the soil profile. So as you go down, the amount of oxygen, the amount of aeration would definitely go down. This is also one of the reasons that you will not be able to find a lot of organic matter there. And if not, you're not finding air, you're not finding organic matter, then how are you supposed to find good microbial activity down the horizon? So these three things, they are correlative. That is the technique. कि आप चेक करो कि इनमें से भाई भाई कौन है, इनमें से which of these following are correlative to each other, and then you try to solve. And obviously parent minerals, the parent rock is the final layer, so how will it decrease? It will only increase, right? So therefore you just eliminate one and you will get only 3 as the correct answer. Okay, now moving to the next question very quickly. This is talking about thermocline layer. In this question, just like how UPSC has been following pattern about asking something about the circulations, atmospheric circulations, and how specifically the ocean temperatures are varying, 4 times it has asked in last 5 years. So this topic becomes important. What is the thermohaline or the thermocline layer? So this is that degree, or this is that area of the ocean bottom in which you will see sudden drop in the temperature. So sudden drop is the feature of a strong thermocline. Now, why will sudden drop happen? We know that as we go beneath the ocean, the temperature is definitely going to drop so much, so it is going to drop up to 0 degrees also. But the contrast will ensure how strong would be this thermocline, how sharp will be this thermocline. And this contrast is ensured by the following things. First, what is the temperature at the surface? What is the temperature at the growing lower gradients? If the surface is very, very warm, the temperature contrast would be very sharp. Thermocline would be very prominent. In the vice versa situation, let's say in the polar region, the topmost layer is already cold, right? So the thermocline, though there will be a gradient, it will not be that steep, not that sharp, not that prominent. So what they are saying is thermocline layer in oceanic water is weak in the polar regions. Absolutely. And what do we mean by it being weak? It is present but not very prominent, not very steep. And what could be the reason for this? In polar region, in questions like these, you first have to check the correctness of each and every statement individually without thinking whether this one is a reason or not. So let's first check the factual accuracy. Polar region mein, there is not much difference in the temperature, in the salinity, in the density between the surface waters and the deep waters. And that is why the gradient will not be sharp, because there is not much difference, right? So both the statements are correct, and this correctly explains statement number 1. And I hope this was an easy question, and this is something that most of you have solved, right? Now, moving to the next one. Any doubt, students? If you have any doubt, please let me know. Fine. Now the next question, an interesting one, because a very similar question on UP has been asked by UPSC last year about which of the following are the nitrogen fixing plants. Now we are not supposed to know all the plants whether they are pseudo-cereals or nitrogen fixing or not, but some of the things we casually know. And what are these? For example, in this case, if you eliminate spinach, or you will get the right answer. You have to eliminate 6 and you will get the right answer, because spinach we all eat and we know that this is not a legume plant. It is not nitrogen fixing. Similar is the case for pseudo cereal. Something which tastes like cereal could be a replacement for the cereal but is not a cereal. Why are we trying to replace cereal, students? Because we want something which is having less gluten, less carbohydrate, so that we don't become, diabetic, because that happens upon excessive consumption of carbohydrate. So these supplements would be supplement for gluten, for carbohydrate. So can you name some? If anybody of you has been in touch with the recent diet trends, a lot of amaranth rotis are being made, buckwheat is being used, quinoa salad ban raha hai. So what are these things? These are the things which are having pseudo cereal qualities. And what makes them a pseudo cereal? That they belong to a different family which is completely different from that of cereals. What are cereals? Rice, wheat, barley, millets, all of them are cereal. They have a very high glycemic index. To lower down that glycemic index, or to lower down that amylase, what is there? We have got certain plants. And these certain plants are, we have got buckwheat, we have got amaranth, and we have got quinoa. Right? Now, moving to the next question. So consider the following statements regarding Tendu, Palash, and Amaltas. Okay. Now here again, I would like to bring your notice to a PYQ. And this PYQ is on the current, consider the following trees: jackfruit, mahua, and teak. And which one of the following is deciduous? That is why I was telling you the importance of forests, the importance of studying the different trees and to which forest type do they belong. Very similar question taken up in this one. All are tropical evergreen trees. And this was a very interesting question. How many of you have got it right? No, millets are cereals. How many of you have got this right? How many of you have got this right? Please let me know. So I'll tell you something. All are tropical evergreen trees. Now, what is a tropical evergreen condition? That it has to receive more than 200 centimeters of rainfall. All occur in the regions that record rainfall between 70 to 100 centimeters. Anything above 100 centimeter would be called as a deciduous condition, but moist deciduous condition. But 70 to 100 would be a dry deciduous condition. Okay, so we have got two forest type here: evergreen forest type and the dry deciduous forest type. Then all remain leafless for most part of the year. Which category is this? Which category of forest? Thorn forest. So definitely all of them cannot be correct altogether, because they are not correlated. Three of them, all of them are different types of forests. So we have to choose one. The sal, the teak, mahua, jackfruit, and so basically most of them are considered, apart from jackfruit, mahua, teak, and sal, they are considered as the type of deciduous forest. Okay, that too moist deciduous forest. And Tendu, Palash, Amaltas, they are considered as categorization of dry deciduous forest. So only one is correct. And this question would have been a no-brainer. It's a very easy one, right? Got it? So now let's move to the next question. And here we need to have a sound knowledge of the straits. And strait is something which is not very difficult. The basic Magellan Strait इतना famous strait है. It is between Pacific Ocean, it is between Atlantic Ocean. So Straits of Magellan में लिखा हुआ है. This one is correct. So I know that B and D are going to be the right one. Okay. Now I have to see whether the Strait of Sicily and Torres Strait are correct or not. Strait of Sicily is something which is going to lie in around Italy, right? So the Strait of Sicily, if you will see, this is Italy. This is the peninsula of Sicily. And this strait is actually creating a demarcation between two large water bodies, which is the meaning of strait also, of the western side or the northern side and the southern side of Mediterranean Sea. Northern side में अगर वो Tyrrhenian Sea भी बोलते, that would have also made sense. But when we take the reference of Italy, this Ionian Sea and Adriatic Sea, अगर ये इटली है तो यहाँ पे एड्रियाटिक सी होता है एंड यहाँ पे साउथ में आयनियन सी होता है. And यहाँ पे we have got Sicily, and here is where the Strait of Sicily is located. So these are not correlated. Therefore, first one would be incorrect. And so now I'm only left with B. I don't even have to check for the second statement, and this is how we learn the skill of solving question in prelims paper. We don't have to battle, we don't have to test knowledge across all the topics. Maybe elimination would help, and it will help in more than 30 of the questions, right? Next, let's move to the next question, which is about cold drop. Again, wordplay. What is a drop situation? What exactly is dropping over here? The pressure. And if pressure drops, which means this is a low pressure condition, which alternatively is also known as a depression condition. So where do I find this word depression in all among the following? An isolated depression at a high altitude in the Western Mediterranean region. Now, somebody who had a sound knowledge of current affair this year, who had read about geography current affair, would have found this question very, very easy as well. Okay? Reason for this is there are certain unique phenomena which happened. One of them was the Dana effect. Now, Dana effect is something which stands for, it is a Spanish language. Don't, please forgive my pronunciation. Depression, Aileda, El Nivelos Altos, which eventually means this is a situation in the western side of Mediterranean where at high altitudes, a resting high pressure cold air mass is suddenly captured by a high altitude low pressure, and therefore this creates a lot of turbulence leading to torrential currents, leading to torrential rainfall in that region, right? So this is an isolated depression, something which was in current affair. Talking about this question, there are certain other topics which could be asked, the other unique phenomena which happened in the domain of geography in the last year, and I would like you to take notes of the same. Okay, so we have volcano vortex, we have got this Dana situation or the cold drop, we have got negative leap second, the auroras which were for the first time observed in Hanley Laboratory of Ladakh, the cosmic observations, then what is equatorial plasmic bubbles, then what is a pineapple express or atmospheric rivers. Please take note of them and try to learn. Even if in one word you are able to understand, this question would be very easily solved, and these types would be easily solved, right? Now, if that makes sense to you, we'll move to the next question, and which is about features of a crop, and we have to predict that crop. So for example, a dragon fruit. A dragon fruit has been asked over here, and we have to tell how many of the points are correct. So first of all, imagine a dragon fruit. If you have not seen the tree something looks like this, but I'm pretty sure that most of you have seen a dragon fruit in real life. How many of you have seen a dragon fruit? Please raise your hands. How many of you have seen a dragon fruit? Because a dragon fruit has something which is little thorny, so which means that it is coming from an area, maybe it is coming, you know, in the form of a cactus. So probably it is not receiving a lot of rainfall, that is why it habituated to create those kind of leaves. That is the first thing. Second thing, it is a fruit, it is a very ripe fruit. Just like mango, just like kiwi, it would also require a very sunny weather to ripen up, because this is a big fruit, right? And secondly, where was the origin of dragon fruit for the first time? It is native to Americas, that too the central and the south of Americas. Okay, but that too the desert is the dry regions of these parts of America. So now let's try to answer the question. So we have got average temperature range of 20 to 29 degrees centigrade. That would be correct. Rainfall above 300 centimeter per year. This would be wrong, because I have told you that the adaptation of dragon fruit looks like it is a part of cactus family. That is how it looks. So definitely it would not be surviving in a very heavy rainfall, heavy precipitative region, right? So we will make this one incorrect. Then well drained loamy soil. Now this is the prerequisite for almost all the crops, because अगर बहुत ज़्यादा contamination हो जाता है water का, collection हो जाता है water का, it leads to rotting of the roots of the tree because of the excessive microbial activity, right? I will explain this once I'll end this topic. Okay, I'll explain that, sure. So this one would be incorrect. And this one is correct. Open areas for sunlight exposure, which is the basic requirement for most of the ripened fruits. So here the answer would be only 3. We just have to eliminate one, which is a data-driven fact, and that about the rainfall, right? Now, the next question. Now, this is something which I wanted to showcase, and I felt that this question could be asked this year because of the this particular plant which was in news. So this is about the cocoa plant, which has seen 57% drop down in the overall production rate. So you can have a look into this. These are the features, and you try to solve this question for yourself. You can take a screenshot and tell me the answer. Okay, what is the answer of this question? I'm already telling you the answer is cocoa, right? Now, please tell me one thing, that which of the following features tell you that what could be its geographical distribution? Please take a screenshot and let me know this answer. Okay, now, having known this, we will now read about the landforms. This question is telling me which of the following geographic features is not of karst origin. So karst origin includes, first of all, is something which gets developed over the limestone rich rocks or the bedrocks. The landform should be limestone rich. It was first found in the karst region of Yugoslavia. That is why the entire topography is named after the region. And second, it gets formed not only at the surfacial levels, but also at the cave level, at levels beneath the surface. Beneath the surface, we have got stalactites, we have got stalagmites, these are stalactites. Together, they are curtains, right? And then we also have flow stones, drip stones or flow stones. जहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा पानी गिरता है, it gets condensed, calcium carbonate. So that is where you will find flow stones, right? Then you will find certain holes in the surface regions. So the basic hole, the most basic hole that we have is a doline. Doline जब और ज़्यादा बड़ा हो जाता है, then it gets converted into a polge. Polge जब बहुत सारी polge combine हो जाते हैं, it gets converted into uvalas. So here, flowstone, dolines, and polges, these are correct. So which one is not? Esker. So esker is a depositional landform created because of the glacial action. Okay? So I hope this one is clear to you. Now let's move to the next question. This is about the transboundary rivers. So we have to identify how many of the above flow entirely within India. So you have to eliminate the transboundary rivers over here. Let's first assess Byas. Byas originates in Himachal Pradesh, Rohtang Pass, and joins Satluj river in Punjab itself. So it completely flows in India, right? It completely flows in India. So Byas is correct. Barak, however, while it originates from Nagaland, flows to Manipur, etc., it also flows to Bangladesh. So we will eliminate Barak. Similarly for Lohit actually originates from China, then enters, it's a tributary of Brahmaputra, so then it enters into India. So it is a transboundary river. We will eliminate this one also. Then let's talk about Teesta River. Where do you imagine Teesta River? Teesta River was in news also. So this is actually something which originates from the Changthang Glacier of Sikkim, India only. But then after going through West Bengal, it enters into Bangladesh, making it a transboundary river again. A very important tributary of Teesta, which was a UPSC PYQ, was Rangit. So we have to read this one in good clarity, because last year the Teesta Glof happened, the glacial lake outburst flood. So I believe that could be asked, right? What are fluvial landforms? Fluvial landforms are the landforms created by the action of rivers. Okay. So we have got the answer as Byas. We have eliminated all of them. So now we have got only one का तो कोई option है नहीं. So हम obviously गोमती को सही मानेंगे. But anyway, गोमती कहाँ से originate होती है? From the Pilibhit district of Uttar Pradesh, and then it finally joins Ganga. See, here is Gomti, and it finally joins Ganga. Okay, near Lucknow. So this is also something which is an in-boundary or in-house river. So only 2 is the correct answer. Okay. Now, the next question is about the physiography. Now, this you have to learn. You have to take notes of, because this is a little factual. अगर आपका सही नहीं गया, that is also fine. Completely fine. We just have to sharpen up our knowledge. तो हम जल्दी revise कर लेते हैं. What is Adwara? Adwara is group of rivers which is located in Bihar. Then what is a Bahirigiri? Bahirigiri is the name of Greater Himalayas, जो बाहर के साइड गिरी है या माउंटेन्स है, राइट? नेक्स्ट इज व्हाट इज भाबर. भाबर तो आपको पता है, जो स्टोन या पेबल का पूरा जोन होता है हिमालयस में. फुट ऑफ शिवालिक में, फुट ऑफ शिवालिक में ही आपको चोज दिखेगा. सो चोज इज द गली फॉर्मेशन इन दी in the outskirts or basically in the foothills of Shivalik only, right? So these are the gully formations because of Shivalik rivers. Next is Chos. So Chos kya hota hai? Now this is Chos and this is Cho. This is a seasonal stream in Punjab. Where? In Punjab. Region is very, very important. Please keep taking notes of this. Then we have Duars. Now just as we have Doon in the Shivalik part of mountains in the northern part of India, दार्जिलिंग साइड, वेस्ट बंगाल साइड, वी हैव गॉट दुआर्स. ठीक है, दून हमने पढ़ लिया. इसके बाद आते हैं यहाँ पे होते हैं दीज आर द लगून्स और बैक वाटर्स ऑफ केरला. समथिंग इंटरेस्टिंग फ्रॉम राजस्थान आल्सो. सो वी हैव गॉट Dhriyan. So Dhriyan are steps leading up to are shifting sand dunes in the Thar desert. These are the shifting sand dunes. So these are Dhriyans. ठीक है, अब आपने इतना पढ़ लिया, आपने इसके नोट्स बना लिए. अब हम ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करते हैं कि हाउ टू अरेंज देम फ्रॉम नॉर्थ टू साउथ. So first one would be Karevas. Karevas are the glacial deposits where generally saffron cultivation happens. Where does it happen in India? It happens in Kashmir. Okay, so this one would be first. Chos are the gully formation due to the rivers coming from the foothills of Shivalik or Himalaya. This is the second one. Dhriyans happen in Rajasthan. Kayas happen in Kerala. So if you knew about the meanings of these statements, this question would have been easy, right? Next question. Now this is about which one of the following minerals are found in beach sand deposits. Again, taking cue from PYQs, we have got ilmenite and rutile. Both of them are the ores of a very essential mineral. Which mineral is that? Which mineral is that? I don't know how much PYQ analysis have we done, because see, ilmenite and rutile, this question has been asked, taken directly from the 7th standard NCERT of geography. UPSC 2023 का क्वेश्चन है कि these are available on certain coastal tracts. मतलब ये sand mineral है, right? Second, are rich sources of which of the following? Rich sources of titanium, right? So हमें यहाँ पे क्या बताना था कि which one of the following can be found on beach sand deposits. If I have done my PYQ analysis, I can tell first and second तो correct है. तो first and second कहाँ पे सही है? A में and D में, ठीक है? Now I just have to see 4 तो सब में सही है, दोनों में ही सही है. I have to now see whether 3 would be the correct one or not. So third में है gold. अब आपने placer deposit सुना है? Placer deposits generally happen where the river joins the sea or the ocean, right? And we have got placer deposits in Odisha. So placer deposits में essentially gold मिलते हैं, बहुत gold भी मिल सकता है and कोई भी mineral मिल सकता है, कोई भी heavy metal मिल सकता है. So therefore all of them are the correct answer. All of them are the correct answer. Very good. To students who are telling titanium, very good. ठीक है? So now that we have completed the geography section, now we'll be moving towards discussing the history section. I hope that most of the doubts of geography section have been resolved, right? So now we will move to the history section. Shall we? Students, we are moving to the history section now. So in the history section, these are the following areas which are important for you to read, along with certain current affair areas. So for example, we were reading about Kumbh, right? Certain current affair aspects could be asked. Is it a part of UNESCO intangible cultural heritage site or not? The answer would be a complete yes. Kumbh Mela is a part of intangible cultural heritage site of India by UNESCO. And can you tell me that during whose reign this Kumbh festival first got celebrated? During whose reign did that happen? It happened in 7th century in the reign of Harshavardhan, right? And the first documentation, official documentation, was therefore produced by Yunsang. Fine. So these are the important areas of history which we have to cover. And now we will begin with the first question, which is of great relevancy in this year because of an important news. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has announced $1 million prize for deciphering the Harappan or the Indus Valley script. Now, why is it such a problematic area? Why is it very difficult to decipher the text? Because of the following things. See, first thing is, there is no reference language. So generally what happens is, there is inscription of one language which is unknown. And at the same time, we will find the second era people would have deciphered it and written something which is much more known to us. Let's say in the Pali language, Prakrit language, which could still be deciphered, right? तो यहाँ पे there is a lack of bilingual text. There is only one domain of text available, which is non-decipherable because of the following reasons. That you will see here a lot of symbol variation, which means this is a pictographic script, and this pictography keeps changing. Okay, this is also phonetic in nature, and that also keeps changing, right? And this is also logosyllabic, so which means that there are certain signs which represent certain objects, and there are certain objects which are created in the form of pictography which denote certain sign. Then the sequence of writing the script is also not very well known to us. Mostly they write from left to right, then they could go from right to left, but that is also not consistent. Even if there is a Bostrom-Fedon method around it, it is not consistent practice, right? So some of the problems, that there is lack of bilingual text, there is short and fragmentary text, which means the texts are not long enough to be deciphered, hardly containing of 4 to 5 keywords. So itne chote text ko decipher karna would be easy. Now we are advancing in technology. We have got the data sets enabler like AI, we have got GPTs, but even they don't have data which will help them to compare one with the other, because bilingual text available नहीं है. तो जो current technology है ये भी कहीं ना कहीं fail हो रही है. ठीक है. Next, symbol variation हो रहे हैं, unknown language है completely, and most importantly limited archaeological evidences. It is only limited to the Harappan region. बाहर कहीं ज़्यादा इसकी seals मिलती नहीं है, बहुत limited मिलती है, right? So therefore this challenge has been given by Tamil Nadu CM. So this was a news. So you have to understand here about the features of Harappan script, IVC script, and what are the factors which make it difficult to decipher the script. So obviously, absence of bilingual inscription, average length of 4 to 5 symbol, inconsistent direction of the script, right? So this is how we will answer this question. All of them is the correct answer. Fine. Now moving to next question very, very quickly. This is about the ancient universities and who have visited them. And this is a 3 variable question, typical of what UPSC is asking these days. The prominent universities that we have are of Valabhi, Takshila, Udantapuri, Vikramshila, Jagdala. We have Nalanda, we have Kanchipuram, okay, and we have Nagarjun Konda. So this PDF will be made available to you, so you can go through all these universities, who has created them, during which dynasty has it been created, and who it has been visited by. Now I will put my direction more focused towards solving this question. So there are 2 universities which are situated in Bihar itself. So kaun si wo 2 universities hai? One is Udantapuri, which was created in 8th century. ठीक है, 8th century में. उसके बाद बनी विक्रमशिला द ग्रेट यूनिवर्सिटी in 12th century, but both of them located in the same place of Bihar. So who would have created them? Rulers of the same dynasty. So that dynasty is Pal dynasty. ठीक है. So जो गोपाल थे उन्होंने उदांतपुरी बनाया था, who was the founder of Pala dynasty, and धर्मपाल ने बनाया था विक्रमशिला यूनिवर्सिटी. Fine, belonging to Bihar only. Now we are talking about the centuries, which is 8th century and 12th century. यहाँ पे हमने बोला हुआ it is visited by somebody who came during 7th century, right? 7th to 8th century, which is Yunsang. अब क्या हुआ कि when Vikramshila was created, it was created in the century of 12th century, right? I have already told you this. So 12th century की चीज वो 7th century में कैसे देखेंगे, 8th century में वो कैसे देखेंगे? Is it possible? It is not consistent, and dynasty is also incorrect, because dynasty is, what is the dynasty here? It is Pala dynasty, both for Udantapuri, and for Vikramshila. Next is the very famous Takshashila University, Nalanda University. Now, Nalanda University was created by Kumar Gupta. And of course, Gupta dynasty becomes correct over here, and we have Yunsang, and during Gupta period, Fayan has come, and even Yunsang will also, and Aising, all of them will be coming to this university because this was created in 4th century. So तब तक अगर यूनिवर्सिटी बन चुकी है तो कोई भी चाइनीज ट्रैवलर आएगा, आउट ऑफ क्यूरियोसिटी वुड बी रीचिंग आउट. सो नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी में सबसे ज्यादा स्कॉलर्स थे, एंड इन फैक्ट you know what is the reason why a lot of these universities were being attacked? Because India was the only country in the world in ancient times who was operating education system under university. So we used to be the Harvard of the world. We used to attract students from all the sides, and therefore when the invaders came, the first thing that they did was to try to destroy these universities, right? So Next is Odantapuri. Odantapuri has been constructed by Pal dynasty. This is correct. And it has been constructed by whom? It has been constructed by Gopala, who was the founder in 8th century, and it was visited by Atisha. Atisha was a monk. He was a Buddhist monk. Okay? Very good. Udanpuri, Vikramshila, Nalanda, all of them are situated in the same state of Bihar. Right? Next is, how many of the above subscribe to the doctrine of karma? Now, this is something which you have to remember as a rule of law, because if you have not done philosophy optional, ये question आपको थोड़ा सा trouble कर सकता है. But just remember two things. The people or the schools which appreciate extremism means either they are hedonists, which means ki live, love, laugh, play and slay. So these people who are in the extreme side of taking pleasures out of life, they, and at the same time the fatalists who hate pleasure, who tell that starve and live. So the fatalist who don't like the pleasure seeking at all, would like to starve themselves. Both of these extreme ends of the spectrum would not be believing in karma at all. So karma is believed by Jainism and Buddhism. It is not believed by, which one is hedonistic in Indian philosophy? Which one is hedonistic, students? The Charvak or the Lokayat philosophy. And which one is fatalist? By Makali Ghosala. So this one is Ajivikas. Both of them do not believe in the doctrine of karma. So I hope you will be able to remember this in a better way from now. Got it? Now the next question. And this is about M. Perunkulu. M. Perunkulu is one of the administrative terms which were used during Sangam age. Okay, now how to solve this question? This is something which has a South Indian or a Deccan dialect, right? So saying that Mahayana Buddhist monastic order, ये तो ये नहीं लग रहा है, हम ये eliminate कर सकते हैं. It is a cult belonging to Shaivism, तो उसका एकदम ऐसे extreme South Indian name नहीं होगा. So now we are left with two things. Either the military regiment maintained by Chol rulers or the assembly to perform administrative duties. Now, see, इन दोनों में से ज़्यादा specific concept, which is one of the important themes of ancient and medieval India. I have time and again told you it is about the administrative keywords. Keywords related to administration. Those are the important themes. So you choose the theme. This is more in line with the theme. This is how we will get skill to solve such question. But talking about the knowledge part. So during that time, there were two things. Two assemblies, just like Vedic age में भी हमारे पास assemblies थी. We had Kul, we had Grama, and then we have Sabha, we had Samiti, etc. So these were the assemblies. So in the Sangam age also, and this was written by Ilango Adigal in Sila Patigaram. ये इसका mention है कि five great assemblies were named as this, and the 8 group of attendants were named as Emperayam. And who were these 8 attendants? ये इनका नाम है. ये पूछा नहीं जाएगा. They will not be asked directly, but probably they'll be picking 3 words and asking कि ये कौन हो सकते हैं. So these are related to the administration. These are basically the people who support the king, who aid the king, who entertain the king, who help him to make policy and administrative decisions. Right? So this is how to solve a question like this. But in a question like this, if you have never heard of this topic, you can safely leave it also. ठीक है? अगर इस theme से आपको नहीं करते बन रहा, you can safely leave this question. If you have done so, it's completely fine. ठीक है? Next question. Which of the following technologies were introduced by Turks in India? Now, in this question, let's say, although many of you would be knowing that a lot of ammunition was brought in India by Turks only. And that is why Delhi Sultanate was very superior in its army and in its ammunition, etc. Right? So, अभी इस केस में कुछ चीजें हैं जो eliminate हो सकती हैं. सबसे पहली है printing press. Printing press कब आई? When the Europeans started coming to us. So they were brought by Portuguese. This is something that we read in NCERT also, the 10th standard NCERT. Printing press was brought by Portuguese in India. So I will eliminate 4th first of all. अब मुझे इसमें क्या दिख रहा है? सेकेंड एंड थर्ड तो वैसे भी सही है, सो आई डोंट हैव टू बैटल विद दीज टू ऑप्शंस, ये दोनों तो सही है. नाउ लेट अस सी वेदर पेपर मेकिंग इज समथिंग दैट दे brought to us. Paper making was a skill that flourished in China. We had a lot of Chinese travelers which came to India even before Turks. We have Yun Sang, we have Fayan, etc. So wouldn't they be bringing papers for us? Maybe mass production हम नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन paper का idea तो हमें हो गई. We were having these scholars, Chinese scholars coming to us. So this is something that happened much ahead, way ahead, before the invasion of Turks. So we will eliminate first as well. By the means of elimination, I can come to the right answer, which is 2 and 3. Now, talking about the things that were brought by Turks in India, these are the notes across across your military technologies. The Araghatta, a UPSC PYQ, right? It is a Persian wheel. Then some of the architectural designs, some of the textile designs, the carpet making, etc. Okay. Then paper making, it was introduced. Okay. Then coinage and minting, agricultural innovation, some of the advanced tools were also introduced by them. But the idea of paper, maybe they enhanced the paper production, but the idea of paper was known to Indians way before, because Turks were not the creators, were not the originators of the concept. Okay? Chaliye. Now, which one of the following dynasties did not contribute to the construction or embellishment of the Sanchi stupas? Sanchi stupas, if you know, it got constructed for the first time around the 3rd century BC, which means the first person who created it was Ashoka. Okay? So Ashoka ne create kya kiya? Ashoka only created a brick kind of mound. So a mound was created by Ashoka. Later on, Shunga rulers came. And what Shunga did? यहाँ पे उन्होंने sandstone लगवा दिए इस mounds पे. And they created a circumambulatory path. After those came Satvahanas. Satvahanas are responsible for creating these 4 torans, these 4 gateways or torans around the stupas. The 4, right? So this was done by Satvahanas. This is how they erected kind of pillars and integrated it with a lot of decoration and designs. Fine. Now came the Guptas. So what Guptas did, because they were very victorious, they were very active on the battlefield, so they wanted their victories to be noted down somewhere in the stupas. So ये जो इनके torans होते थे, in these banners they used to inscript certain details about the Gupta's victory. So all of these important dynasties have got some or the other contribution in the development of Sanchi Stupa, which by the way is also a World Heritage Site, right? We're trying to recall, we are trying to link everything. So this is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So except for Kanvas, everybody participated. All of these 3 dynasties participated in the creation of Sanchi Stupa. Okay. And where is Sanchi Stupa located? It is located in Madhya Pradesh. The next question is to arrange the following Mughal emperors in order based on the location of their tombs. This question might come out to be difficult, but it's very easy. इस समरकंद के बाद जो बाबर हैं वो कहाँ पे आके रुके थे? Where was he staying? He was staying in Afghanistan. So definitely he would have made some capital in Afghanistan only, which was done in Kabul. Now I can see Akbar, and which was the most prominent region where Akbar ruled. So there is Agra, the entire Agra fort, the related complex, Akbar, right? Then Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb is known for his Deccan policy. So उनके last के times में he was, you know, आपने छावा movie देखी होगी तो वहाँ पे आपने देखा होगा कि he was battling with the Marathas, and there only he died. So he was in Deccan, he was in Maharashtra, somewhere near Aurangabad. He died near Aurangabad. So now I can arrange it spatially. ठीक है? So spatially arrangement करने पे 1, 3 and 2 would be the correct answer. I hope that you have got this question right, because this was an easy one. ठीक है? अब Charkha, the symbol of Indian freedom struggle, was used for the first time in which of the following event? So for this question, this is a factual question. We can't make a lot of sense over here, but we know most of the innovations and indigenization and use of flag also happened during Swadeshi movement. Okay? Swadeshi movement is a very important theme. for related to anything where indigenization was promoted, right? So hence the answer would be Swadeshi movement. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. This is how we have to relate personalities with the contribution, and all of them are female personalities. ठीक है, चलिए. So how many of the pair are correctly matched? ठीक है, सरोजनी नायडू देखते हैं. The first female president of Indian National Congress. Is this statement correct? Is this statement correct? It is not, because she was the first Indian female president. The first female president was Annie Besant. एनी बेसेंट ने होम रूल लीग बनाया था 1916 में. 1917 में उनको प्रमोट कर दिया गया था, उनको बोला गया कि आप कांग्रेस के प्रेसिडेंट बन जाओ. ठीक है, सो विल कम आउट टू बी एज अ मोर इंक्लूसिव इंस्टीट्यूशन. सो देयरफॉर सरोजनी नायडू, ये वाला जो स्टेटमेंट है ये तो गलत हो गया. ठीक है, सो ऑल तो नहीं होने वाला. नाउ देयर आर सर्टेन फैक्ट्स. फर्स्ट वुमेन लेजिस्लेटर ऑफ ब्रिटिश इंडिया. सो फर्स्ट वुमेन लेजिस्लेटर जो आपको पता है कि मोस्टली कहाँ से आते हैं ये, वेयर मोस्टली दे कम फ्रॉम, generally from South India. Lot of women who were educated back in the times were either coming from the Madras presidency or they were coming from the Bengal presidency. Okay, so the first woman to utilize the Congress platform to express her concerns, to express her dialogue, can you name that person? She was also the first lady doctor of the country. She was Kadambini Ganguly. So here we have got विजय लक्ष्मी पंडित. तो विजय लक्ष्मी पंडित तो बहुत बाद में आई थी. विजय लक्ष्मी पंडित वाज ड्यूरिंग 1940s. सो इन्होंने तो नहीं किया होगा. अगेन यूजिंग कॉमन सेंस आई कैन एलिमिनेट दिस, बट द फर्स्ट वुमन टू डू दिस वाज कादम्बिनी गांगुली. कादम्बिनी गांगुली. करेक्ट. देन मुथुलक्ष्मी रेड्डी, शी वाज द फर्स्ट वुमेन लेजिस्लेटर. ये कहां से आई थी? शी वॉज कमिंग फ्रॉम द मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी. चेन्नई लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल की हेड थी, फर्स्ट लेजिस्लेटर थी. ठीक है, सो फोर्थ वन इज करेक्ट. एंड कमला देवी चट्टोपाध्याय वाज द फर्स्ट इंडियन वुमेन टू बी अरेस्टेड बाय द ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट. फर्स्ट वुमेन टू बी अरेस्टेड. ठीक है, सो हु फर्स्ट यूटिलाइज द कांग्रेस, हु वाज द फर्स्ट फीमेल प्रेसिडेंट, हु वाज द फर्स्ट इंडियन फीमेल प्रेसिडेंट, हु वाज द फर्स्ट वन टू बी अरेस्टेड, हु वाज द फर्स्ट लेजिस्लेटर. ऑल ऑफ दीज फैक्ट्स, इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्ट्स इन वन प्लेस. So this question में हमें क्या करना है? We will not judge ourselves if we know this well enough or not. We will just take down the notes and remember it for the rest of the time duration of our exam. Fine. In the next question, I have to guess about a place. And this question was very easy. How many of you have got it right? Because this was an easy one, I'm expecting. So let's talk about this question. They are located, these are the caves which are located on the bank of Baghani River. अब देखो नाम से ही मुझे कुछ हिंट आया. ठीक है, बाघनी रिवर. अब अजंता एलोरा केव पूछा हुआ था ना आपसे, वो कौन से रिवर पे है? बाघोरा रिवर. ये क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी के पीवाईक्यू में है 2019 के. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, that they were constructed by the Buddhist monk Dataka. So probably आपको नहीं पता होगा बुद्धिस्ट मंक का नाम, दैट इज कंप्लीटली फाइन. बट हमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि बुद्धिस्ट मंक ने बताया, व्हिच मींस दे वुड बी यूटिलाइज्ड एज चैत्यास एंड विहारास. ये तो मुझे समझ आ रहा है. देन रंग महल इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट केव अमंग देम. The two statements are definitely not helping me if I don't have much knowledge about this particular cave. Definitely sounds to me this is not something which is from South India. ठीक है, क्योंकि ये रंग महल वाला वर्ड एंड देन इट इज मेड बाय दातका, तो ये लग रहा है कि कोई नॉर्थ इंडिया की ही चीज होगी. एंड द बेस्ट ऑफ दिस क्लू इज कमिंग फ्रॉम बाघनी रिवर. सो दीज आर द बाघ केव्स. These are the Bagh caves. Talking about the geography, they are lying on the hills of Vindhya range. Vindhya range on the banks of Baghni river. These are in total 7 caves. इसका जो 4th cave है, which is Rang Mahal, सबसे ज्यादा famous है for the portraits of all these beautiful picturesque designs using colors. ठीक है, and fresco technique यहाँ पे use हुई है, and these were used mainly as chaityas and vihars for the Buddhist scholars and the Buddhist monks. ठीक है, चलिए next question. It is about the pottery tradition, and again जब भी आपको pottery tradition which means a chronology, the sequence of emerging potteries अगर आपको पढ़ना हो, so the trick is the opient pottery, the ochre one, the painted grey ware and the northern black ware. ठीक है। सो अब यहाँ पे आपको पता है कि ऑकरे मतलब क्या होता है, बेसिक रेड कलर, मतलब आपने उस मटके पे कुछ भी नया इन्वेंशन नहीं किया, आपने कुछ भी नई चीज नहीं करी है. सो व्हाट डज इट मीन? This used to be a very primitive kind of pottery making. We have not polished it, we have not painted it, we have just taken it as it is, because pottery itself is ochre in color. So this would have been somewhere during late Harappan time. So ochre colored pottery is the first one. Second, we started painting with some gray color. So gray painted ware came during Iron Age. Same color correlate हो रहा है. Iron Age, which is the Rig Vedic age. Vedic age. Then the more advanced northern black polished ware, that happened during the dynasty, that happened when Magad was in reign, when Magad was flourishing. So Magad से collect हुए northern black polished wares. ठीक है, चलिए next question. Consider the role of these following Buddhist scholars in spreading Buddhism, and we have to check which one of them is right and wrong. I believe this question would have been a little difficult for you. Was it? It was a little difficult because हम ये सारे Buddhist scholars पढ़ के नहीं रखते हैं, but there was still a trick to solve this question, and I'll tell you how. So there are different schools of Buddhism. We all know there is Mahayana, there is Theravada, there is Vajrayana. ठीक है. Now, if I ask you कि which parts of the countries or which parts of the continents received or promoted which school of the Buddhism, कुछ चीजें क्लियर होती हैं. ठीक है, जैसे आप ये देखो, जो महायान बुद्धिज्म था वो जनरली साउथ ईस्ट एशिया साइड गया. ठीक है, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया साइड गया महायान बुद्धिज्म. ऑल ऑफ देम ओरिजिनेटेड फ्रॉम इंडिया, बट इट मूव टुवर्ड्स साउथ ईस्ट साइड. ठीक है, इस तरीके से उसका डायरेक्शन ऑफ प्रोपगेशन था. देन द थेरावाड, द स्कूल ऑफ एल्डरलीज. सो थेरावाड स्कूल जो था वो साउथ एशिया की तरफ गया. पहले वो साउथ एशिया की तरफ गया. मेजर सेंटर थेरावाड बुद्धिज्म का श्रीलंका था. एंड जो वज्रयान बुद्धिज्म है, द तांत्रिक स्कूल ऑफ बुद्धिज्म, दैट वेंट टुवर्ड्स चाइना, दैट वेंट टुवर्ड्स सेंट्रल एशिया. तो वहां पे जब आप बुद्धिज्म, अगर आप में से कोई नेशनल म्यूजियम में गया हुआ है, नेशनल आर्ट म्यूजियम में गया हुआ है दिल्ली के, सो यू विल सी द डिफरेंट स्कूल्स ऑफ बुद्धिज्म, एंड उनकी पेंटिंग अलग है, उनका द वे दे परसीव बुद्धिज्म वेरी वेरी डिफरेंट. ठीक है, सो इन द चाइनीज स्कूल आप देखोगे कि बुद्धा itself seems like कि a very haughty personality, very has got थोड़ा सा तंत्र वगैरह का भी उसमें प्रैक्टिस रहता है, वैसे सिंबल्स यूज होते हैं. सो उस तरीके से उसको दिखाया जाता है. अब ये वाला क्वेश्चन देखते हैं. बुद्ध घोष इज क्रेडिटेड विद राइटिंग ऑफ विशुद्धि मार्ग. By the way, this fact is correct. Vishuddhi Marg is correct. So he was a scholar who went to promote Theravada Buddhism, and where he would have done it? In Sri Lanka. ठीक है, श्रीलंका में क्या था, चलो ये तो फैक्ट हो गया. अब मुझे ये समझ में आ रहा है कि ये वाले स्टेटमेंट से अगर मुझे फैक्ट नहीं आता तो मैं इस स्टेटमेंट का कुछ भी नहीं कर सकती. सो आई हैव टू कीप इट ऑन होल्ड. आई विल असेस द अदर फ्यू. ठीक है, आई विल लुक इनटू द सेकंड स्टेटमेंट. वज्रबोधि played a major role in translating Pali text into Sinhalese. Sinhalese is a language of which country? Which country? Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka में which school propagated or was promoted? It was the Theravada school and not the Vajrayana school. Somebody who's preaching Vajrayana would only take a prefix of Vajra in his name, na? So ये Vajrayana को promote करेंगे चाइना के साइड पे. So this statement is incorrect. चलो similar thought process third पे apply करके देखते हैं whether it is suiting me or not. So Amog Vajra was instrumental in the spread of Tantric Buddhism in China. Is this statement making sense to you? Is this statement making sense to you? दिस थर्ड वन इज करेक्ट. हमने क्या सीखा कि कैसे डिफरेंट स्कूल्स अलग अलग जगह पे प्रोपगेट हुए. सबसे ज्यादा महायान बुद्धिज्म किस तरफ ज्यादा है? साउथ ईस्ट एशिया साइड, वियतनाम, थाईलैंड, म्यांमार, कंबोडिया, दैट साइड, राइट. And most of the tantric form or the Vajrayana form of Buddhism will move towards the Central Asia, China side, and the Theravada would have moved towards the Sri Lanka or South side, right? So आपने क्या किया? थर्ड तो सही हो गया एंड सेकेंड को एलिमिनेट कर दिया, तो आंसर हमें मिल गया 1 and 3. सो इवन इफ मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि बुद्ध घोष ने विशुद्धि मार्ग लिखा है, मैंने आंसर कंक्लूड कर लिया. अच्छा, बुद्ध घोष से मुझे एक और याद आता है, अश्व घोष. Try to relate everything. Ashwa Ghosh was a famous scholar, Sanskrit scholar. He wrote something. He wrote a very important book related to Buddhism only. What is the name of the book, students? Yes, they are different. They are different monks. अश्व घोष ने कौन सी बुक लिखी है? Everyone, anybody, किसी को आता है ये? Which book has been written by Ashwaghosh? ऐसे ऐसे तो मत करो. This is Buddha Charit. Literature is again a very important theme of UPSC. Please do not miss it. Right? Buddha Charit. Fine. Very good. Now, which one of the following statement best describes Purush and Prakriti? ठीक है. In the Indian philosophy, the first of all, Purush and Prakriti means that this is a school of philosophy. We have 6 schools of philosophy in India: Sankhya, Vaisheshika, Yoga, etc. ठीक है. उत्तर मीमांसा, पूर्व मीमांसा. Now, अब इसमें we have got one particular school which understands duality. Which school is that? The school of numbers, the school of counting, the school of Sankhya, the Sankhya philosophy. Who was the originator of Sankhya philosophy? Very good, Bruce. You answered it. That's amazing. Everybody who's answered, big claps for you, all of you. So, the school of dualism, the school of numbers is Sankhya, which was originated by Kapil Muni. Okay? This was the first school of philosophy of our country. अब Sankhya ने क्या बताया कि जो entire everything that is there ना, it comprises of dual things. So one is me and one which is driving everything around me. So one that is me, which is not my mind, not my body, but pure consciousness of mind. ठीक है? Chidanand Rupam, आपने सुना होगा. So that pure consciousness is Purush. This Purush is something who takes action, who does anything. This is subject matter, but not the physicality of the subject matter, the consciousness of the subject matter. And according to it, everything has a Purusharth. Everything has Purush. Okay? And the second factor which drives the world are the forces around this Purush. Something which is invasive everywhere, which is pervasive everywhere. This led to the origin of universe. This led to the creation of all the matters around. This was Prakriti, the nature. And kitni Prakriti hoti hai? We have got Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva Prakriti. So inhi ke balance, imbalance se every matter is being made. So whenever you want to relieve yourself of suffering, just make yourself independent and secluded from Prakriti. Don't think about what is happening. Be a pure observer. If you will be a pure observer without thinking what is happening to the body, what thoughts are coming, what mind are coming, then you will just be able to take pure actions because you separated yourself from something which is doing everything around you. This is the concept of dualism. So herein, Purush represents pure consciousness and Prakriti represents the cause of the universe. And this is what we read in Sankhya philosophy. Everybody got it? Now, the next question. Now, you should also take notes of the following 6 systems of Indian school philosophy. This is Sankhya tells that there is Prakriti and Purush. But it doesn't tell me the methods to separate myself from Purush and Prakriti. Okay? To be unbothered, I have to separate myself from the Prakriti. How to do it? Methods are told by the Yoga school of philosophy. Ashtanga Yoga, etc. Yoga philosophy. Then Vaisheshika is kind of a physics subject of that time. So it goes to the atomic level and tells about the realistic and objective philosophy of universe, how everything is made up of Kan, how everything is made up of atoms, right? And then schools of Mimamsa. So we have got Purv Mimamsa, we have got Uttar Mimamsa, and in the Mimamsa only we have got Uttar Mimamsa में हमारे पास Vedanta philosophy है, decoding Upanishads etc. और Purv Mimamsa में क्या है, जो भी चीजें पहले Vedic culture में होती थी, sacrifices वगैरह, वो Purv Mimamsa में, ठीक है? So these are the further 6 Indian schools of philosophy. Next is question on taxation and description. Again, अगर आपसे कोई statement पूछा जा रहा है, let's say they have asked what is kharaj. So kharaj is a tax. अगर आपको बहुत सारे statements दिए हुए हैं, उसमें tax लिखा हुआ है. Tax is a very important key theme of UPSC. So आपको generally themes के ऊपर ही guess लगाने हैं if you feel that you have to make a certain number of attempt. ठीक है? अब हम ये वाला देख लेते हैं. यहाँ पे भी these are actually very easy one. ठीक है? सबसे पहले तो हकी शर्ब. तो शर्ब मतलब क्या होता है? शर्ब मतलब होता है वाटर. ठीक है? एंड अगर आपको नहीं भी पता तो दे हैव डिस्क्राइब्ड दैट दिस इज अ वाटर टैक्स. ठीक है? तो ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू कॉम्प्रहेंड एट ऑल. अगर मुझे ब्रॉडली भी पता है तो आई कैन टेल दैट दिस इज अ वाटर टैक्स. ये वाटर टैक्स उसने लगाया था फिरोज शाह तुगलक ने. उन्होंने कैनाल सिस्टम्स बनाए. उन्होंने बोला इस कैनाल सिस्टम से अगर आपको पानी यूज करना है, इफ यू वांट टू यूज वाटर फ्रॉम दिस कैनाल सिस्टम, you should be giving me certain tax. ठीक है? That tax is known as haki sharb. ठीक है, द राइट ओवर द वाटर. So that was by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. How to remember? जो फिरोज होता है, फिरोजा होता है, how is it? It is blue in color. Water is blue in color. You can correlate his water policies, his water resource management policies. Next one is Rahadari. Name suggests that this is something which is taken on road or by the people who are traversing on road. Rahadari है ये. तो ये stamp duty नहीं हो सकती. This is a road tax. This is a road tax. Next one is कटरा पर्चा. अभी लेट मी सी कि इन दोनों से मेरा कोई आंसर आ रहा है कि नहीं. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल नन तो नहीं होगा बिकॉज फर्स्ट वाला करेक्ट है. अब या तो ओनली वन होगा, ठीक है, या तो ओनली टू होगा. ऑल थ्री भी नहीं हो सकता बिकॉज आई हैव एलिमिनेटेड सेकंड. सो ओनली वन एंड ओनली टू में आई हैव टू चूज. ठीक है, आई हैव टू चेक वेदर कटरा पर्चा इज अ रिलीजियस टैक्स और नॉट. सो आपने इतने सारे रिलीजियस टैक्सेस पढ़े होंगे, कभी आपने कटरा पर्चा सुना है? दिस इज अ मर्चेंट टैक्स. So what used to happen during medieval times that we were getting a lot of benefits out of the export of saltpeter, cotton, silk, indigo. So to make tax on the merchants for the sale or exports of such, such goods which were very prized in the market. So a tax was imposed which was named as Katra Parcha. ठीक है, एग्जैक्टली हमने जिजिया सुना हुआ है. सो ये सारे जो है इट वाज नॉट अ रिलीजियस टैक्स. ठीक है, दिस वाज नॉट अ रिलीजियस टैक्स, कटरा पर्चा. सो हियर द करेक्ट आंसर इज ओनली वन. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, वी हैव टू फिल इन द ब्लैंक. ठीक है, अब मैंने ये कुछ नोट्स डाल के रखे हुए हैं. हियर यू विल अंडरस्टैंड ऑल दी statements or all the keywords related to the revenue system which was there during Akbar's time, during Mughal period. But nevertheless, see, यहाँ पे इस पूरे स्टेटमेंट, इस पूरे पैराग्राफ ने एक चीज डिकोड करी that this is something about the land revenue system. ठीक है, system was adopted and कुछ system for land is there. So this is the land revenue system. The most famous land revenue system was the Dahsala or the 10-year system. The Dahsala system. यहाँ पे क्या होता था, last 10 years का कैलकुलेशन या एवरेज लिया जाता था टू अंडरस्टैंड द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ द लैंड, एवरी लैंड, ताकि हम उसकी प्राइस डिटरमिन कर पाए. लास्ट 10 ईयर का एवरेज लिया जाता था ऑफ द प्रोडक्टिविटी. हाउ विल वी कैलकुलेट दिस प्रोडक्टिविटी? व्हाट मेथड और मेजर वर यूज्ड? सो दिस मेथड वाज नेम्ड एज, द मेथड टू कैलकुलेट इट वाज नेम्ड एज कानकूट सिस्टम और कनकूट सिस्टम. Now there were certain polage lands, fertile lands, which were generating more revenue for the empire as compared to others. ठीक है, अब उनने रेफरेंस लिया कि some of them were calculating revenue as much as 1 crore tankas. So these were known as the Karodi lands. So यहाँ के लिए कुछ ऑफिसर्स को डिप्यूट किया गया था कि यहाँ का प्रॉपर कैलकुलेशन लिया जाए और बहुत केयरफुली यहाँ का एवरेज कैलकुलेट किया जाए. ठीक है, सो दिस सिस्टम वाज नोन एज द करोड़ी सिस्टम because Karodis were deployed specifically on Karodi lands. Fine. Now, this entire system got actually inspired from Sheshah Suri's Rai system. यहाँ पे क्या करते थे कि पर यूनिट हेक्टेयर की एक्टिविटी निकाल लेते थे. पर यूनिट हेक्टेयर में कितनी प्रोडक्टिविटी है वो ये कैलकुलेट कर लेते थे. बट दिस वाज ओनली फॉर अ लिमिटेड एरिया. Later on, because it was adapted by Akbar Todarmal, तो जब उन्होंने इसको अडेप्ट किया, then he expanded it to the majority part of the India, more than 70% of the entire India, and eventually deployed Karodis to the important places, and eventually deployed Kankut system to calculate how much zapti should be taken. कितना एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोड्यूस लेना चाहिए, कितना एग्रीकल्चरल रेवेन्यू लेना चाहिए फ्रॉम ईच एंड एवरी लैंड डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द प्रोडक्टिविटी. Because this is such a thoughtful measure at that time, it's got very famous. ठीक है, I believe it will be manageable, Bruce. It doesn't matter. Prelims is never easy, never tough. If you are skilled enough, prelims becomes manageable. Otherwise, it becomes non-manageable. It is as simple as that. कभी उसको measure rating नहीं देनी चाहिए. Just think about the cutoff. आप question देखते साथ cutoff समझ जाते हो. If you understand the cutoff, then it becomes very easy to calculate. that how much time, or let's say how much time should be given to one question, how many question to attempt, what could be the cutoff, so what could be your average attempts. तो वो सारी question battle नहीं करना है, ठीक है. लेट्स से 2022 में काफी टफ पेपर आया था, तो फिर कट ऑफ भी सिर्फ 87 गया था. नेट 45 क्वेश्चन आपको सही करने थे, नेट 44 क्वेश्चन आपको सही करने थे, राइट. सो उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इट विल बी मैनेजेबल, यू जस्ट बी इन द प्रोसेस, एंड आई कैन सी दैट यू आर देयर इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द लाइव सेशंस, व्हिच इज वेरी इंप्रेसिव. So just keep on doing your hard work and you will find it very manageable. Okay, so here the correct answer would be Rai, Karori and Zapti system. The Dhasala system is also known as the Zapti system. Okay, the next question is about the all India agitation against reduction in maximum age. So ये किसने किया था? Indian civil service agitation किसने किया था? Why would somebody require to agitate against the civil services system or reforms? क्यों करेगा कोई एजिटेट? बिकॉज सबसे पहली बात तो सिविल सर्विसेज में पहले कैसे इंडक्शन होता था. सो लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस वाज द फादर ऑफ सिविल सर्विसेज इन इंडिया. ही इंट्रोड्यूस सिविल सर्विसेज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. देयर वाज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्ट व्हिच वाज अ चार्टर एक्ट ऑफ 1853. अब इस एक्ट ने पहली बार फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इट इंक्लूडेड द मेरिट सिस्टम. The UPSC exam that you give right now, for the first time, exam of that kind, recruitment on merit grounds, was taken from 1853. उससे पहले क्या होता था? The court of directors, they were responsible for appointing the civil servants, but not anymore. 1853 से change हो गया. 1853 से चीजें change हो गई. उन्होंने बोला कि we will now start the merit system, but who will decide what will be the cutoff age, what will be the age limit, how the paper would be created, how to give it, what would be the SOPs, standard operating procedures. उसके लिए they appointed the Macaulay Committee, also known as the Committee for Indian Civil Services. That decided that the age limit would be 18 to 23 years. Imagine अगर अभी ऐसे हो जाए, you will be heartbroken. But उस time पे 18 to 23 थी. Then came the bad guy, Lord Lytton. Lytton came in the, उसने Vernacular Press Act कब लिया था? 1878 में. So roughly during that time only, precisely 1877 में, he introduced a reform where he reduced, and not just reduced, drastically reduced the age limit. कि age limit है अब 19 years. ठीक है? So within 19 years, you have to crack the civil services. The problem in that time is, it is not only limiting your number of attempt, but एक साल के अंदर तो you had to give to London. You had to go to London to give the paper. So एक साल में तो वो travel भी possible नहीं हो पाता था, let alone, and nobody, people are so young in the age of 19. So therefore, for the first time, an organization which was promoted, supported, and created by scholars and moderate philosophers of our polity. So the moderates, who were Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose, these two came together in the year 1876 and they started Indian Association. They made a lot of reforms. Vernacular Press Act पे इन्होंने बताया कि how you cannot restrict a lot of fundamental rights. And then they also talked about reforming and creating this agitation to reform the civil services in India. So this was Indian Association. इस क्वेश्चन को हम कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं? हमने अगर प्री कांग्रेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस पढ़ी हैं, which I have told you is an important theme. Important theme है प्री कांग्रेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. So at least इनके founders and the founding year, आपको year पता करना है. You have to find out the founders and you have to see who is and you have to see where was it based. Where was the headquarter? Where was it based? And whether it was operative in India or outside. ठीक है? हाँ, very good, Bruce. So by that logic, if I'll see the coherence, when exactly this event happened and when was the formation year of this association, I would have solved it. ठीक है? But eventually we have to see कि what was the sequence which happened and what were the areas in which Indian Association worked on. Fraternity, brotherhood बढ़ाने के लिए, mass participation in public movement, oppose the age limit, and it was eventually removed also because of their efforts. Advocated simultaneous ICS exams in India and London. They wanted कि India में भी होना चाहिए, ठीक है? And then they led campaign against the Arms Act, Vernacular, every bad act of your Lord Lytton. ठीक है? चलिए, अब next question है about the people and the parties who supported, the leaders who supported the Simon Commission and who opposed the Simon Commission. So when it comes to Simon Commission, so this came to basically revise or to have an overlook upon an act that was previously enacted, which was the Government of India Act of 1919. तो उसको रिव्यू करने के लिए एक स्टैट्यूटरी कमीशन, इसके प्रोविजंस में लिखा था कि आफ्टर 10 years there will be स्टैट्यूटरी कमीशन, तो बनना चाहिए था 1919 में, बट 1927 में ही दे केम टू इंडिया. So Sir Simon, along with his 7 friends, 7 people, they came to India, and they were received by black flags and a lot of insult. Why? Because there was not a single Indian representation here. And this bothered, because the next act, which was the 1935 act which happened, that was going to be a very big act, and Indians were having huge expectation, but still there was no Indian representation. So there were people who opposed, and definitely would be the members of INC, Indian National Congress. In fact, Jinnah also, there were 2 segments of Muslim League, one under Jinnah, and they completely opposed the Simon Commission, but one under Muhammad Shafi, they supported. Then the people who belonged to, or who were representative of the depressed classes, for example, Bhim Rao Ambedkar, and he was also eventually added to the commission, not added, but he was indirectly supporting the researches that the commission required, because he was a very learned personality. ठीक है, तो भीमराव अंबेडकर एंड इनके साथ जो जस्टिस पार्टी थी, ऑफ whom पेरियार, तो उनको भी they were also supportive of Simon Commission. Now, who opposed the Simon Commission? Obviously, INC. This Hindu Mahasabha did not support it. And there was the Punjab. अच्छा, पंजाब से भी 2 सेक्शन आए. एक तो पंजाब नौजवान सभा, ठीक है, पंजाब नौजवान सभा, and there is Unionist Party of Punjab. So आप बताओ इसमें से कौन सपोर्ट करेगा, कौन नहीं सपोर्ट करेगा? यूनियनिस्ट पार्टी सपोर्ट करेगी, इनको तो वोट लेने, इनको जीतना है, इनको गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट चाहिए. पंजाब नौजवान सभा would be a rebel. They will not support it. And especially when they got triggered by the death of Lala Lajpat Rai because of this event. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे we will see that who opposed. Muhammad Ali Jinnah opposed. Shafi, Ambedkar, they supported. Mukhtar Ahmad Ansari also supported. So correct answer is 3 and 4. ठीक है? Now in the next question, and this is the last question of history. So which of the following historical personalities were not contemporaries to each other, were not contemporaries? So the first that we have is Shah Jahan and Shivaji. We know the very famous battle and the rift that happened between Shivaji and Aurangzeb. ठीक है, and Aurangzeb के जो पिताजी हैं वो खुद ही हैं शाहजहां. ठीक है, so they were actually contemporaries. Face off नहीं हुआ है इनका, but they were contemporaries. ठीक है. Then we have Ajat Shatru and Gautam Buddha. So they were also contemporaries in the sense that when the first Buddhist council was organized, who was the person behind it? Somebody who originally was opposed to Buddhism. His father supported Buddhism, but he defeated Father Bimbisar. Eventually, he went to Buddhism only and conducted the first ever Buddhist council, Ajat Shatru. So they were also contemporaries. Then Harsha and Pulakeshin के बीच में एक classic battle हुई, जिसकी वजह से we have got for the first time somebody could manage to defeat Harsha, and that person and that is why, and that person was Pulakeshin too, right? And that is why we have got Aihole inscription of Karnataka. Aihole inscription है, and what is there in this inscription? This inscription, which was written by Ravi Kirti, talks about how he is the conqueror of the world now because he has defeated Harsha. So ये सारे contemporaries निकले. But Alauddin and Prithviraj Chauhan nowhere related. In fact, centuries apart, not even years apart, centuries apart. जब भी आपसे contemporary पूछेंगे, वो ऐसे नहीं कि 1-2 साल आगे पीछे का पूछ लेते. इतना confusing question नहीं बनता. It would be centuries, like very many years apart. ठीक है. So Prithviraj Chauhan, 1192, 1194 Battle of Tarain, got defeated by Muhammad Ghori in the second Battle of Tarain. Muhammad Ghori. So Muhammad Ghori जब अजमेर एंड आगरा, ये जो दिल्ली वाला रीजन है, इसको जब कॉन्कर करके चले गए थे, इनको हरा के चले गए थे, देन ही अपॉइंटेड कुतुबुद्दीन ऐबक, ठीक है, in his place. So he was a slave. He led to the foundation of the slave dynasty. Slave dynasty में फिर आता है खिलजी dynasty. स्लेव डायनेस्टी की बात आती है, खिलजी डायनेस्टी, दिल्ली सल्तनत क्रोनोलॉजी, सो दे आर सेंचुरीज अपार्ट, ठीक है। जैसे ही पृथ्वीराज चौहान 12th century, अलाउद्दीन खिलजी 13th century, so this is a classic case of how these are not contemporaries, ठीक है। चलिए, so with this the history and geography section has ended. Thank you so much for attending. Now the session would be further taken forward by Shakti ma'am.
All right. So good evening, students. I think by now we are almost done with 70 questions from All India Open Mock Test. Basically, the questions were covered from your core subjects, that is history, geography, polity, economics. I'm here for the dynamic aspect of the paper. I'll be taking up the topics basically from science and technology and environment and ecology. See, my idea here is not to provide you with the answers for the questions, because that has already been provided to you through the answer keys that were being given. Okay. Second thing, then what am I here for? I'm here to basically identify certain important trends and patterns that has been followed by UPSC in past few years. Apart from that, I'll try my best to simplify the concepts that were there in the questions asked in the mock test. I'll also try and basically highlight the relevance of the questions, that why these questions were asked, okay? Why they become important for the upcoming prelims. And apart from that, my idea will also be to provide you certain relevant and important topics for this year prelims for 2025. All right, so let's get started. There are some 30 odd questions, and I will request you all to have patience for some 40-45 odd minutes more, where we can easily and in a very simplified manner understand the concepts that have been asked. All right, so let's before starting, let me highlight the certain trends that I found and I understand that UPSC has been following for environment and ecology. What I find that there are 5 types of questions that have been asked. First is the one you can see here, that a behavioral aspect of the species. For example, a question here which talks about the behavioral feature of Indian squirrels. Second question you can see, which basically talked about the waggle dance, very specific to a species, that is your honeybees. Here, certain features have been asked related to the nocturnal behavior of certain species. All right. Second kind of questions that I found is that related to the flagship species. What are these flagship species? These are those species which have been there in news. They are ambassador species. They are also the keystone species that define basically the entire ecosystem or the biodiversity of a region. For example, your 7 big cats, elephants, crocodiles, dolphins, etc., that have been repeatedly asked by UPSC in past few years. The third type of questions are usually your map-based questions. What are those map-based questions? These are basically picked up from the current affairs. Okay. Then the fourth kind of questions are those that deal with the very basic aspects of environment and ecology, like questions related to food chain, question related to biodiversity, biomass, tropic levels, climatic conditions, etc. The fifth kind of question that I find and students are mostly scared of are these questions. They are very factual and current affairs based questions. So how do we tackle them in the examination? They are the one which have to be, a simple principle has to be followed. If you know, you know. If you don't, we are not going to take any guesswork here, because they will mostly attract negative marking for us. All right. So these are certain trends that I found that is being basically used by UPSC. Now we'll try and apply all of this in the mock test that we gave yesterday. Look, starting from the first topic, this question was asked because recently ISRO has released the land degradation and the desertification map of India. According to them, almost 33% of the total geographical area of India has now underwent the land degradation. Now, first you must understand that what this land degradation actually means. Land degradation means there is loss of biological productivity of the soil. If you have studied soil in your geography classes, you know that there are certain important components in the soil. First, what it is the soil carbon or the organic component of the soil. Second is the soil air. Apart from that, what we have, the third thing and most important is the soil moisture. Now, whenever there is disturbance in the ratio of all these 3 things, the productivity of the soil declines. Apart from that, we also know that soil is basically consisting of 3 components. We have the salt, we have the sand, we have the silt, and we have the clay. The sand and silt is required for aeration in the soil. That is for movement of air. Okay. Then the clay is required for increasing the soil water retention capacity. Same is the work within organic component of the soil. The same thing it does. So here if you see, all of this component are required in order to enhance the biological productivity. That is, increase in the growth or production of the crops, etc. Now, in recent years, there has been increase in degradation. Now, what are the causes for this? There can be certain natural causes. There can be certain anthropogenic causes. What are the causes that ISRO has identified? Based on the data that they found that one of the major cause of land degradation is water erosion. What do you mean by water erosion? Water erosion means whenever there is huge splash of water that falls, maybe through heavy rains, maybe through flooding, etc., they'll wash away the topsoil. The topsoil is the one that has the organic carbon, and it is the one that is required for ensuring the productivity of the soil. So that is one major cause. Second is vegetation degradation. What do you mean by that? We know that the green cover that is there, like the trees, the plants, the crops, they are known for holding the soil properly. They are having the soil binding capabilities, because roots, they'll do what? They'll hold the soil, and therefore the less soil is available for erosion. Because of repeated degradation, desertification that is going on, we have seen there is rapid availability or rapid degradation of soil. It is more available for erosion. Third kind of erosion is wind erosion. That is through movement of winds, the topsoil or that is washed away. So based on that, if you look at the answers, that what are the factors which are correct in the order, that how are they impacting the degradation, the correct was A. First is water erosion, then vegetation degradation, and third was your wind erosion. Here is basically a map or an infographic that I have attached about how land degradation takes place, what are the basic causes, what are the major causes that are responsible for it. Now, apart from that, what are the related themes that you must be aware of, which was not covered in this top question maybe, but it has been asked and has been the favorite topic of UPSC. For example, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. It is basically a body, that convention that came into effect in 1992 during the Rio Earth Summit. Second is your REDD, that is reduction of emission through desertification and land degradation. So that is a part of UNFCCC that came under COP 13. Then in 2007, 2008, then 2010 we had COP 16. So all of this has materialized into the efforts to combat the desertification. Apart from that, in recent years there have been several efforts. For example, the Great Green Wall of Sahel region, already that Africa is taking in order to prevent the expansion of the Sahara Desert. Similarly, on lines of that, India has also come up with the Aravalli's Great Green Wall project. Okay. Moving on to the next question. The question is asking about which of the following use additional tool for hunting and capturing prey. Let us understand, like humans make tool, we know that. Okay. So we do understand that in order to make tool, there is some strategy involved. For using those strategy, there is you require application of your brain. So certain organisms that have well-developed brain, they have well-developed understanding, are the one who will be responsible for or who can properly create these hunting tools. All right. In 2023, UPSC asked the same question. It was related to orangutan. Okay. On that lines only, this question was being framed. Now, if we look at these, we know that when we move in the cycle of evolution, those primitive organisms like reptiles, then we have amphibians, then we have birds, then we have mammals. Out of them, mammals are considered to be one of the most advanced species, advanced creatures that we know. So mammals have relatively better developed brain capacities, and therefore they could easily tackle this issue, or they can start creating these tools and all for hunting. If you look at these three options, what we'll find is, if you look at these three options, you'll find that out of these, the only penguins are the one that are not mammals. These are birds. Apart from them, chimpanzees, they're one of the closest species to humans. Sea otter, they are also marine mammals. Bottlenose dolphins. If we talk about dolphins, they are considered to be brainiacs. They are workaholics. They are considered to be one of the most, intelligent species in water. They also make tools. They use rather sponges. What are sponges? Sponges are basically marine organisms only. They are being used by dolphins. They basically, as the name suggests, bottle nose. So they have this kind of structure. Here they will basically attach those sponges, and those sponges they'll use for clearing the floor in order to take out the prey which have basically hidden inside those sea floors. Okay. Second thing, if we talk about these sea otters, they use stone tools. Why? Because they feed on organisms like snails, they feed on organisms like tortoise, turtles, etc. So what they do is they use those stone tools basically to break the covering or the shell of those organisms. All right, which can then be used as their prey. Now we know chimpanzees, they are very close to humans. They use those tools for taking out those ant from the plants and then consume it and all. So all these three were correct. Only penguins, which are birds, they do not use any specific kind of tools for hunting. So if you look at them, we realize that the option here was C, that is only 3 of them were correct. These kind of questions, species based, are also being asked by UPSC, and that's why it was incorporated. Let's come to this topic of coral spawning. From here, what I'm assuming the static concept is done. I'm assuming you know what are corals, okay? It is formed by symbiotic association of which two organisms? We are aware what are the conditions for formation of corals, all right? How do they synthesize their foods? Are they photoautotrophs? If yes, then do we know any species of corals? We do not depend on the, basically, they do not depend on photosynthesis. Yes, recently there has been discovery of what we call as your black corals. Now, these black corals have been found deep in the oceans, on the seabed. They have been found deep in the oceans. Now, where the sunlight cannot reach, when sunlight cannot reach there, how are they synthesizing their food? They are basically filter feeders. Okay. Now, why are these corals in news? Corals are in news because of the mass coral bleaching which is taking place. What is this coral bleaching? Coral bleaching takes place when the symbiotic association between this coral polyps and the zooxanthellae algae is broken off. Why is it taking place? Because of rise in the marine temperature. The rise in the marine temperature makes it unsuitable for growth of these corals. Because of that, there has been certain reports going on. The IPCC 6 assessment report, which talks about the marine heat waves and rise in the marine temperature. All right. So if we go through this, the concept was related to coral, but it talks about coral spawning. Now, this term spawning is basically being heard with respect to fishes. Fishes have a unique ability that they release the eggs and the sperms into the water. And there is a phenomena called as external fertilization which takes place. That is, the fertilization of the egg and the sperm does not take place inside the body, rather it takes place in the water itself, which leads to formation of zygote, and then their offsprings are being formed and they are being released. Now, this same phenomena is being observed in corals as well. Corals are what? These are made up of coral polyps. These are marine animals. They release their eggs and their sperms into the water like this, which gives an appearance of ice, basically ice sour type thing. Okay? So you'll feel like there is so much like snowfall is going on, something like that. So this is an feature that basically represents the breeding cycle of the corals. Now, this breeding cycle of corals takes place at a very specific junction. It requires a proper synchronization between the lunar cycle and the water temperature. This together, we know that sun and the moon both have impact on the gravitational pull. The moon cycles impact the tides on Earth, the high tides, the low tides. Okay? So similarly, it will impact the movement or the basically stagnation of the water. So this clubbed with the temperature difference together, it provides a suitable condition which leads to release of the coral eggs and sperms, which will ultimately fertilize and lead to increase in the strength of the coral reefs or the coral that are there in the water bodies. Now, recently, coral bleaching is going on. What are the initiatives that the government has taken in order to tackle that? The international conventions have also been there. National conventions have also been there. Some of the important technology like PowerUp technology, cryomesh technology, all of that has been taken in order to basically revive back the coral ecosystem. Okay? Now, if we talk about, I have also attached a map showing where are they located. In the tropics, you'll basically find the corals. In the polar regions, you'll find those black corals that have been there. So these are the, see, I am attaching this newspaper screenshots just to show that these things are there in news. And that is why we are basically asking it, because UPSC follows the same pattern for environment and science and tech. The coral mass bleaching events that has taken place. First was in your 1980s, then in 1998, second, then you can see in 2010, and then recent in 2013. Then in 2018, the fourth coral mass bleaching has taken place. Specifically, what is impacted is the Australian, we have the Great Barrier Reefs. So these are required information that you need to have. I'm just moving aside. Please take a screenshot of it if it is required. All right. So these are the conditions, and we have also mentioned something about the black corals. Now, if we move to another question. Now, why was this asked? Because recently we know that Mahakumbh was being held in Prayagraj, which was one of the largest spiritual gathering. People, footfall has been in crores. People have went there. Now, this has also caused a serious threat to the environment. because of littering, because of improper practices of waste management. This has led to increase in pollution in that area. Now, several reports have started highlighting that the water is not just unfit for drinking, but it has even become unfit for bathing. Now, for that only, there was certain reports that came, and then the research was further carried out to just clarify that information as well. For that, CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board, it has its own parameters on which it will judge the quality of water. Very normally, in your basic environment, you might have studied that. Basically, in environment, you might have studied that one of the very basic concepts is of how do we measure the pollution in water. There are two major things. First is the biological oxygen demand, and second is what we call as the dissolved oxygen. Okay? So when dissolved oxygen in water is high and biological oxygen demand is low, we consider the water to be clean, or we consider the water to be drinkable. When the biological oxygen demand starts increasing and dissolved oxygen starts decreasing, this indicates rise in the pollution. So from this, we could have at least identified that 3 and 4 are correct. They'll be used. So through this, we understand that we could eliminate one option from here. Let's understand what is this coliform. What is coliform? This is basically small bacteria that are present. They're literally present everywhere. They're present in our body. They're present in water. They're present in any food content you find. They'll be there. They're not very dangerous, but they do indicate infection. They can cause infection. At times, they can go into the intestine and that can lead to infections of your in the abdomen area, and that is a major cause of concern. So yes, this has also been calculated, and apart from that pH level, we know that there is certain pH of water which is mostly slightly alkaline, okay, which is required for maintaining your gut health. So all of these 4 conditions are important, or the 4 parameters that are being checked by CPCB in order to understand the capacity or the water quality, specifically with respect to drinking water. Now, does CPCB have the water quality assessment only for drinking water? No. They have parameters for different kinds of water. Like for bathing, certain conditions must be fulfilled. Okay? Similarly, we have certain criteria for drinking water, for fisheries, for irrigation, etc. So there are several parameters. So these, you can just go through them once and understand that with respect to what are the conditions that must be fulfilled. All right. Moving on to this, the answer for this question will be your C. That is 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of the above was the correct answer. Now let's talk about biodegradable plastic. What do we understand by biodegradable plastic? We know plastic pollution is one of the major issue that the world is facing. Okay? I have read about the great that Pacific patch that has been formed because of the littering and the plastic waste that is there in the Pacific Ocean right now. This has led to issue of microplastics that is not just impacting the aquatic organisms but also humans. Okay, so microplastics have become that are being formed either through primary process or through secondary, that is breakdown of the primary plastics. So all of this has become a major concern, and therefore government has taken several steps. We have plastic waste management rules that are there into picture. Now under that, extended producer responsibility is something the government is trying to implement. Apart from that, India has also banned the single-use plastic. Then there are certain steps that we are trying to take in order to enhance the breakdown of those plastics. So one of this idea is to go for biodegradable plastic. They can be easily acted upon by microorganisms, and they can be broken down into simpler carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, which is easily degradable and can be easily consumed by the microorganisms and can be easily dissolved. So they do not pose a threat. Because of that, recently in Pune, an inauguration or a demonstration facility has been inaugurated for biopolymers, specifically focusing on what we call as the polylactic acid. So this is something that was already there in news, that it is being used for what purpose? For creation of these biopolymers that is used to create this biodegradable plastic. Now, if you look at these 3 options, they all have the OH or what we call the hydroxyl group. Now, if you have studied, like we have studied chemistry until at least till 10th or 12th, if I'm assuming, so we know that the hydroxyl group enhances the polarity, which basically increases the solubility of a given chemical. Okay, now this can enhance their breakdown, converting them into the organic compound. So all of these 3 groups, the polylactic acid, polyvinyl alcohol, and the polyhydroxybutyrate, all of these 3 have what we call as the hydroxyl group. You can see the chemical formula also have attached. They all have this OH group somewhere or the other, which is responsible for your degradation, except for polyethylene terephthalate. Now, this is PET bottles that are very commonly known, that they are known for creation of those long or stable plastic bottles. These are not easily biodegradable. So in this, only of not biodegradable was asked. So therefore, C was the correct answer. All right. Now moving on to another question. There are, now what we see in humans is there is a biggest property the humans or other organisms on this earth they show is adaptation. Like wherever we stay, we adapt. We have biological features based on the geographic region, and therefore what we call them as biogeographic features. There are certain biogeographic rules. Like for example, if you see, then people in the tropics are relatively dark skinned than people in the polar region. What is the reason for it? Because in the tropics there is continuous, like sunlight that is there. In order to protect our body from the heat that is being produced, melanin is basically being generated by the body, which leads to dark skin. So what is this? This is the kind of adaptation that the body has done because it is staying in the region of the tropics. So similarly, based on certain features of the geographical region, body will adapt simultaneously. So first thing that was asked here was island gigantism. If I talk about this, here it is talking about an island. What is island? It is basically an isolated land that is located, that is surrounded by water on all these sides. At times what happens in an island, when there is lack of predators, you will find that the organisms there will be freely growing, okay, because there is no one to feed upon them. Their population will increase, their strength will increase, lack of competition. Therefore, as a result of that, it has been found that their size also starts increasing. So this is true that species, they grow larger due to lack of predators. And Komodo dragon is one of a good example. Apart from them, there is also a giant turtle which has shown such features because they inhabit certain islands that is not inhabited by humans, that is not inhabited by other organisms. Then comes phenotypic plasticity. In order to understand this, you need to understand the meaning of phenotype. There are two things. One is a genotype, that is your genetic composition, and then is a phenotype, which is your physical appearance. Now we are talking about why there is so much difference in physical appearance of people. Why do we observe this phenotypic plasticity? Like why it is there? Why are some people dark skinned, some people are fair skinned? Why are some people shorter in height? Why are some people taller in height? Why some of them have shorter appendages, like small ears, small hands, some have longer hands, longer ears? Why is all of that? It is because of the specific environmental or the geographic condition in which they are surviving. For example, if you see, there are change of traits due to environmental changes. Why is an example of mangrove given? Normally we know that roots, they are inside the earth, okay? And they are in the direction of they do not grow against the direction of the gravity. What has been found is that because mangroves, they are found in swampy soils or marshy areas, there is anaerobic condition. So in order to breathe, they have certain thing that we call as pneumatophores. These are basically roots that emerge against the gravity, and they are rising above the marshy surface in order to allow them to breathe. So this is an adaptation that mangroves has developed in its physical feature based on the environmental or the climatic condition in which it is surviving. Then comes adaptive radiation. It is different species develop similar traits independently. This is wrong. When we call about it, this is called convergent evolution. That is, they were different species, but they all have developed a similar kind of feature. So this is known as convergent adaptation. When we talk about something that is your adaptive radiation, it is when a single species, they start diversifying into many species. Okay? If suppose there is a species of, we know that there are several species of deers. The deer that is found in India is not similar to deer that is found in, say, Antarctica, or maybe not similar to those deers or other species of goats that are found in other countries. Why is it so? It is because they have adapted to certain biological conditions. So these are certain examples that I have attached along with the characteristic feature. Apart from this, other important biogeographic or eco-geographical rules that you must be aware about is the Allen's rule, okay, Bergman's rule, Gauss rule, and Golgi's rule. I have mentioned it for you guys to please understand and go through them on your own so that you can attempt it if it is asked in the paper. I'm not discussing them, just attaching it for your reference. All right, let's move on to the second topic. Autotrophic bacteria that are found in active volcanoes, okay, they obtain energy by chemosynthesis. Means, see, if you look at the autotrophs, what are autotrophs? Basically, organisms are either autotrophs or they are heterotrophs. By autotrophs, we mean they can synthesize their own food. By heterotrophs, we mean they depend on others for consumption of food. Now, here, if you see heterotrophs, the best example is your fungi. All right. And if we talk about the autotrophs, you'll find there are two types. Photoautotrophs, that is, they can synthesize their food in presence of sunlight. And then there are chemoautotrophs that can synthesize food in presence of certain chemicals. Now, they require chlorophyll, but they do not require chlorophyll. So here it is asking that why are those bacteria undergoing chemosynthesis in a volcano? Like, what is the issue that why do they not undergo photosynthesis there? The basic reason for this is that because there is usually lack of sunlight there. Sunlight is not there. So even if they will have those chlorophyll pigment, they won't be able to synthesize their own food via photosynthesis. So correct answer for this is your sunlight does not penetrate the deep volcanic vents. Now let's talk about this question. This is based on the concept of food chain, okay, or pyramid of energy, pyramid of biomass, pyramid of number that you might have studied in your static portion. The first statement is trying to say that there are more producers than consumers. Is that statement correct? If we look at it, like normally also if you look around, you'll find that this statement is correct. Why is it so? Because if suppose there are lesser number of plants and there are more number of species who will feed on them, ultimately what will happen? They all will feed on them. Sare plants khatam, and what will they survive on? Nothing. Further, they'll also get extinct. So this is not how everything could have worked. So the statement which says there are always more autotrophs than herbivores in a healthy food web, yes, obviously, because there need to be more number of species who are synthesizing the food than those who are consuming it. If we talk about the second statement, it says that biomass decreases with increase in each trophic level. Now you need to understand what is biomass. Biomass is amount of energy that is available for the other trophic level. If we talk about this trophic level, if suppose these are your producers that are located here, then we have your primary consumers and then we have the tertiary consumers. There is something called as 10% law. Like the plants, they trap the heat from sun, they'll produce the food here. Now when they will not use that energy just for the production of food. They'll use that energy for photosynthesis. They'll use that energy for respiration. Apart from that, certain amount of energy will be lost into the atmosphere as well. So here only 10% of it will be passed on to the secondary. Then 10% of this will be passed on to the tertiary consumers. So this is what happens as we move up in the trophic level, the biomass or the energy that is available for the higher trophic level keeps on decreasing. So even the second statement that we see here was also correct. So correct answer here was A. Both of them are correct. Okay. Now this is an example of pyramid of number, because as we go up, the number keeps decreasing. Then yes, herbivores are less in number and the autotrophs are more in number. So now if we move on to this question, all right, the question was on ethylene oxide. First, we need to understand why this question was asked. This question was asked, see, from ancient time, India has been known as hub of spices. This is what attracted Europeans to India. Today also, India wants to establish itself as one of the largest exporter of spices. For that, government has been taking certain steps. One of them being creating various, spice boards. Like recently, a cardamom board was created, spiced. Before that, turmeric board was being created. So all of that has been done in order to look into the quality concerns. Because when you are exporting certain thing, there is a need to keep in mind that the qualities should not be compromised, because then there will be resistance coming from the importing countries. So ethylene oxide basically is known to degrade the DNA. They are known to degrade the DNA. Because of this property of it, it is used as a disinfectant. Disinfectants, because whenever ethylene oxide is applied on any surface, what it will do is, it will basically cause the death of the microorganism that was there by degrading their DNA. So they are used as disinfectants. Because of this, they are also, you'll find they're used in your, because of this, we'll find that they are used in your, because of this, they are also being used in disinfectants. They are used in surfs, hand wash, etc. So all of that, they are being used because they'll help in cleaning of your hands, disinfection. Why? Because of the death of the microbes. They were used in spices. Why they are used in spices? In order to increase the shelf life. What they have been done, spices are basically being coated or kept in a container that is having ethylene oxide in order to prevent the growth of microbes there, so that they'll have a greater or it will have basically a good shelf life. But then this has led to certain quality concerns, because ethylene oxide is said to have been, the residues have been found in those spices, which has raised the issue. All right. So based on that, if we try and look at these options, ethylene oxide is used in various industries. For what reason? Surface disinfectant, yes, as I told you right now, because of its property of degrading the DNA. Next, it enhances flavor in food products. No, it was basically used in order to store the food products and improve its shelf life and prevent the growth of the microbes in this region. Third option says is, it is an intermediate product of many useful chemicals. Yes, ethylene oxide is used to synthesize various other chemicals as well. Ethylene glycol, best example is that. All right. So here the correct answer was C. Only 1 and 3 was correct. The second statement here was wrong. All right. So now if we move on to the next question, this is one of the very simplest, very direct question that was asked in the paper. They have mentioned certain important terms. That is your core zone, buffer zone, and the transition zone. And I have asked what are they related to? Very easy to understand. These are all terms related to your biosphere reserve. Now, if we talk about the biosphere reserve, the concept is based on the idea of joint management, where we understand that people are not just responsible for exploitation. Certain indigenous community have played a very important role in conserving them as well, right? So here, if you see the biosphere reserves that you see here, all right. So they have three zones: the core zone, transition zone, and the buffer zone. The core area is the area which is highly restricted. Most of the activities here are prohibited. Okay? It is regulated by the government. Certain activities are being allowed, certain are not, but highly regulated area. While you move to the buffer zone, most of these activities here, if you'll see, are like allowed, like grazing, or at times certain important activity, like collecting minor forest produce, etc. is allowed. While in the transition zone, it is a zone where even some primitive kind of agriculture is also being allowed. So these are the three terms that are related to your biosphere reserves. Now, what are the related themes that you need to do along with it? You need to go through the topic of other protected areas that are given, like your national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, conservation reserve, community reserves. How are all of these different? Who declares them? Who is responsible for increasing in the border? Who is responsible for, managing? What is the role of chief wildlife warden here? So all of that, under which act they have been created, who creates it? Like UNESCO is one of the organization which is responsible for declaring the biosphere reserves. So you need to go through it. In India, there are how many biosphere reserves? Okay, how many of them are part of man and biosphere reserve program? So all of that you need to go through. Please revise it from your static. This was a term or the concept that was there in the news from quite some time. Now, if you have understood, studied in geography the concept of continental drift theory, we do realize that India was part of the Australian plate. Okay, initially India was part of the Australian plate, but what happened because of the rift that was created and of the divergent plate boundary interaction, what happened? The Indian plate moved away from the Australian plate. When it started moving away from the Australian plate and towards the European plate, ultimately we find what happens. There has been certain changes, like one of them being that black soil or the Deccan Trap that was created as India passed through the reunion hotspot. Second thing, we also find that there has been certain change in the features of organisms that are found. Like, this is basically a boundary line. It is considered to be a biogeographic boundary line that passes in between the Southeast Asian nations that separate the kind of biodiversity that is found in Australia and the biodiversity that is found in Asia. In Asia, you'll find species are usually very large in size, like elephants, like rhinos, like tigers, like lions. But if you look at the species in Australia, you'll find very smaller species, like koalas are there, or marsupials are there, kangaroos are there. So all of that are there. So these differences that have been found between these two places, between these two biogeographic regions, that separation or that difference is being categorized through the term that is known as the Wallace line. So here the correct answer was C. It is basically a boundary that separates faunas of Asian and the Australian biogeographic region. All right, this is the line that you see here. You'll find the species usually of larger in size, whereas in Australia we find those species are usually very smaller in size. Moving on to another question that talks about internationally transfer mitigation outcome. Now, basically, this was launched at COP29. We know that Conference of Parties under UNFCCC takes place every year. Recently, COP29 was held. COP29 has also been called as a finance COP because most of the financial mechanisms have been discussed. Now, what is the role of these financial mechanisms if you talk about it? Here, if you understand that initially the Paris Agreement was signed in order to limit the global average rise in temperature to almost or near about 1.5 degrees Celsius. We have already breached the target. Now we are trying to limit it by 2 degrees Celsius. So here, one of the mechanisms for this was to prevent the rise is to stop the excessive emission of carbon that is going on. For that entirely, a carbon mechanism has been set up. All right, and based on that only, there are certain financial initiatives that have been taken place so as to help the developing countries combat the issue of the climate change. So here, through internationally transferred mitigation outcome, it is a kind of carbon offsetting unit. Now you need to understand the difference between something called as carbon credits, and then we also need to understand something between carbon offset. We need to understand how are they different from the green credits that have been earned. To explain this, I have taken this diagram. Now, what is this carbon credit? See, every country is being provided a particular threshold. Like, this is the amount of carbon that you can release in a given year. Okay. Now, what happens? Suppose there is 200 rupees that has been given, 100 has been given to me and 100 has been given to you. And we both are told to just go shopping and get something from there. And the budget should not be more than 200. Suppose you purchase something that you like is of 80 rupees and I like something of 120 rupees. Ideally, the budget is what? It is same. It is 200. But what has happened is I have overspent and you have saved a part of it. So I can take a loan of 20 rupees from you so that in future I'll return say 30 rupees to you. So ideally what has happened that I have to pay 10 rupees extra for that, right? So this is the kind of penalty or the punishment that I'm paying. Such is the condition or such is the entire concept of this carbon market mechanism. There is an allocated greenhouse gas emission unit that has been allotted to every country. There are certain countries that are basically breaching this. All right, they are emitting more than that. Then there are certain countries that are emitting less than what is required. So what will happen? Since they are emitting less than, they earn a carbon credit. Okay, and when they have earned a carbon credit, what they can do is they can sell this to these countries in order to help them offset the excessive emission that they did. So this is how they are going to tackle it. An entire carbon mechanism goes on like that. So this is the concept of carbon credits. Another comes is the concept of green credits. Now what are green credits? Now this that you studied all was related to the emission of greenhouse gases. Now when we talk about something like, suppose I am a company or I am a country and I'm focusing on something called as afforestation. I'm trying to increase the tree cover and the forest cover. Now what is this? This is a very environmentally sustainable and a good activity which can help in carbon sequestration, and this will also in one way reduce the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So through this, what credits I earn is known as the green credits. So green credits are basically earned when we perform certain environmentally sustainable activities, and then what happens then comes is the carbon credit, which only deals with the release and emission of all of those greenhouse gases that you see here. All right, so based on this only the question was being framed. So it is basically a financing mechanism. These are carbon offsetting units that are traded under the Paris Agreement. And which article of Paris Agreement? Article 6. All right, these can be quantified in terms of carbon dioxide equivalent only. This statement was wrong, because if you talk about carbon dioxide equivalent only, it is the carbon credit. Okay, but these will also take into picture the green credits. Okay, so you'll also focus on certain green initiatives that the countries are taking. For example, increase in the source of renewable energy, for example, increase in the green cover, etc. So that's why statement 2 was wrong and only statement 1 was right here. I hope this is clear. All right. So if we move on to another question, this was related to harmful algal bloom. Now when we talk about algae, like what are algae? These are basically small marine plants. Okay, they are photosynthetic. They have chlorophyll. They can synthesize their own food. They are one of the most like primitive organisms in the plant kingdom. Okay, then we have the bryophyta, then pteridophyta, gymnosperms, and angiosperms. Okay, these algae are basically found in at the junction or basically where there is marine environment or some water bodies are located. Initially, these algae grow naturally in a given environment. But when the growth of algae increases such that you can see such flocks that are floating on the surface of water, they are known as harmful algal blooms. Why? Because they start then producing certain toxins which will decrease the productivity of the ecosystem, and also it will start impacting the growth of other aquatic organisms. Why? Because they'll form a thick mat over the water body. Okay, they will trap most of the sunlight, they will utilize most of the oxygen, and they'll start producing their food, which will help them in reproducing and help them in expanding as well. Because of that, other aquatic organisms that are located within this water surface, like those fishes or other organisms that are staying inside, they will be deprived of the oxygen, and this will lead to their death. So this is one of the major cause of harmful algal bloom is also your eutrophication. Now eutrophication can take place by anthropogenic reason also. It is also natural also. So all of that can lead to conditions where harmful algal blooms can be formed. Okay. Now if we see that which of the following methods can be used for like tackling the issue of algal bloom. UVC radiation. We know that UV rays are used for disinfecting. UV rays are used for like disinfectants, या फिर cleaning, killing of microbes, etc. So whenever they are exposed to long time under the radiation of ultraviolet rays, they'll start dying. Okay, so this was correct. Then similarly, the ultrasound exposure means you're trying to expose them to certain ultrasound energies that will also be impacted. Hydrogen peroxide is commonly used as a bleaching agent in order to get rid of these algae on normal, because they will start causing desiccation or death of these algae. I think the only confusion that would have arisen was in use of clay. But can clay be used to like tackle the issue of algal bloom or not? Then yes, definitely it can be. I'll tell you why. Clay is what? Clay basically has very minute particles, okay? And this create a very compact structure. It has a high water retention capacity and it decreases the soil oxygen. It decreases the amount of air or oxygen that is there, which creates an anaerobic conditions, all right? So when suppose if we start spraying clay here and it will start combining with water and forming those thick flocks, after that what will happen? It will start covering these algae. Because of that, these algae will no more be exposed to the sunlight. It won't be able to synthesize its food, and because of that what will happen? It will lead to the death of those algae that are there, and they'll start forming huge flocks and they will settle down into the river, reach to the riverbed, where further they'll be degraded, and this also further will add on to the carbon or basically the nutrients of the ecosystem, of the aquatic ecosystem, and it also clean the space for sunlight to enter. Okay, so all of these four could be used for tackling the issue of this harmful algal bloom. Now let's talk about the avoided emissions. Like for example, suppose if I have a industry which is a thermal power plant. Now, what do you mean by thermal power plant? What do you understand by thermal power plant? These are basically coal-based plants that are used for generating electricity. Now, if I have a thermal power plant, there are certain emissions that are taking place. When I'm burning coal, from coal, what do we release? There'll be release of particulate matter, okay? There'll be release of certain oxides of sulfur, oxides of nitrogen, oxides of other elements will be released, heavy metals will be released. So all of that is being released into the atmosphere. Okay? Now this is creating the issue because it leads to air pollution, it leads to global warming, increase in greenhouse gases, etc. Now suppose I start using certain devices that will reduce the release of this basically these chemicals or whatever components that were being released from the industry. Suppose I start using electrostatic precipitators. Suppose I start using flue gas desulfurization. Suppose if I start using scrubbers, what will happen? They will trap the particulate matter inside only. So now what is being released? Now at least we have controlled the level of particulate matter that was being released. Through use of various like flue gas desulfurization, we can decrease the release of your sulfur oxides into the atmosphere. So this that we are trying to prevent it, that's something that we are trying to avoid, is known as your avoided emissions. So it is basically the reduction in the greenhouse gas emission that is being achieved when I'm using specific product or certain kind of techniques. When we are using all of this, because of this, what will happen? Certain emissions can be avoided. They are being trapped and they are being tackled at the primary stage. So these are what we call as the carbon. This is what we call avoided emissions. If you look at the first option, what was this? The first option says fulfilling the emission targets through purchase of carbon credit certificates. We saw it right now. This is a carbon market mechanism, right? Next, if you look at the third option, which says that amount of atmospheric carbon dioxide stored in geological formation. What is this? This is something that we call as carbon sequestration. Okay. If you look at the fourth option, it is accidental leakage of greenhouse gases from faulty infrastructure. Now, this is known as what we called as fugitive emissions. Okay. So these were the terms, key terms that you should also be aware of. So I've covered. Right answer for this was B. That is your reduction in greenhouse gases. I have attached various methods or various devices that are being used, like cyclone separators for reducing the particulate matter, electrostatic precipitators, same, they'll reduce the particulate matter as well. There are other things, like if you're using solar panel instead of thermal power plant, we will avoid so many emissions. Yes, shifting to a more greener fuel. Similarly, the government of India has taken like BS6 fuel. Why? To avoid the release of sulfur related compounds into the atmosphere from the vehicle. So these are some example of devices that can be used to enhance the avoided emissions. Now if you look at this, what are sensory adaptation of this of these animals? What are these sensory adaptation? Basically what happens, if there are certain organisms, there are certain species that are living in a particular condition, they have adapted themselves to that condition. We know that organisms like owls, like bats, they are more active at the night when it's all dark around. So they need to have certain sensory adaptations. For example, when we are talking about those like hearing ability, like those sensing abilities, vision abilities, in order to trap their prey. Okay, so these organisms have developed some of the other sensory adaptation. Talking about owls, we know that owls are active at night, okay, and they don't have very strong vision like bats as well. So therefore, they have an offset ears so that they can even track minimum movement also that is going on in their background, and they can identify their prey. If we talk about bats, they use concept called echolocation. That is, they'll send out very strong wavelength of sound, ultrasonic sound, and those will basically, when they will come in contact with the object that is there and returns back. Through this, they can basically identify that what is the distance at which the prey is being located. Talking about snake, they have specific organs to detect these chemicals. What are the chemicals that they are detecting? We know that every organisms, they release specific chemicals that is known as pheromones. Okay, like recently UPSC has asked even a question this year in 2024. Then lions, they mark their territory through their urine that can be identified by others. Now, how it is happening? Because those chemicals that they've used to mark the territory has certain pheromones which can be recognized by the another animal of the same species. So yes, snakes have certain specialized organs through which they can identify those pheromones, and hence they are basically using it for for hunting of a prey, etc. All right, so if we talk about them, all of the three were correct. Yes, they have these sensory adaptation in order to enhance their hunting abilities. What is biodiversity leakage? The term leakage का मतलब ही क्या है कि unintended loss हो रहा है, like water leakage घर में हो रहा है from pipe or something. Why it is happening? It is unintended. You did not break it on your own, ना? तो यहाँ पे क्या है? There is some unintended consequence that is taking place with respect to the biodiversity. Now let's assume this was an area, forest area, ठीक है? Here tigers are being found in large number. Okay, and there is a surrounding make or area that there is no tiger found, but both have the canopy density of more than 10%. So they are good forest areas. Okay, so here they are good forest area that have been protected or conserved. Now what happens is, because of tiger, this area gets declared as what we call as national park. Now we know that national park has highest level of protection. National parks has highest level of regulation. So many activities are prohibited here. Okay? Now what happened is, the people will not be allowed to enter this area, because biodiversity conservation we are taking out. Now, because of that, people will now start moving to this region. Initially, what happened? 10 people from this area was going to this field, and 10 people from this region were going to this forest. Now, what has happened? Because here they have banned the entry, 20 people will start entering this forest in order to collect forest food. They'll go for like more minor forest produce or for livestock grazing, etc. So, because of the conservation effort that were taken here, unintended biodiversity degradation will start there. Okay. This concept is known as what we call as the biodiversity leakage. Why it is happening? Because one area we are trying to conserve, because of these so many activities were prohibited here, and hence people shifted to another area. Now there will be more burden on this land, because of which we will find that there will be certain unintended consequences. If you look at them, unintended displacement of environmental damage due to conservation measures. Because we undertook conservation measures here, because of that there is an unintended damage that is taking place at some other location, and this is what we call as the biodiversity leakage. Now let's talk about the endocrine disrupting chemicals. In our body, there are two types of system. One is the endocrine system, another is your exocrine system. Endocrine system are responsible for release of what we call as hormones, and then we have your exocrine system that is responsible for enzymes. Okay, so these two are required in our body for normal functioning. सबसे ज़्यादा important तो है your hormones. Everything in our body, from metabolism to growth to development, reproductive health, everything is managed by these hormones only. So here are certain important endocrine glands that you can see, from brain to thymus, thyroid, pancreas, adrenal gland on your kidney, and then there are certain reproductive organs also that produce certain important hormones. Now these hormones balance our body. They help us in proper and very balanced functioning. All right. Now here they have asked is, which of the following are endocrine disrupting? That is, they are impacting the hormonal development of the body or release of the hormones in the body, and they have given some of the options. Usually in such type of questions, we ideally go with all of the above. Why we go with all of the above? Because none of them here you can see are biopolymers or biological materials. None of them are naturally found in human body. So anything which is not found in our body and is being consumed from outside or enters from outside, it will impact the hormones on the body. If we look at it, bisphenol A, it is used for creation of what? Plastic bottles, and it mimics what we call as estrogen. Okay, estrogen is a female hormone, reproductive hormone that is there. Now this basically, it will mimic estrogen and it can impact the reproductive growth of the organism. All right, if we talk about polychlorinated bisphenol, this is used in refrigerants, coolants, etc., and this also has a negative impact on the body, specifically your thyroid gland. Atrazine is a herbicide that is being used, and this is also known to impact the entire hormonal system from your thymus to your brain to everything. It has a huge impact of all of them. And arsenic itself is what? It is a heavy metal. Its presence in the body, you might have heard about certain type of blackfoot disease that has been caused by increase in arsenic toxicity that takes place. So it impacts the growth and development. So all of the above was the right answer for this. Now if you see what are endocrine disrupting substances, pesticides, okay, ingredients in household products, solvents, industrial ingredients, pharmaceuticals, metals, all of them will create an impact like that. Moving on to this is a direct statement picked up from your geography NCERT, class 11 की human geography की जो NCERT है. In that, various traditional water harvesting system has been mentioned. Some of them are mentioned here. Other are like you'll find johads are also there, kuls are there, zings are there. There is also bamboo drip irrigation. Please go through all of them. At least your NCERT should be properly covered. There is nothing to explain in this, so I'll just go ahead. It is sustainable water conservation practices that have been taken place. These are very common form, specifically in Rajasthan. Okay. All right. Moving on to this. This is an important concept. What is a solar pond? Now we know that we are focusing on renewable form of energy. Okay. Now for that, what we are trying to do, we are India being a tropical country, we can exploit the solar energy that is there. So for that only, something called as solar ponds have been created. First, let us understand how normal ponds function. Suppose if this is a pond, okay, and there is a sun. Because of this sunlight, what will happen? The water here will get heated. Once the water is heated, it will start transferring energy, heat energy to everything. And because of that, what will happen? It will start rising. We know that warm air rise, so water will start rising. That is called as evaporation. And evaporation से फिर क्या होगा? कि इसने क्या किया? It trapped the heat energy. It went away. Heat energy is dissipated, and this still becomes cool. Why it is cool? Because heat that was trapped is being released in form of evaporation, leading to cooling of the water again. Okay, so this is how you know that how the water cools and warms, sunlight or daytime mein. This is normally that happens. Now here through solar ponds, what we want to do is we want to trap the heat in that solar pond such that the heat is not being evaporated from there. Heat is not being able to escape from there, and instead that warm water then can be used to understand, or basically can be used, the environment wala jo aapka water hai, that can be used to say run turbines. It can be used for desalination plant. Wherever heat is being required, can be used to do that. So what they have done, we have created an artificial pond. Okay, in this artificial pond, we have divided it into, there are 3 layers. In the lower layer, bottom layer, basically some heavy elements are being placed. Heavy elements like what I would call, like for example, concrete. Okay, concrete is there, plastics are there, etc. is been placed down here. These are the elements that have very high melting point. If anything has high melting point, what will happen? It will keep absorbing heat until it will start breaking down or melting. So what we have done, we have placed those elements with high melting point at the bottom. And the top layer, where the sunlight is coming, salt has been added. Now, what is the purpose of salt here? We know that salt will increase the density of the water, and because of that, water will become heavy and it won't be able to evaporate. So therefore, basically, if you take a fresh water pond and you take a saline water pond will be more warmer than the fresh water pond. So a little bit of salt is also added. Now, what happens is when the heat is coming, the molecules will trap heat. Because of salt, they are dense, they cannot evaporate. Heat energy will go down, and यहाँ पे जो high melting point वाले elements that were placed here, like concrete or plastics, etc., they'll start absorbing this heat here. And once they start absorbing heat, and they'll store the heat. Next time, suppose a desalination plant has been placed here, what they can do is they can connect it from here directly, and heat energy that is being generated or heating that is being done here can be used to run this desalination plant or anything else. So this is the entire concept of the solar pond. I'm assuming that you guys have understood the concept, or you can just again once go and do it some पीछे कर लो फिर इसको सुन लो एक बार फिर से ठीक है. So what is this? Let's see what are the statements. They can generate electricity through thermal energy conversion system. Yes, the solar energy is converted into thermal energy. Second, they provide sustainable heat source for desalination of seawater. Yes, sustainable है because we are not using any like coal etc. for generation of heat. Rather, the solar energy is being trapped and that is being utilized for generation of heat. They can facilitate cooling through absorption of refrigeration system. Yes, इनका application ही पूछा था, and in application kind of questions also, I'll tell you all of the above is something that very easily goes with it. Basically, the idea is there has been concerns by the environmentalists who consider that these solar ponds can impact the aquatic system or on lakes, etc. So that is why they have raised concerns also about it. All right, this was the environment and ecology section. I hope that you guys literally understood. All right, so next, I think it was helpful for you. Next 15 questions are remaining. We'll go through them quickly. Now, here in science and technology, we can easily divide the topic into two types. Okay, first, what we see is the biotechnology, and then we have the other technologies. Okay, in biotechnology, what we find, there are two kind of questions. First, basics, and second are application based. In other technologies, you'll find some term related question, you'll find application related questions. Okay, I'll give you an example. For example, if we talk about biotechnology, here they're asking a difference between plant and animal cell. This is a very static question, basic है, जिसने पढ़ा है उसको अच्छे से पता होगा, ठीक है? But this based on pro-nuclear transferase, it is based on mitochondria, which is a static concept. But here, what are we going about? We are going about the application of this technology. So this is something called as application based question. Now, if we move to the other types, you'll see again, this was asked here. This is also having the application that how genetic modification can be used. If you can look at this question, this is purely current affairs. COVID was in news. Because of that, what we'll have that because COVID was in news, vaccines were in news, and that is why we have seen that certain questions related to vaccines were there. If we talk about other technology, usme bhi basics, terms, current affairs, and then application based. If you talk about blockchain, it is talking about its feature, मतलब उसका basic बताओ मुझे, ठीक है? If we talk about artificial intelligence, it is asking about its application. So what we find, there are certain these application based questions that are very common in your science and technology. Okay, let's get started with this. Here we are talking about which fuel is used by semi-cryogenic engine. I don't need to tell the answer, it is this. Let's understand first why engines are required in missiles and rockets. What is the purpose of engine? Engine will store the fuel and provide the fuel. What is the purpose of fuel? First purpose is to provide thrust to these missiles so that they lift up from the surface and they can go into the outer space. Okay? Second, while it's going into the outer space and until it sets into the orbit, it will require certain fuel to complete this journey, and that fuel is there in the engine. How did these fuel evolve? Initially, we started with solid fuels. Now, solid fuels, when they are used, then what will happen with them? We know that solid fuels are very heavy. Because of this, rockets used to be very bulky and very heavy. So, we wanted to just decrease the size of it so that if you will decrease the weight of the fuel, you can carry more fuel there. ठीक है? अगर ये बहुत heavy है, तो 1 kg में you can just carrying 1 kg में बहुत heavy हो जाता है. Suppose it was liquid, in 1 kg you could have stored more of the fuel. ठीक है? तो हमने क्या किया? फिर solid से हम धीरे-धीरे liquid की तरफ आए. Let's go to the liquid fuel. No doubt they were comparatively lighter than the solid fuels, but still we found that there are certain issues with it, still heavier. So then we moved on to cryogenic fuels. What are cryogenic fuel? First, cryo means what? Related at a very low temperature, like in minus 70, minus 80, at a very low temperature. So what we do is gases are being stored at a very low temperature. They are converted into liquid at a very low temperature and they are being stored. So in cryogenic, we started using liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. They were being used. Now, because they are gases that have been compressed into liquid, what has happened that they have more efficiency, they have more calorific value, but they have less weight. So they became a very good option. But an issue exists because keeping hydrogen in a liquefied state and maintaining that cryogenic state became a very challenging issue for us. And that is why now we have moved to something called as semi-cryogenic engines, where we are using liquid oxygen along with kerosene. If you might have seen in kerosene is a fuel that is used normally in home also. It was used initially. It has high calorific value, okay, and it is easier to store in comparison to liquid hydrogen. So this is the entire concept of those engines that are being used. And in semi-cryogenic engine, we are using liquid oxygen with what we say that refined nitrogen. Yes, we can do related with cryopreservation of nitrogen. See, the thing here is, Rahul, that the question that you asked, that but nitrogen is not used as a fuel, okay, because of inflammable nature. That is also a reason why nitrogen is in abundance in the in the atmosphere. We have 78% nitrogen. Why? Because it is inflammable. It will not completely burn or it does not explode. It has very low calorific value, so it cannot be used for that purpose. Here we are using liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, which has more calorific value, and they are inflammable. Okay, they are flammable. All right. Now, this is the question that was asked directly from the current affairs, that certain features have been given and they have asked which of the following species has been discussed. Now, if we talk about evolution of humans, or evolution of man that has taken place, it has taken place through this process. Like first we had this Australopithecus, then Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthalensis. Then we have this Homo sapiens that we are there today. So this is an entire movement or development that has taken place. Based on that, there has been development in the structure of the body, development in the brain size, development in the brain capacity, height and everything that has been witnessed. Recently, a new species has recently a new fossil of a new species has been found, and yes, it has been found in Indonesia. So this was there in news, and that is why this question has been asked. That is Homo florensis. It is a very factual question. These are the features that are there of these species. Nothing to explain. There is no concept. If you can try and arrange them, please try and arrange them in the evolutionary manner. Okay, so that we at least remember what is the sequence of evolution. All right. Okay, now here, okay, if you guys have gone to chemistry labs ever in future or bio labs, you might have seen that those in bio labs specifically, those live specimen of say fishes or frogs, etc., they have been stored in the lab, but they are kept in a particular liquid. Okay, so those liquid are being used for preservation of those organisms. Why? Because they will prevent their decay or degradation by basically slowing down the metabolic activities or biological activities on these species. Okay, so they're used for preservation or cryopreservation, and one of them that is used here is glycerol or polypropylene glycol. So these are what? These are basically cryoprotectants, means they'll protect the species. Ab cryo ka matlab kya hota hai? Very low temperature. So these alcohol you see they have very cooling sensation whenever you use them. So these cryopreservation, it will provide a bit lower temperature that will basically reduce the metabolic activity. We know that whenever temperature is high, metabolic activity of the species are also high. So here we are trying to provide them a reduced temperature so that they can be stored for a very long period of time. All right, so the answer for this was A, cryoprotectants that we talk about. Now let's talk about quantum computing or any kind of technology. First, let's understand if we talk about nanotechnology, what am I talking about? I am talking about those particles that are at nano level, that is 10 into 10 to the power minus 9 meters. ठीक है, तो बहुत ही small level पे है, very small, very minute, you cannot see it with your naked eyes. But at that stage, at that size, these particles exhibit certain characteristic features, and they are being exploited, and therefore we have started creating things like nano urea, etc. Then we talk about the quantum technology. It basically utilizes the subatomic particles. We know there is atom. Atom can be broken down into electrons, protons, neutrons. They can further be energized and broken down into, now we have Higgs boson, you have neutrinos, quasars, etc. So there are several subatomic particles as well, and they are highly charged, they have high energy, they have high spin. Now these features can further be exploited for the technological benefits. So we had those we had what we say as certain conventional computers. We had convention, then we moved to quantum computers. Now what happens in quantum computers? In quantum computers, they'll use those subatomic particles. Now there are various kinds of basically you find there are various kind of quantum computers. Some of them being, for example, there is trapped ion quantum computing. Okay, like one is asked here. Then there is also silicon semiconductor type silicon quantum dots that are being used. Okay, we also have neutral atom quantum computing. Now you understand one thing. Here we are using the term trapped ion. If you have studied, we know what are there two types of ions. You might have studied cations and anions. One are negatively charged, others are positively charged. We know that charged particles, we know that charged particles are always more effective, more energetic than the normal atoms. So in this what happens, that is why the statement this says trapped ion quantum computing is superior to other conventional quantum computing. Yes, because in conventional you are using neutral atom, or you're using neutral subatomic particles mostly, but in trapped ion, we are going for charged particles. All right. Next, second statement says trapped ion quantum computers use silicon quantum dot as qubits. No, as I mentioned, they are using ions or charged particles and not silicon. Silicon jo use hota hai, that is for semiconductors mostly, and then silicon ion qubit is being used. It has a relatively lesser efficiency. So here, if you look at these two statements, we find that first statement is correct, that yes, this is because of the ion or charged particle that is present, trapped ion quantum computing has better efficiency. And second, if you talk about the statement, no, it does not use silicon, rather it will use some other like these charged particles. So here the correct was C. First statement is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Let's talk about this. Now carbon is something that you have studied, graphite and diamond and all, you have studied since we started studying chemistry. We know that carbon के पास एक property होती है, that is it has 4 electrons in its outermost shell, and therefore it can create something that is known as covalent bond. Because of this covalent bond, it has a property that we call as catenation. ठीक है, catenation मतलब क्या है? बहुत strong chains, बहुत long chains it can create without breaking. ठीक है, because of this covalent bond, so it can keep attaching and create so many carbon के long chains without even breaking because of the strength of the covalent bond that it has. Now, based on that, you might have studied about C60, that is Buckminster Fullerenes. What is that? Here, basically, this carbon की chains होंगी and they'll convert into a 3-dimensional structure. Recently, there was discovery of what we called as graphene. Now, graphene is also what? Graphene is also a carbon-based molecule only, but it is a 2-dimensional structure. By 2-dimension, what I mean, let's see. This is a carbon. It will attach to 4 other elements, one in the back, okay, and start creating this lattice or very lattice type of structures. ठीक है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा balanced and repeated patterns you can see. When there is a properly balanced and repeated pattern, you will find this is considered to be pristine structures. Why? Because lattice is very well defined. When there is no properly defined lattice, what we call them as amorphous. Can you see here are repeated patterns, but here certain we have bigger size particles, certain we have small size particles, so they are varying in size. So this is what we call as amorphous structures that are here. ठीक है. So now here, based on that, recently there has been discovery of monolayer. Monolayer means it is a 2-dimensional and a single atom thick. Okay, it is single atom thick. All right. Second statement says amorphous carbon. Amorphous means it does not has a very well-defined and repeated lattice structure. Rather, there is a combination. Somewhere you can find that there will be properly arranged. Somewhere they will not be properly arranged. Some can be pristine. Some can be amorphous. Now, this creates a composite structure. Now, this composite structure will impart more strength to this particle. Okay? So, recently when it has been discovered, it has been known because it is considered to be crack resistance. As I mentioned, 2-dimensional material with very high strength and durability. Okay? So, recently it has been discovered. That's why it was there in the news and it has been asked accordingly. All right. So, this is something related to the graphene only. Till now, graphene was considered to be the hardest and crack-resistant material. But now we have found that instead of repeated structure, if you have an amorphous structure, it becomes even more resistant to cracks and it is even more durable. All right. Now, if we move on to another question, which is related to cosmic inflation. Now, see, word breakdown technique if you apply on this. Cosmic means something related to the universe. Okay. Is this clear? Inflation. Now, inflation means increase in something, take increase in price of something. So, balloons, you might have an inflated balloon. When you blow air in the balloon, it is called as inflated balloon. So, something that is taking place is expansion of something. So, in universe, expansion is the term that it says. If we go through this, first statement was itself explaining that there is expansion of the universe. Now, why was this term here? Have we recently witnessed this phenomena? No. This phenomena was witnessed some 13.8 billion years ago, that there was for a very microsecond, for fraction of second. What did we found? We found that for microseconds, that universe started expanding with speed faster than the speed of the light. It was witnessed for a very small fraction period of time, and that phenomena was named as cosmic inflation. Now, if I talk about the NASA Sphere-X mission, which has been recently launched, it is based on the principle of spectrophotometry, which will basically a telescope, which aim is to understand all the basically developments that are going on in the universe. All right. So based on that only, recent discovery, they talked and they mentioned about the cosmic inflation event that took place long 13.8 billion years ago, and that is why it was being asked. Now we'll move on to another question. You'll find it is asking about which of the following physical phenomena is primarily explained by particle nature of light. If we talk about light, light is considered to have dual nature. What do you mean by dual nature? Because light at times behave as a wave and light at times behave as a particle. Okay. Now, what is this? How is this being explained? The particle nature of light has been explained through something that we call as the quantum theory. The quantum theory considers that light is that is there. You see, it is not a wave. Rather, it is arranged in form of small packets of energy that is known as photons. So they say that light is in a particle form. While other theories, they suggest that light has a wave nature. Like just like the electromagnetic waves or radiations, etc. It also has a wave nature, forming troughs and crests, moving through the mediums, etc. So all are these properties. But then with time, scientists have found that light exhibit both of these properties. Certain phenomena like reflection of light, refraction of light, interference, polarization, diffraction, all of these phenomena can be explained through the wave nature of the light, while on the other hand, the photoelectric effect. The term photo means what? Light. Electric means electricity. So light energy is used for generation of electricity. So such kind of phenomena that we see here is called as the photoelectric effect, and they believe in particle nature of light. Similarly, there is a Compton effect that is also known as a particle nature of light. They say that when light is traveling in a medium and it encounters any distraction or any obstacle or diffraction, it will get scattered in all the possible directions, releasing small pockets of energy. So this also considers light to be a particle nature. So here what was being asked? Particle nature was being asked. So if you talk about the particle nature, what are the two effects? First is the photoelectric effect, another is your Compton effect. Okay, so these were the two only that can be justified through the particle nature of the light. In this, only one was correct. These three, along with reflection, refraction, etc., will all go for those, will basically be explained through the phenomena of wave nature of light. Schrödinger wave equation. Yes, Shama, you're right. All right. Moving on to the next question here that talks about the chorus wave. Now, if we talk about the chorus wave, chorus is what? Something you might have heard about Christmas carols. It is related to something music. It is related to something like singing and all. Okay? So here, these are recently chorus waves have been discovered, okay, by NASA. Now, these are what? In order to understand that, what has happened, certain phenomena that was taking place in the outer space, when those signals have been converted into audio signals, there was small sound of chirping bird that was being heard, and that is why these waves have been known as these chorus waves. Now let us understand what are these chorus waves. We know that Earth has a magnetic field around it. Okay? This is the North Pole, this is the South Pole, and it creates an intense magnetic field. And in this magnetic field, the magnetosphere that we call, it has charged particles that are moving at a very high speed. Okay? That is why it is not very easy for airplanes or anything, or even spacecrafts to pass through this. So everything is located inside the magnetic field of the Earth. Okay? This is a magnetic field. This is basically being balanced by Earth's interior magnetic field, and it protects the Earth from the outcoming, or what we call as the solar winds, or the charged particles that we call as the coronal mass ejection, etc. So this is very important for maintaining the stability on the Earth. At times recently, what has been discovered was there was release or burst of energy in form of electromagnetic waves. When this energy was being released in burst, it excites certain particles, charged particles are moving at a very high speed. They become overexcited and they form something that we call as killer electrons. Now these killer electrons, they're such high energy that they started escaping the radiation belt that is there, and they started entering, they can enter even into the Earth atmosphere. So that is why they are found to be really very dangerous, because then they will impact the communication satellite, they will impact the all the cell towers or telephone communication and all, everything on the Earth. So that is why it is an issue. Now, so what was the question asked? Which of the following best describe the chorus wave recently detected by NASA? So it is an also, let's see in this question, if I don't know anything. See, UPSC also follows a pattern that if two options have more or less similar type of content with minor changes, any one is usually the right one. Here, if you see, electromagnetic waves was given in two options. Okay? So either of it was supposed to be correct. This mostly happens in case of UPSC also, a pattern that we have basically found out. First statement says that this could explain dark matter and energy. Second says it plays a significant role in dynamics of radiation belts around the Earth. So this was not right. This was right because it impacts the what we call as Van Allen radiation belt that is there in the magnetosphere. All right. So the correct answer for this was C. Moving on to this, malaria, if you talk about, malaria is one of a parasitic disease caused by an organism that is known as your Plasmodium. Various species like Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium vivax, they are known to cause such disease. Now, this is a vector-borne disease that I cannot transmit malaria to somebody else. There is basically a vector that will transfer the spores or transfer the parasite from one organism to another, and that is a female Anopheles mosquito. So one life cycle of your this parasite takes place in the mosquito. Another life cycle takes place in the humans. So the third statement which says the malaria's life cycle span multiple stages across more than one host, this statement was correct because it has two hosts. One is your mosquito and another is your humans. Okay, which mosquito? We have the female Anopheles mosquito. What does it do? Female Anopheles will basically, when it feeds on blood of an say infected human, it will take the sporozytes from those, and then after that, the entire life cycle of that sporozyte will go on inside the mosquito, and after that, when mosquito will feed on another humans, it will release the sporozytes into their blood. Suppose if there is a mosquito which has released the sporozyte in my blood, that sporozyte of Plasmodium will start traveling through my body and it will reach to the liver. In liver, what it will do, it will enter into the liver cell by degrading or damaging its cell wall or the barrier, and inside that it will start multiplying and form what we call as merozytes. When there is increased growth of merozyte in the liver cell will burst, releasing the merozytes. Then this merozyte will enter the blood streams, from where it will look for red blood cells. So then it will enter into the red blood cell, and then they will convert into an adult or mature Plasmodium spores, and that is what is responsible for what we call as the malarial symptoms that you start witnessing. So how it happens? One life cycle is going on in mosquito, another life cycle is going on in humans. In humans, first it will enter into the body. It will enter into the body, then it will impact the liver of the humans, and then it will impact the red blood cells, and then the spores are being released, causing the symptoms that we see. Now we found that they enter into the liver. At times what they do is that they will reduce their biological activity and go into the dormant stage into your liver cells. So they stay in a very dormant stage in the body. They're not very active, but they're not dead. So they are in the body, and when we are taking drugs or we are taking medicines related to malaria, what they will do is slowly they will start adapting to that medicines by changing their surface protein. So next time when they become activated and they cause malaria, the same drug won't act on it. It is the same concept that applies to the idea of your microbial resistance, antimicrobial resistance that we are witnessing. So here also, these parasites also have that ability to adapt and resist to the drugs. First statement, malaria is very difficult to eradicate completely. Yes, because its life cycle is not basically confined to one or host, it is also confined to mosquitoes. Second, malarial parasites frequently change their surface protein. Yes, I told you, as they are there in the dormant stage in your liver, they will try and develop such kind of resistance. Then comes the life cycle, it spans along two hosts. So correct was your first, which says that both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and they explain this. Let's talk about the missile. If we talk about the missile, just forget this. First, let's understand how many kind of missiles do we have. If we talk about missiles, they are of two types. First is your ballistic missiles, right? And second, what we have is cruise missiles. What are ballistic missiles? Ballistic missiles that you find, they form the projectile motion. If suppose this is your environment, okay, or atmosphere, they are fired from here. They'll need certain fuel for thrust, and once they go there, after that they'll cross the atmosphere, and then they'll use the general tendency of the projectile motion, and they'll hit our target. So they are not guided. Once you have released them, they have a fixed target, and it will go and fall there. If suppose if you are targeting some installation or etc., and if it has shifted somewhere else, this might not go and impact, it will fall here only. Okay, so isko bolte hain ballistic missile. Then comes is your cruise missile. Cruise missiles are those which are guided missiles, where you can either go for pre-programming, okay, or you can go for real-time monitoring. When I say pre-programming, it means I can program the system to go and reach to a particular distance, or go and target a particular host, whichever we were trying to target, whatever was our target. Or I can just sit and real-time monitor that if the person is running here and there, I can just real-time monitor and change the course of my missile. So cruise missiles, they will travel inside the atmosphere only, and they will basically directly hit the target. So in cruise missiles, since programming has been used, what we do, there is called as fire and forget. मतलब मैंने code fill कर दिया, फिर मैं भूल भी गई, but it will go and hit the target as it was destined to and as it was programmed. All right, so here is something that we find, that fire and forget missile, if you look at all of them, all of these are cruise missiles except Prithvi. This is also a cruise missile, this is also a cruise missile, only this is one which is a ballistic missile. And we know that ballistic missiles are what? They are unguided missiles, and therefore fire and forget principle doesn't work there. So if you cancel out 2, you will understand the correct answer was C. That is 1, 2 and 3. All right. 3 have been mentioned, drugs, and they are part of mass drug administration program. Now this mass drug administration program is a part of global initiative on eliminating your lymphatic filariasis. So this is basically an initiative of World Health Organization, which has taken this to tackle the lymphatic filariasis. Now, what is lymphatic filariasis? Okay. Now, what happens here? Cruise missiles don't have a regular path, but aim is fixed. Yes, Rahul, that is completely correct. Okay. Now, if we talk about this here, that Mass and Drug Administration Program, this was for lymphatic filariasis. Just like malaria, this is also basically a vector-borne disease that is transmitted with the help of a mosquito. That is Aedes aegypti is a mosquito. Like there we had female Anopheles, here we have Aedes aegypti. But that was a parasitic disease caused by Plasmodium. It is caused by a worm, that is filariasis worm, which basically infects people at a very younger age only. But what happens is, whenever the mosquitoes feed on an infected person, the worm will come in their blood. When it feeds on a normal human being and releases that blood there, so the worm will enter into the healthy humans as well. Now, what that worm does is it goes and it sits into the lymphatic system of the body, and as the person grows, usually in age of 25, 35, 40, what will happen? These worms will start getting activated as your immune system becomes weakened, and because of that, what we'll find is that here most of these bodies they'll feel swelling, there'll be excessive accumulation of fluid that has been seen into the body. So this was all, these three drugs are being used to target a disease that is lymphatic filariasis. It is also a parasitic disease caused by worms, basically filariasis, and second, it is a vector-borne disease. All right, so these are the initiatives. This Mass Drug Administration Program is an initiative that has been taken under the global initiative of World Health Organization. Coming to the last question, it was a question on carbon dioxide batteries. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll first explain you something called as pumped storage hydropower. Okay, I think that will be much easier to then relate with it. What happens is, suppose here is a water body. Okay, now here is a mountain and I have created a reservoir here. Now what happened? There is a lean season. Lean season means the demand of electricity is very less, but production of electricity is very high. Like usually what happens in the winter season is AC people are not using, much of them are not using refrigerators, etc. So maybe electricity consumption jo hota hai, wo thoda kam ho jata hai in winters. So there is huge availability of electricity, demand is very less. So what I can do is I can use the electricity to pump this water and store it here. Okay. Now I have pumped this water and store it at a particular height. So what I did, I have stored it up, some potential energy it is holding. Now in summers, what happened? If suppose now the summer demand of electricity will increase. Now I can use this water to come back here again, and this energy, the hydropower generated, can be used to run turbines and generate electricity. So what did we do? We have in the lean season, we use the energy to pump it upwards, but whenever it is required, we again flow it down, and hydropower generated here is used for production of electricity. Something similar we are trying to do here. What we do is carbon dioxide go, whenever there is huge amount of energy that is available. Okay, what I'll do is I'll convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into liquid, and I'll store it. Liquid का मतलब क्या है कि gas का हम क्या कर रहे हैं? We are compressing it, and by compression we are trying to create a fuel that is a liquid fuel. So when it is compressed, huge amount of energy is being stored inside it. Later what will happen here is that as and when energy is being required, when the demand for energy increases, what I'll do is I'll start using this and convert it into gas. When I'll start converting into gas, huge amount of energy that was trapped will be released, and that can be used for generation of electricity. So this is how the carbon dioxide battery technology also works. It is also utilizing the transfer of carbon dioxide from gaseous state to the liquid state. इसी के बीच में we are just trying to change, and when we are converting it from gaseous to liquid, compression is taking place, it is storing certain amount of energy, and when we require the energy, will again lead to expansion, and that can be used to generate electricity. So if you look at this option, this statement, emission of water vapor only, was the one that could be easily eliminated because it's a carbon dioxide battery. Okay, if on all nothing is being liberated, some oxide of carbon might be liberated, definitely. So only would not be correct. So if we cancel out these two, we find it's 1 and 4 are correct, and then 3. No requirement of cryogenic temperature. Yes, there is no requirement because carbon dioxide can be even liquefied at normal temperature. Okay, so this is something that you can see here. So the option for this was C, that is 1, 3, and 4. This was also right. This was also right. Only this statement here was wrong. So this was it from my side about the explanation. Thank you so much for being patient and attending the session. All right. And all the very best for your upcoming prelims. We also urge you all to attend the upcoming third open mock test that will be held by Vajiram and Ravi on 4th of May. Registrations have already started. Okay? It is there. So please go and register for this test. We'll meet again. Till then, all the very best and happy studying.